Without the people of America, Mexico, figuratively speaking, would be eating cat food out of a can and living in a tent behind an...
Anda viviendo tiempo extra y anda de mitotero, viejillo chismoso, fufurufo argüendero. ¿A usted qué le importa lo que pasa en el planeta si le queda como una semana de vida, la neta? México se despertó, se puso buzo, caperuzo. No es el México de antes que permitía tanto abuso. Ya no hacen con nosotros lo que les dé la gana. Ya no son los tiempos de Antonio López de Santa Ana, el güey que vendió tanto territorio mexicano, donde hoy vive tanto ilegal latinoamericano. Por culpa de un vendido el territorio se ha perdido. Por eso otro vende patrias aquí no es bienvenido. Una cosa es ser socio comercial a nivel mundial y otra muy diferente que nos quieran tratar mal. Aquí es bienvenido de cualquier país algún turista, porque México es la riata y no soy nacionalista. Tan solo digo lo que es. Ya es muy tu pedo si la neta no lo ves. Dirían aquí en México botellita de Jerez. Todo lo que nos desean que se regrese al revés. Hablo por los mexicanos al decir que no rajamos, que sacamos la casta donde quiera que vamos, que si hay puros frijoles pues frijolitos tragamos, y si no tienes sillas en el piso nos sentamos.
Mexicana es mi bandera. Mexicano hasta que me muera. Mis colores y mi tierra. Mexicano al grito de guerra.
Arriba el tricolor, mi país es un amor. Disfruta su sabor, de su tierra el olor, de su gente el calor, de su sangre el dolor, por su patria el furor. México es un amor. Que viva la raza de bronce y que viva toda mi gente mexicana. Acuérdense que un mexicano va a nacer donde se le pegue la gana. Deben de estar orgullosos de haber nacido aquí en la tierra del maíz, y que chingue a su madre al que no quiera este país. México va para arriba, ya se dio cuenta el mundo. Vamos a ser primeros, ya no seremos segundos. Quieren invadir México, qué mal me huele. El litio es mexicano, carnal, y es lo que les duele. Acuérdense de mí, por favor, guarden la canción. En unos años México será una gran nación. Acuérdense de mí, por favor, guarden la canción. En unos años México será una gran nación.
Mexicana es mi bandera. Mexicano hasta que me muera. Mis colores y mi tierra. Mexicano al grito de guerra.
Que viva mi raza de bronce y que viva toda mi gente mexicana. Acuérdense que un mexicano va a nacer donde se le pegue la gana. Deben de estar orgullosos de haber nacido aquí, en la tierra del maíz, y que chingue a su madre al que no quiera este país. Y yo soy Siek.
testing. 1, 2, 3 testing. Okay, perfect. Needed to fix sound, family. Give me a second. Listen, I'm not gonna be doing the class. I'm just gonna play a video. I got work to do, but stick around. I will be here. All right, interesting stuff. And the first video I'm gonna show you is something that you guys need to know. Look, this was 9 months ago. Okay, now I didn't know what I know now. There's just something. One, two, three, testing. There it goes, right there. You see, we're getting messed with already, family. Apparently now they know what's up. Listen, before they try to block me again, I was on to them 9 months ago, but I really didn't see the whole thing that I'm seeing now. Okay, so I'm just letting you know that this isn't new to me. I just couldn't put my picture on it. Put my finger on it just yet. All right. So for all you guys that are listening, I got a lot of video. I'm gonna show you guys. I won't really talk much, promise. Just take notes because you're gonna get into some really heavy stuff. Okay, so let me at least hit this point. Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
What's up, everybody? It's Killer Beady Doggone Witchfinder General. You got a witch, I burn them up. Just look at y'all leader. Look at y'all Hebrew Israelite founder, Mr. Rabbi Matthews, practicing black magic. Putting that black magic on y'all. That's what got your heads all messed up, thinking y'all Israelite. Let me read this to y'all. Matthews' personal papers and the Sloanberg Library in New York includes 2 amulets of geometric design in Hebrew words borrowed in part from the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What's the 6th and 7th book of Moses? a book on witchcraft, how to perform black magic. These amulets offer a unparalleled, let me say this too, that book ain't written by no black people. That book was written in France by some white folk. These amulets offer a unparalleled view into the hidden transcript and the private settings where Rabbi Matthew performed the most secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of black Israelism. The square amulet in Matthew's personal papers was modified from second tablet of the Spirit of Fire found on page 16 of the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the Lawrence diagram indisputable is the fact that De Lawrence had reproduced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthew has repeated. So basically, Matthew's bit off the damn book, right? That he was known for doing shit like that, biting off of something and using it for their own. The word at the bottom, ha-kak, what's up, everybody? That book was written in France by some white folk. These amulets offer a unparalleled view into the hidden transcript and the private settings where Rabbi Matthew performed the most secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of black Israelism. The square amulet in Matthew's personal papers was modified from second tablet of the Spirit of Fire found on page 16 of the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the Lawrence diagram indisputable is the fact that De Lawrence had reproduced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthew has repeated. So basically, Matthew's bit off the damn book, right? That he was known for doing shit like that, biting off of something and using it for their own. The word at the bottom, ha-kak, meaning the power, has been miswritten. An errant vertical line closes the gap of the middle letters. See? See this here? I can skip y'all. I might share this one day. I might share this with y'all one day. The two amulets shed light on Matthew's esoteric theology, part of the secret knowledge at the heart of his black Israelite belief. Matthew wrote several phrases in the fractured Hebrew on the diagram, the top one of which can be translated, "Rise and give me good luck." Just below the median line of the Hebrew can be translated, "Within the eighth fire, you should give me life." And the bottom line may read either, "The eighth God should be my father," or "The eighth God, my father." At the simplest level, the diagram appears to be a good luck charm. But at the higher level, the omelet amplifies and expands on Matthew's theology. In later decades, Matthew taught that these were 7 spirits or elements of God and 12 heavens, which his daughter implicated in the Congregational newspaper. Do you know how few of us, the black Jews, know that God is wind, water, fire, life, light, power, and mind? This is God, the 7 elements. Each one of these elements, all gods among themselves. But the creator of these, the one ruler of these, is the one and only. He is God. He is in us, out of us, and is all about us. And without him, we wouldn't exist. Without anyone of these gods, we would not exist. Given that Matthew believed that the 7 elements of God, this diagram appeared to have been used to worship and invoke the power and presence of the supreme creator God. An 8th God who appears through the medium of fire. The repetition of the number 8, the image of the fire, and the personal filing relationship with God are noteworthy. Again, the amulet can be translated, rise and give me good luck. Within the 8th fire, you should give me life. The 8th God, my Father. Remember that Matthew began in the sanctified church. He may have borrowed the fiery conception of God from the common fire baptized holiness Pentecostal conception of God. The multiple God elements in his theology, however, is what makes Matthew's creed most like the religion of the Black Atlantic. Moreover, the ritual use of these diagrams seem to have allowed Matthew to be filled with the presence of God and to relate to the Creator. God as a son relates to the Father. The second round amulet repeats and amplifies this scene in God's imminence and Matthew's own power. The diagram consists of several Hebrew sentences printed over a Magen David, literally a shield of David, as 6-pointed star, which is common Kabbalistic related. After some undecipherable words in the beginning of the papers, the sentence continues. Look, this nigga practicing black magic on you niggas. And y'all don't even know it. And you ain't know. The coke practice black magic on your ass. And you ain't know. These niggas eating poke behind doors. And you ain't know. These niggas poking your wife in the back room. And y'all ain't know it. Half of y'all elders like niggas. And you ain't know. I'm Killer B the Witchfinder General. I might continue a little bit more on this. Y'all hit me up if y'all want this PDF and stuff with this proof that Rabbi Matthews was practicing black magic in one West. Stop it.
This content did not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Copyright disclaimer. This content did not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this.
All right, so check it. I've been talking about this for some time. All right, I've been saying that there are some white elitists and black elitists that have been falsifying information, providing us, false history in order for it to make so-called prophecy. And now you got certain people going around carrying that doctrine, and now they don't even realize that they've been set up. And then to top it all off, you're telling me that these are our people? Excuse me, but I don't think so. Let's go. Now, I don't have much scriptures in this. This is something I found this morning. This morning. But I do have some stuff to say in between. So let's go get it, man. We need to find out exactly who they are, what they do, and why is it that, hold on. Let me just make sure that I don't have the same one open. Give me a second. No, I don't need to hear that one. Give me a second here real quick. Oh, there's the same one I got here. Okay, perfect. Let's go.
So let's move on and talk about something else. About Steve Harvey. And I'm going to get Mark, and then I'll get the others in. So, Mark, Steve Harvey went to Trump Tower and is taking a lot of backlash for meeting with the president-elect. What do you make of this controversy?
You know, I love Steve Harvey and I have respect for Steve Harvey, and I think his intentions were accurate or appropriate, rather. But my disagreement is the way in which he's being used by folk like Donald Trump. Again, his intention is just to have a seat at the table. But when you're at the table, you should have experts at the table. You should have people who can challenge the president at the table. I don't care if Steve's there, but if I'm Steve Harvey, I'm bringing Michelle Alexander. I'm bringing Cornel West. I'm bringing Amani Perry. I'm bringing Eddie Glaude. I'm bringing Michael Eric Dyson. I'm bringing some folk with me who can challenge the president and inform the conversation. Otherwise, you're just being
Bruce, why
up
are
there.
you saying, "Oh my God"?
So you were at the meeting. You heard and saw everything.
I don't understand how anything I said would prompt that question.
Listen,
Unless Steve Harvey turned into a policy analyst in the behind the scenes meeting, then it doesn't matter what I was there. I'm saying my concern is the people he's trumpeting up and putting in front of the cameras.
Mark, you weren't even there. You don't even know what happened. Here's the deal. You don't know what happened. First of all, Pastor Darrell Scott, Michael Cohen, they are in a process of bringing all types of people from all over the country, from all different backgrounds, like we have remember the Diversity Coalition, where we reach out to all different types of people.
It was a bunch of mediocre Negroes being dragged in front of TV as a photo op for Donald Trump's exploitative campaign against black people, and you are a prime example.
How are you gonna? So now you want to name call, Mark?
Simone, you better jump in.
Now you want to name call. Now you want to.
In what world does Mark Lamont Hill think he is better than Steve Harvey? Now, why am I bringing this up? Because of this, guys. Watch this. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to read this real quick. It's probably the only thing I'll read other than the scriptures. This is from a book called Propaganda. And I read it before, and I'll read it again. The conscious, intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate the unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of this country. We are governed. Our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. This is the logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast number of human beings must cooperate. Cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as smoothly functioning society. Why do you think One West Camp is being like marketed and media right now in such a public stunt type of deal? Our invisible governors are, in many cases, unaware of the identity of their fellow members in the inner cabinet. They govern us by their quality of natural leadership, their ability to supply needed ideas, and by their key positions in social structure. Whatever attitude one chooses to take towards its condition, it remains a fact that in almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or in our ethical thinking, we are, and I believe it says, we are basically structured that way. So as you can see, they're molding us. I don't find this at one bit surprising. And that's why I've been telling you, you so-called black man of the Phoenician descent that has the Bible and claims you're Israel, man, you're not. And you so-called black man or black woman that is of a Hebrew descent who mixed with them,
at Vistaprint,
you need to pay attention to this video. These black plagues that the Greeks formed modern day society and democracy, not the truth, that it was their own ancestors, centuries before slavery, who taught the caveman who would become the Roman and Greek everything they knew, including how to end up enslaving the same people who taught them. So as you can see, this person doesn't really know their own history. See how everybody's just against each other. They don't even realize what's going on. And this, my friends, is one of the real problems with black community faces. People like Mark Lamont Hill, he educates black youth. Morehouse. Remember the word more? It means black. That is not a slave name, black man. That is your last name. But swears allegiance to the people. Let's continue this. I don't need to see all that. All right, here we go. You can see that he's part of a fraternity, Kappa Alpha Psi. All right, watch.
I am DeMarco Morgan, a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
My name is Leslie McNeil.
My name is Samuel Crenshaw.
The name of my fraternity is the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
And we do like this.
I do!
I'm Donna Lowry with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
So we decided on that day that
McNeil.
My name is Samuel Crenshaw.
The name of my fraternity is the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
And we do like this.
I do!
I'm Donna Lowry with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
So we decided on that day that we would go no other way. We cracked Destination, aka Destination, aka.
I am Blaine Alexander. I'm one of the reporters at 11 Alive, and I am also a dynamic diva, a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Hey, by the way, so-called black man, so-called black woman, okay? You are not being whitewashed here. This is who you are. The so-called white man and the so-called black man that came from Europe, y'all have been in cahoots with this the whole time. This is nothing new. Don't be surprised like, oh, they're not acting black. No, this is who you are. Stop playing games with y'all. Let's go.
I'm Karen Greer. We may belong to different houses, but we're all a part of the same trusted family. We may belong to different houses, but we're all a part of the same trusted family.
The Boule. What a coincidence. Man.
11 Alive.
See, they don't even realize that they ain't dancing for no massa. Yeah, oh boy, she said it. Sigma Pi Phi, right. Yeah. They are not dancing for no massa, Mr. Black Woman or Black Man, whoever did this video. I thank you, by the way. They are dancing for themselves. Because you guys enslaved the white man first. They're just kind of getting back at you. And it's prophetic. I'm going to do a class on that. It's regarding the 70-year prophecy. All right, but let's continue.
Proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
Are you saving on business insurance? Save up to 20% with Viberg and
You see how we're being told, like, hey, they're throwing the 666 sign and this and that. Man, all of that is just crest. That's all it is. It's just family crest. Other than maybe some other evil, wicked thing behind it, but quite frankly, it's just family crest.
A bunch of mediocre Negroes being dragged in front of TV as a photo op for Donald Trump's exploitative campaign against black people, and you are a prime example of that, sir.
I'm sorry, we Omegas. Yeah, I was trying not to do that on the Praise the Lord. I'm sorry, we Omegas. Yeah, I was trying not to do that on the Praise the Lord.
This is a lifestyle, and the legacy continues. All we do is teach and discipline. That is all, and that is it. All we do is teach and discipline. That is all, and that is it. Don't tell the thing, but we will pull it off. You wonder why that body why, but they don't understand it's do or die. I wanna be a new gamma guy. With it, it's you that my new pie.
All right, so for example, the other person said, oh, dancing for massa. Do white people do this? I've never seen white people do this. I'm just saying. I don't know what indoctrination they're talking about, but I've never seen white people do this. Ever. Not one time. None of what you're going to see right now do white folks do this. The so-called white man does not do this. They do something different. So again, the boulets, the so-called black man, the so-called black woman of Phoenician descent, are they really our people? Let's find out.
We need some motivation, so won't you come motivate me? Wait.
Ocean Park.
Again, do white people do this? Is
just so you know, it's interrupting. For whatever reason, these videos are interrupting, okay? I'm not making it up, all right? Just letting you know. Let's pray that they continue.
Ocean Park.
Again, do white people do this? Are they indoctrinating them into white ways? No. And I'm sorry, One West Camp. This is not my spirit. I've never resonated with this, nor do I do now. So are you our people? We have to ask ourselves, because you guys are the foreigners. We're not. We're here from this continent. You white man, you black man, you guys are the foreigners. And when I say black, you brothers and sisters that are Hebrews that look black, I'm not talking to you. But if you're emotional, then you either need to go to another channel, go to One West, and don't be here, because we go through facts here. Okay? You see, the so-called Northern Kingdom, we've already been through this. People that look like us have already effed us over. So it's not a coincidence that we see it happening and it's biblical. You guys have a problem with realizing that your own people that look like you will actually do you wrong.
Pop a perky just to start a pop it. Pop 2 cups of purple just to warm up.
Like my teeth in front of my hat. My ass in front of my teeth. Let me see that train. It feels so good to me. I love my teeth. I like my teeth in front of my ass. My ass in front of my teeth. It feels so good to me. I love my teeth. I like my teeth. Yes, in front of my ass. Come on, Lele. Come on, Lele.
You see, the person that did this video cannot wrap their mind around the fact that y'all are Canaanites. And that's why this spirit is in you. This is not my gente. I don't care what one word says. This is not my people. I can't wrap my mind around this, man. I can't. Hey, you know what, sis? It's true, because my wife had the same issue when we were going to these camps. She had the same issue. Always talking about women, those camps having our men talk the same way about women. The women, we women are not like that at all. Like, I'm talking about the Hebrew women. Our women, no. That's why I was like, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I would tell my wife, yeah, you're right. I understand. But this doesn't apply to you, so just ignore it. But she's like, Latino women aren't really like that. I know there's some, but like not all of us. And you know what? You're right, sis. It's very true. We're not. We're not. It's just it, man. I'm just calling it. It's spade a spade. Y'all call white people enemies and they're not your people, even though they are. Well, I'm letting y'all know that we never enslaved nobody, and y'all did. And this action, this spirit, is not a Hebrew spirit. I'm sorry. It is not. Hey, it's funny. You see the white guy, he's just like staring like, man, I gotta sit here. I don't know if he's security or what, but it's funny. Nah, bro, that's not a spirit at all, bro. Not at all. No, see, this is the silly doves in you guys, okay? You so-called Phoenicians. They even brand them like it's the 1800s. You guys were never in slavery. Stop it. Shut up. You guys were not. You guys had it good. Prior to in antebellum, you guys had it good. Prior to Civil War, you guys had it good. It was the natives that you were enslaving. It was our women that you were raping, pillaging, and slaughtering, and having babies through them. It was the 1/8 was a native 1/8. So if you were 1/8 native, you were considered a slave. So it was your own people that enslaved your own people. Don't blame the white man. They didn't even have enough power. Matter of fact, the white man can't do anything without y'all.
That is no. Fraternity guys?
No. What nation of people do y'all see there? Yep. What people, what nation of people do y'all see there? Do you see anybody, our gente? Nah, man. They are in our continent playing their, novela, their soap opera, while we're sitting back just watching it. It's time to stop. We ain't watching this crap no more. We got our Bible back. Now it's time to speak up and step up. We ain't letting this no more. You are in our continent. This is our land, and it's our Bible.
Yes. Ooh, nobody else. Please. Oh, stop it. Excuse me? Yeah, you played. Did you play? You got smacked in the wall.
No, he didn't. I guarantee you don't. If he couldn't jump it when he was 7'1", you think he played?
You did in college at LSU. Stop it. Ask him about me.
Yes.
When you used to hit that after dunks?
LSU.
At dunks. Which fraternity?
Omega. Omega Psi Phi. She's dog.
Is that what that was? So after dunks, right? That happened in college, yes.
For Smitty now and Kerr now and me. I guarantee you can. Who do a step right now?
Yeah.
You remember that? Do a step.
Go.
Go. Hiya! Wow! Get it! His knee hurt. His back. Yes.
Okay. Maybe he did.
Terrence J joins us here at Sun Air Canada Center because he's going to be the host.
Yo, so far they don't got it that bad. They don't have it that bad. So, excuse me, I was about to cough. Hold up. They don't have it that bad so far.
Of the Dunk King. That looks outstanding, man. How was it?
Oh, man, the show was amazing. You know, we had guys from all over the world come to compete, and we found some of the best dunkers. We saw people jump over fire, saw people jump, over ladders. And Shaq actually owes me $5,000 right now for charity, and I just wanted to call you out on that.
For doing what? What's your address?
I gave you have my address to send me the money.
No, I sent it. FedEx.
You're not sending
You
money.
better check with FedEx. I sent that
$5,000.
money.
We're going to start seeing how this soap opera is playing itself out. You see, these people have been placing pawns for us to have sympathy, empathy, and lack thereof for our gente. Sympathy and empathy for them. Oh, poor black people. But when it comes to our gente, no. I was so indoctrinated by One West that sometimes I didn't even want to give my own gente a flyer because I thought they may not be our people. That's how corrupt my mind was. Exactly, brother. No humility, man. Watch. Let's continue. Let's see if you guys are our people.
I see the light, the pink and green.
Oh, poor black people. But when it comes to our gente, no. Placing pawns for us to have.
We found some of the best dunkers. We saw people jump over fire, saw people jump, over ladders. And Shaq actually owes me $5,000 right now for charity, and I just wanted to call you out on that.
For doing what? What's your address?
I gave you have my address to send me the money.
No, I sent it. FedEx.
You're not sending
You better check with FedEx. I sent that money.
We're going to start seeing how this soap opera is playing itself out. You see, these people have been placing pawns for us to have sympathy, empathy, and lack thereof for our gente. Sympathy and empathy for them. Oh, poor black people. But when it comes to our gente, no. I was so indoctrinated by One West that sometimes I didn't even want to give my own gente a flyer because I thought they may not be our people. That's how corrupt my mind was. Exactly, brother. No humility, man. Watch. Let's continue. Let's see if you guys are our people.
I see the light, the pink and green.
Greetings, sorors and friends. On January 15th, 1908,
A group of young collegiate women gathered in Minor Hall on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. to organize Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. These 16 women, just one generation out of slavery, envisioned the world where every man...
You see how they just hype it up, man? Seriously, one generation out of slavery? You guys already have a fraternity. You guys have your own colleges. Lies. Y'all never went through the slave trade. You guys came directly from Europe.
Man, woman, and child had equal access to health care, housing, proper nutrition, education.
Hey, sister, it is witchcraft. Honestly, it's sincere witchcraft, man.
Bruh.
This is none but pure witchcraft. From Europe, yeah. Canaanite spirit. You're gonna see even Kaepernick is involved. Man, that's how crazy this gets.
And civil rights for more than a century. Alpha Kappa Alpha women have been at the forefront of every major social, civic, and humanitarian movement in this.
That's a lie, because you know what? The sister that actually was the one that went anti-fumigation when they were doing fumigation baths to our gente, she was the first one that said, no, I'm not doing it anymore. She got that from there. Rosa Parks, this was all planned. Rosa Parks was planned. The first woman that stepped up was our sister. You see what I'm saying? And all of these here, all of y'all are Phoenicians. Every single one of you guys. You guys are not full black. You guys are white and black. So some of y'all are black and some of y'all are white. So stop yelling at the white man, because you yelling at your actual brother. And I don't mean it biblically. I'm talking about carnally.
This nation.
Oh, yeah, of 1917 says the fumigation bath. So if you do a homework on the fumigation bath, watch, I'll show y'all real quick. Fumigation bath of 1917 on Mexico. This right here says. So what they did is, like the fumigation, the DDT that they use over there, the cyanide over there in Europe, they actually implemented that here first. So they would bathe our gente, because supposedly typhus or lice, they would spray them with DDT and like quarantine them and spray them with a bunch of stuff. Yeah, you guys got to do it here. Matter of fact, let me put the link up. You guys can do the homework on it. It's a very unfortunate history of ours. But you know what? Where's One West saying any of it? No, of course not, man. They don't give a damn.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
Pain is temporary. It may last for a minute, or an hour, or a day, or even a year. But eventually, it will subside, and something else will take its place. Eventually, it will subside, and something else.
That's their crest. Remember that class yesterday.
Will take its place.
7 young men founded a brotherhood committed to the cause of freedom. Today, over unparalleled. This is the story of Alpha Phi Alpha's century of leadership.
When most of us think of fraternities, these images come to mind. But there's much more. They develop leaders, promote brotherhood, academic excellence, and a call to service. This is true of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and one man in particular, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
He was part of that fraternity. He was a boule. What a coincidence.
While we were in the process of organizing our pledge group, we were informed that there was going to be a theology major. So we were intimidated, thought we're not going to be able to have as much fun.
It was thanks to Alpha Phi Alpha that I met Martin Luther King.
I was General Secretary of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. One of our initiatives was the 50th anniversary of the birth of the fraternity. He wasn't very well known at that moment, but when he finished talking that Sunday afternoon to that packed audience, everybody knew who Dr. King was when we got through.
Hi, I'm Hill Harper, and it's been 60 years since global human rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. answered the call and became part of the pioneering brotherhood of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. After over a century of activism and leadership, the fraternity stands tall as our brother is forever immortalized with the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial.
So what do you think? You think they set him up to fall so they could find an excuse and say the white man did it? Pfft, man, I swear. The most undeniably hypocritical nation of people I have ever encountered. That's real talk. I'm going to call it spade a spade because you say that about white folks. I know what white folks did to our gente, and they're going to get theirs. One thing I hate is a liar in my face to this day.
Tonight, in this BET News special, you will hear the untold story of Dr. King's life as an Alpha Phi Alpha brother and how our pioneering brotherhood helped him launch the first battles of the civil rights movement.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Lauren with the BobbyPin.com, and we're here with the one and only Mr. Roland Martin. How are you today?
I'm doing good.
Great. I see you're here at Howard, the Mecca, rocking your Alpha Phi Alpha
That's
apparel.
right. I'm here. The president invited me out, so I'm glad to hang out with him and see lots of friends out here. So having a good time.
Absolutely. I overheard you talking a little trash. What makes Alpha the #1 fraternity?
Easy. We were the first, and we are the first Black collegiate Greek letter organization. Everybody come after us. They're number of imitators. And so, as I tell them, Alpha.
Hey, I'll give you a nugget real quick, family. It came out of Brown College. And guess who graduated from Brown College? Your one and only Nate the Snake, man. Yes, Nate the Snake graduated from Brown College. And that's where the first fraternity, okay, West African fraternity kicked in. And you know what? I don't know, man. I got to look at that now. Because I know now that we have the servant of servants. Somebody's being taken advantage of, and it sure as hell ain't us. And those aren't Hebrews. So let's continue.
Was all y'all dad?
Hey, y'all can find out in 1900, in all of the Americas, specifically starting in Mexico, it was prohibited to print a Bible in Spanish or any dialect. Only the elite, people with wealth, could get one. Okay? So keep that in mind. They're opening Alpha Phi Alpha, whatever, fraternities, black colleges, black, what, BH, black something colleges or something. All right, let's continue. Yeah, wake up, black people of America. You enslave the white man. And you have elitists that don't give a damn about you. And you're over here making fun of me, calling me a racist. Look at this. I'm just bringing out facts. And again, because we come from a society of people that look like us, that have been doing this to us, for us, it's really easy to accept. For you guys, you think, oh, black, there's no way. Yes, dummies, there is a way. They may just not like y'all because you're 1/8 native.
I believe in forgiveness. I believe in trying to work with people. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very difficult. I know
IUIC is always talking about how, oh, white men are so hypocritical. They can look at your face and then literally say like they care for you. This is no different. I'm really learning about y'all, man. And I'm really finding that you guys are very hypocritical. You will literally say to my face, hey, what's up, man? And then I turn around like that. I cannot believe that this is what I'm finding about you guys.
It is president-elect as a legitimate president.
You do not consider him a legitimate president. Why is that?
I think the Russians participated in helping this man get elected, and they helped destroy the candidacy of Hillary Clinton.
Troopers, and we continue to walk.
Page 38 of the history book. In the building of the organizational plan. See, what was the niggas thinking about? That's what was the niggas thinking? Because you gonna sit up in 1904, just got your ass whipped in Reconstruction, just had Africa divided up before your very eyes.
You hear what he's saying? In Reconstruction, all of these changes happened. Prior to Reconstruction, it wasn't like that, a family. It was not. We've always had it this bad and never changed. Now we're seeing that we've been lied to, not only by the white man.
Colonialized up the butt just after the fake emancipation, Civil War, slavery, some still in slavery. You can't pee in a white toilet. You can't eat in a white restaurant. This is fucking 54 years before Rosa Parks. You understand what period we in? We talking about you got to lean way over.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, man. They Jake. They're not Canaanites. They Jake, right? But for us, oh no, man, y'all are spics, y'all are conquistadors.
But it go Greek. That's right. There ain't even no radio or TV yet, so somebody had to tell you about them. You couldn't even read about them. You couldn't see nothing about them and hear nothing about them. There was no TV and no radio in 1904. So when you talking about you gonna set yourself up like tenants of Skull and Bones at Yale, you better believe somebody in around this boule, and we checking on this history of Minton, may have been a Skull and Bones at Yale as damn self. Right. Passing for what? Passing for what? In the building of the organization plan, reliance was placed upon Greek history and traditions. And they're gonna tell you, to ask them niggas in that. I say, now look, hey, in the fraternity and sorority thing, hey, y'all really Greek or y'all like African on the slide? They say, no, brother, it's really African. Organizational plan, reliance was placed on Greek history. So when you confront them, they're going to swear it ain't a Greek thing. And you're going to tell them, say, well, I seen your thing. And
before preseason game in San Diego.
Defiant. Now we're going to see Kaepernick. This was all planned for sympathy and empathy. Poor black people. Watch. It's not racist talk, man. This is real talk. Because when you guys started saying the white man, everybody was fine. They enslaved us. Yeah, you're right. But now I'm like, wait a minute. The black man did it. Oh, no. You're teaching hate.
Uncompromising, compassionate. Phi Beta Sigma fraternity at its Centennial Gala celebration is proud to present Reverend Al Sharpton, the Founders Day Service Award.
All right, 49ers quarterback Colin Kaepernick is staying true to his word on the national.
Let me get that for you, bro. Isaiah 29:15. All right, Isaiah 29:15, and it reads, "Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Lord, and their work are in the dark. And they say, who seeth us, and who knoweth us? Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. For shall the work say unto him that made it, he made me not? Or shall the things framed say of him that framed it, he had no understanding? Let me continue reading it. It is not yet very little while, and Lebanon shall be turned into fruitful field, and fruitful fields shall be esteemed as the forest. But the point being is, woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel of the Lord, acting as if the Most High don't see you, like he don't know you, literally.
anthem. Last night, he again refused to stand for the anthem before a preseason game in San Diego. This time, though, he was not alone. Carter Evans is at Qualcomm Stadium, where the game was played. Carter, good morning.
Good morning. This time, a fellow player also refused to stand. Now, this was a silent protest, but it was amplified here because San Diego is a big military town. Still, Kaepernick says he is not going to stand up and show pride for a country that he says oppresses people of color.
For the ramparts we'd watch.
While the national anthem played, Colin Kaepernick knelt on one knee, joined this time by safety Eric Reed.
We came up with taking a knee to try to show more respect to the men and women that fight for this country.
Hey, man, I don't know about y'all, bro, but that's very effeminate. Sorry to tell y'all. To me, it is.
We don't buy no drinks at the bar. Pop champagne because we got that dough. Let me hear you say,
What are you going to do against it? I think.
Listen to this.
Those are very valid points, and Kaepernick has to play extremely well in order for San Francisco to win. You know, he's played lousy. It's been awful there. But, you know, he's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi. Yeah.
Hey, man, that's a great point, bro. Listen, fam, as I told you, man, I'm letting this whole video play, okay? I'm doing work on the side, so I'm watching it at the same time I'm doing work. I can do it at this time because there's, you know, I can do it now, all right? But anyways, man, that's an excellent point, bro. When are they going to realize? You know, there is a nation of people that is not at the bottom of the barrel, and they're not getting salvation. And maybe you did rule at one point, clearly, but that's it. You're done. Just move on. Just live with it. We lived with it for 500 plus years. You're trying to steal our salvation, our heritage, on our land. The audacity. Let's continue. Remember the spirit of femininity, okay? Because this is not just one point. This week, they're going to get it. Let's go.
Right. I'm just saying. You get the pass with you. Now, right. I'm just saying. You get the pass with you. Right. I'm just saying. You get the pass with you.
You see that? It's almost over.
You will see that we have in fact cracked a riddle that has contained our people. Our people have been contained by an organized element of secret people who have used riddles, mysteries, and secret societies to jam us. And what we are doing is we are unlocking or decodifying the mystery, because once decodified and exposed, those who are secret in the light will not be as effective.
Isaiah 29:15, all praises, Eastside. Yo, check it out. I'm going to show y'all something. And this is, again, I ain't targeting, I know it sounds like it, but I am bringing out what I see. I don't care what school you're from. But if you saying you are a leader and you're also doing this, you are a Pan-African. A Pan-Africanist. That's what he is. What is a Pan-Africanist? You are a Pan-African. A Pan-Africanist. That's what he is. What is a Pan-Africanist? Pan-Africanist. It says, Pan-Africanist is the belief that people of African descent have common interests and should be unified. Historically, Pan-Africanism has often taken the shape of political and cultural movement. There are many varieties of Pan-Africanism. It is the narrowest interpretation of Pan-Africanists envision a unified African nation where all people of African diaspora can live. In more general terms, Pan-Africanism is the sentiment that people of African descent have a great deal of common, in fact, that deserves notice, even celebration. You see that? This is your king, IUIC, the Pan-Africanist. these guys are exposing y'all. So now that we see this, I got a short video, and then we're calling it a day for well, again, it's not my Sabbath. It's some.
From this. So, from this. So, I think that it's a good initiative, but I don't think it has to be based on this fraud of 400 years.
Agreed. This 400 years, 1619, prophecy hype is a fallacy. Many things in this so-called awakening are highly suspect. For example, dates always changing, yet revised and marketed to suit a narrative.
For 400 years after slave ships made their first journey from Africa to the American colonies, our next guests are putting a spotlight on the consequences that still resonate to this very day, and was celebrating the unsung contributions of Black Americans and talking about ways to correct a really shameful history. Please welcome the creator of the New York Times Magazine's 1619 Project, Nicole Hannah-Jones, and
said today, I will agree with you that the year of return is a fraud.
And the 2019 year of return is a sign. It's an end sign for the nations. And it just so happens that right around 2019, the Panafest and all these Black people going to Ghana visiting, and it created all this money flowing into Ghana,
Bruh. And I had a vision, and the angel Gabriel came to bring the word of God, and the year of the Exodus would be 1967.
Bruh. So first he's talking about a 2,000-year-old Ethiopian prophecy that can be related to any goddamn body. Now he's saying that this prophecy is actually about us current day Americans, because he ties it to the civil rights movement, which was a Freemasonic movement. Please do your research. Please. Goodness sake.
God is going to send his decree in these last days, and that is to totally annihilate America. America will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000.
Bruh.
Said today, I will agree with you that the year of return is a fraud. Let's talk about African Americans repatriating back home. They don't have visa free.
Let me read it real quick. Deuteronomy 18:20. It says, "But the prophet which shall presume to speak in a word in my name, which I have not commanded to him." Let me read it again. Deuteronomy 18:20. "But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die." So whether you come in the name of the Lord, the Most High, our Creator, or Satan himself, Hashatan, or that spirit, guess what's going to happen? You're going to die. You guys are a walking corpse. Verse 22, "When a prophet speaketh the name of the Lord, or speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord has not spoken. But the prophet had spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him." It's very clear, fam. It's very clear. Let's go back real quick. Let's start it again so you can see the actual picture.
From this. So, I think that it's a good initiative, but I don't think it has to be based on this fraud of 400 years.
Agreed. This 400 years, 1619, prophecy hype is a fallacy. Many things in this so-called awakening are highly suspect. For example, dates always changing, yet revised and marketed to suit a narrative.
For 400 years after slave ships made their first journey from Africa to the American colonies, our next guests are putting a spotlight on the consequences that still resonate to this very day, and was celebrating the unsung contributions of Black Americans and talking about ways to correct a really shameful history. Please welcome the creator of the New York Times Magazine's 1619 Project, Nicole Hannah-Jones, and
said today, I will agree with you that the year of return is a fraud.
And the 2019 year of return is a sign. It's an end sign for the nations. And it just so happens that right around 2019, the Panafest and all these black people going to Ghana visiting, and it created all this money flowing into Ghana,
Bruh. And I had a vision, and the angel Gabriel came to bring the word of God, and the year of the Exodus would be 1967.
Bruh. So first he's talking about a 2,000-year-old Ethiopian prophecy that can be related to any goddamn body. Now he's saying that this prophecy is actually about us current day Americans because he ties it to the civil rights movement, which was a Freemasonic movement. Please do your research. Please. Goodness sake.
God is going to send his decree in these last days, and that is to totally annihilate America. America will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000.
Bruh.
Said today, I will agree with you that the year of return is a fraud. Let's talk about African Americans repatriating back home. They don't have visa free. They have to pay for visa. If you really want them to come back home, you don't think they have to get visa free if it's really the year of return? You don't think so?
I had tears going to sleep, and I woke up this morning telling my husband about it, and I said, everyone needs to learn.
She's been
and
saying,
know
we got to
more.
go to Ghana.
I know.
We gotta go to Ghana.
Ghana's beautiful from the video I watched. Why did you want to do that? And what was the New York Times reaction when you said, not just a page, I want the entire magazine to be this?
Every black person living should go to Ghana and see them slave castles so you can see what they did to us. You got to see what they did to us.
Slave, including people of color. The way people talk about slavery these days, you'd think it was a uniquely American thing that we invented in 1619. The word slave comes from Slav, because so many Slavic people were enslaved, and they're as white as the Hallmark Channel. Who do you think gathered the slaves from the interior of Africa to sell to slave traders?
She's continuing her 3-day visit here to...
We have pastors in church who are Freemasons, pastors in church who are Illuminatis. There are many men of God in quotes. There are many of them. I have the list. I'm going to provide you the list. Those who have gone to Ghana, those who have gone to Nigeria, those who have gone to Sierra Leone, those who have gone to South Africa, Tanzania, all over. So, to seek powers. Men of God, in quotes. They sacrifice people, and there is, they are given.
I say a special akwaba to our visitors from outside Ghana, and with the hope that you will always cherish fond memories of this visit in coming years. Anniversaries are occasions for celebration. It is also a time for reflection on achievements and shortfalls over the period, and to determine the way forward for improved performance and aspirations. In our world of Freemasonry, 10 years of existence is but a drop in the ocean compared to the tricentennial, bicentennial, and centennial of the existence of our mother grand lodges and daughter and subordinate lodges. In our own Grand Lodge, all the subordinate lodges except one are older than the Grand Lodge. We are therefore a babe in arms. The advantage of our situation is that we have older lodges and Grand Lodges to look up to for guidance and direction, to adapt to our special cultural, political, and spiritual situation, while retaining the basic and universally accepted underpinning characteristics of the craft. As we are all aware, it is 20 years since I was enthroned on the golden stool as the Asantehene.
You're going to find out in the last days that the main people that you go and worship in these churches, they're going to be the main one holding you down. That is because the churches Now remember, now, these same churches are the one that sold you out all the years ago. They didn't even have a black census until all the Negro preachers got together with the NAACP. They got together and turned in all the names of black citizens. That's how they got black people on the census, with these Negro preachers. Check. Now, this is the reason why when things go down, you saying my minister ain't saying it. Well, first of all, your minister is ignorant.
Members. Now the Jesuits,
the history of the Jesuits,
are the ones who behind the scenes control many things. They were founded on the 15th of August 1534 by Ignatius Loyola and were sanctioned by the Pope on the 27th of September 1540. So they were created, as it were, to stand against the Reformation. They were designed to destroy the Reformation. Loyola wanted the order to be champions of Catholic unity, and of course submission to Christ's vicar, the Pope, was absolutely essential. Here you have the institution of Loyola's organization by the Pope on this particular day, and there are some interesting analogies which we will find here. Here, for example, there is considerable analogy between Masonic and Jesuitic degrees. And the Jesuits also tread down the shoe and bear the knee because Ignatius Loyola thus presented himself at Rome and asked for the confirmation of the order. Now, who existed first? Freemasons or the Jesuits? The Jesuits existed first, of course. They were to obey as a corpse, a cadaver. The reconstitutions repeat 500 times that one must see Christ in the person of the general, and even if God gave you a dog, you must obey him as though he were Jesus Christ himself. And if I cannot do it openly, I will do it secretly. That is what a Jesuit swears. This is the famous Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome, the most prestigious Catholic university in the world. The Jesuits, in all their enclaves, have their figures in caves. Now, in paganism, all the deities come out of the cave, and they have the letters IHS, which actually stand for Isis, Horus, Set, which is the Egyptian Trinity. They, of course, say it means Jesus hominum salvator, Jesus the Savior of men, but it doesn't. It means IHS, Isis, Horus, Set. They have the symbol of the triangle with the eye in a circle, which is also the symbol used in the New Age movement. And we saw that Gary Carr says that Freemasonry controls the New Age movement and the Jesuits control the Freemasonry, or created it.
The founder of the Jesuits was a man called Don Inigo Lopez, who was born into an extremely wealthy family in the Basque region of Spain in 1491. He later changed his name to Ignatius Loyola. As a young man, Loyola was said by police records to be proud, violent, vindictive, and dangerous. His great life's ambition was to become a powerful military commander, which was going well until one particular battle where a cannonball broke one of his legs and heavily wounded.
The tax exempt law. Now what's that law? See something 50136. C6. 501c3, ain't it? It says 501c3, which is the tax exempt. All your black churches and your black colleges, all started by the Freedmen's Bureau, you see, at the same time, to give you a false sense of you gotta get, I want to die and I want to see the Lord and all this kind of thing here, and everybody, and we shall overcome. To give you this foolishness because they can control how far you go with what religion that they done messed up of yours and gave back to you, and what education they gave back to you, and you done had 140 years of both the black church and black colleges, and yes, you in the worst shape. You see what I'm saying? Now the key to that is because them being under the tax exempt law, the major churches, your AME churches, and your United Methodists, which would be your two big black churches, they cannot open the door not unless you see a American flag with a gold strip down the side. That American flag and the gold strip down the side is the Illuminati flag, which means that these churches are owned, operated, and controlled.
Hear me. We got got more preachers in the pulpit that have pledged their allegiance to Omega Psi Phi, to Alpha Kappa Alpha. They can step, they ain't spiritual. They got all the moves, can't cast out a devil. How you got a brand on your back and you can't worship God? These the same folks that be stepping the moment God come in the building. While they're stepping go. You look at Islam, they got spiritual leaders. You look at Buddhism, they got spiritual leaders. And then you look at Christianity, we got celebrities. There's gonna be a change in leadership. You will no longer be led by carnal leaders. You will no longer be led by fleshly leaders. God is raising up spiritual, I don't care, spiritual leaders.
Not unless you see an American flag with a gold strip down the side. That American flag and the gold strip down the side is the Illuminati flag, which means that these churches are owned, operated, and controlled. That means that the black colleges are under the same law, just being run by the Illuminati. See what I'm saying? Now, on the other hand, do you know, even some of the Prince Hall Masons don't know this. Don't you know that Prince Hall Masonry, who is in accord with the church, got to sign a petition by the government every year that they don't bear arms against the government? You see what I'm saying? You see? Now, we know these particular things because, are you a 33rd degree Mason? 32nd degree Mason. Tell me, does black Masonry, because you're a Prince Hall, that ain't nothing but a doggone social club, drinking liquor and driving cabs and singing Negro spirituals in the church, and a few grips and passwords. And if you was really a doggone Mason, the white Masons got doggone women in their Mason. Annie Besant, 33rd degree Mason. You see what I'm saying? Over 100 years ago. Blavatsky, 33rd degree Mason. They got women in the Masonry. If you really was down, you'd put the women in the Masonry. And I ain't talking about no Eastern Star either. All on nothing. The Masons, the black Masons is no more than the AKAs and the Deltas or the doggone Buffalo Lodge, the doggone Flintstones.
Politicians now. I'm talking about, we're going Mason, right? We're going Freemason, we're going the Illuminati thing. Because I believe that in a world where we are the richest people, why would we let people do their own thing? Sure. Like we wouldn't. So we need our elite, our ruling class, not the politicians, not our ruling class, to create a vision that no matter who takes office, South Africa's moving forward.
They have a chain of command similar to militia groups, use code words, and have insignia bearing the favorite weapon of the cult, along with its color. Members are promised protection from rival gangs, but it is mostly about power and popularity. These secret societies are banned in Nigeria, and hundreds of members have been arrested and prosecuted over the years.
To be Masons, why were you being asked to do two opposite things?
What people don't realize is that the Catholic Church helped start the Masons. And that, for example, the Scottish Rite, most of the degrees in the Scottish Rite were written by Jesuits. So even though there is this apparent antipathy between the Masons and the Catholics, to the point that up until John Paul II's reign, if you became a Mason, you were Roman Catholic, you were de facto excommunicated, just like that. But actually it's all a sham, because most of the high level of people in the Vatican are all Freemasons, and many of the people that are Freemasons are Catholics.
Because the Jesuits control all of them, every single level.
Basically nice, decent, law-abiding people. And at low levels, they basically are. They teach people to be decent, law-abiding citizens. And a lot of the low-level Masons have no idea what the Masonic order really is. It's a very deceptive organization. It's a very Luciferian organization, and they gradually kind of bring you to that understanding.
275 years ago, the Freemasons established their first lodge in Germany. In the venerable church of St. Michael, the members of what is probably the biggest secret society in the world are celebrating a jubilee. A hidden parallel world exists in our midst. one with its own special symbols and strange rituals.
He saw that, and he dropped like he was poleaxed. They're Masons. By the square, by the level, by the plummeral, by the compasses, by the all-seeing eye.
Nelson
So
Mandela
if
was
we
a
go
Freemason,
to co-masonry,
particularly
this
a
is the
Prince
symbol
Hall
of,
Freemason.
Co-masonry are the symbols, words, and other Masonic expressions also found within the occult? Yes, they are. They are also used in the Golden Dawn and other societies. As we say, here is the Order of the Eastern Star. Here is their main center, the international headquarters, also known as the International Temple. That is where it is, in Washington, D.C. This is Prince Hall Freemasonry. This is Black Freemasonry. And very often the Masons themselves, here is their main center, the international headquarters, also known as the International Temple. That is where it is, in Washington, D.C. This is Prince Hall Freemasonry. This is Black Freemasonry. And very often the Masons themselves do not know about all these sub-organizations. So if you go up the ranks of Prince Hall Freemasonry, then you will find Knights Templars up there, for example. Knight Templar, well, that tells you something, right? So they really use these names. This is their own page, so this is not something that has been thought up. And the very, very highest individuals in the black world, for example, are Prince Hall Freemasons. Might I mention a name, Nelson Mandela, if you're interested? This is what they look like. So there's no such thing as it just being a white brotherhood, although each one of the groups is individually often non-informed. This is the levels. These are the levels in Freemasonry, and we can fill them in. The actual levels vary according to the source.
You can see right now, we're actually in the worship hall of a Prince Hall Freemason Lodge. Right now, this is in Brooklyn, New York. Look down where I'm standing right now. You got the black and white checkered floor. All right, you got your altar obviously right here. And I just noticed something interesting that I never noticed before. Check this one out. Look inside of the bulb. They actually have the Freemason logo inside of the bulb. So the light is the grand architect, Lucifer. They actually put that in the bulb. That's interesting. And you want to see? Check this out, what they're using for music. He's got the whole world in his hands. They play that on the organ in it.
I visited another lodge while they were setting it up. If Freemasons worship the devil, why is this lodge inside a Baptist church? Look, a holy Bible.
So how do you draw the distinction? Meaning you're saying you're a Catholic and then you're a Mason, and does that get
I'm a Catholic, and the Pope, I think John Paul, honored me with a knighthood, Catholic knighthood. They came here to this very room from Centenary House to interview me, because before the Pope would confer such an honor on a person, they would want to know that he would be a worthy recipient. And they asked me, are you a Mason? I told them yes.
Oh.
Well, we went away. They came back, and I told them again. But the Pope, in spite of that, said, go ahead. It's an open-minded thing. But the Pope, currently, you've got Catholics, some Catholics in Masonry. But of course, there are still some who wouldn't touch Masonry at all, because historically, Catholics were not supposed to join this thing.
And become Masons. Interesting.
That's something I respected.
I woke up, first thing I wanted to see was him.
before I went to bed at night, the last thing I wanted to see was him. I love him.
In a sense, Mark had been turned out by his own boy. He fell in love with Mindy, and in prison that made him vulnerable.
And David Mendenhall, he worked on radios, and he'd fix my radio and everything. We got to talking, eating together, you know, drinking together. We'd do a little drugs together, and we became friends.
I had never turned a boy out or had a boy or anything, and that wasn't my objective. You know, I was just supposed to pull him away from the other people he was kicking it with and to kick it with us.
They never threatened me, and basically they give me anything I wanted. You know, watches, clothes, boots, shoes, anything I wanted I could get.
His family had cut him off. Mail calls came with no letters from home and no money on the books. Survival was looking.
I mean, his ass. It was more than that. You know what I'm saying? I cared deeply about him.
And we was there for each other through this, you know, whatever situation. So that caused me to have feelings about him. I didn't really kick it with nobody else for a little over 2 years.
Mindy was not the only one to join Mark's makeshift clan. There was Hips, a forger. He began as a prison wife.
It's really not just a sex thing. It's about having a companion. Somebody that you know is your friend.
I got Hips through a partner of mine. Hips went to the street and come back to prison. When he got to the camp, he owed out like $300-400 worth of shit. When he first got there, from before when he was in prison.
And we were business partners. Okay, when I left and he left, we met up again here at Limestone in 2000. Okay, and it was the same scenario. Mark had a boy, David Mendenhall, okay, and I run tattoos, run a store, and hustled, all right? So me and Mark started running a store again together, hustling, trying to make more money and more money and more money and more money, and before you know it, I ended up with 2 boys, and he ended up with 2 boys, and we called it a family, and when he wasn't around, I watched all of them, and when I wasn't around, he watched all of them. And
a challenge. It made my dick hard to chase him, to see if I could get him before anyone else.
I met Mark on the chain gang. I would say it was in '98. I wouldn't talk to him for the first couple of days because I was too scared. But then after that, I kind of loosened up a little bit, and I got high with him. He was running the store, and I had a person I was looking out for as far as loaning him stuff. So I'd go to Mark and get stuff and loan it out for a money order or whatever, and just pay Mark off. So that's how we got acquainted, was just the business.
He came to me, and requested to be with me, you know what I'm saying? Which was rather strange because this was like the first guy that ever pulled up on me and said, hey man, can I be with you? You know, so.
The coke practice black magic on your ass, and you ain't know. These niggas eating poke behind doors, and you ain't know. These niggas poking your wife in the back room, and y'all ain't know it. Half of y'all elders like niggas, and you ain't know. I'll kill be the witchfinder general. I might continue.
It was rather shocking.
So we ended up doing a business transaction on some money, and he asked me if I would do something for him. And I told him yeah. Of course, at the time I said that I didn't have that in mind, but that's what it ended up being. So, you know, from that point on, I didn't really kick it with nobody else for.
God that we all worship.
Okay. He looks pretty cool. He's like a crazy goat man kind of thing.
Now, we will need you to include some of our messaging in your program.
Oh, okay. So you mean like there's going to be a commercial sponsor or something?
No, nothing tacky like that. No, we just want you to have some, you know, self-destructive themes. You know, like we use a lot of hip-hop artists to glorify violence and drugs.
Welcome to another episode of You Gon' Learn Today. On this episode, we're talking about Tupac Shakur and his relationship with the Vatican. Let's go. In 2009, the Vatican compiled 12 songs as part of an official playlist to be recognized by the church. Changes by Tupac was one of the songs selected. The distinction is the first time the Catholic Church had officially recognized the work of any famous American artist. Father Giulio Neroni chose the songs, and Pope Benedict XVI approved the playlist. Afeni Shakur, the mother of the late Tupac, said, quote, "This is such an amazing surprise. It's not something I would have ever thought possible. I give thanks every day, knowing Tupac's words and music continue to have such an incredible effect on people worldwide."
It used to be a secret fraternity of the elite. And so occasionally by divination, they see through the vistas of time and they handpick potential people across music, across the arts and entertainment, across business. And so they come to you with a proposal to manipulate things according to their will. You become a benefactor when you sell your soul to the devil.
Friendly dude. See, I told you, see, all this is giving me all that. Oh man, he took care of me, man. He gave me this shirt, you know, these jeans and the Timbos. I'm looking fly out here, right? Giving me all this, giving me all that. I said, look, man, you getting groomed. Sebo ain't no friendly dude. See, I told you, Sebo like white boys. And he like, man, you tripping, dog. You tripping. I said, listen, I've been here for 3 years. You just got here. I'm trying to look out for you. He like, man, I got this. Right? 3 days, maybe 3 days later, right? I ain't see the white boy for 3 days. He ain't come out of cell for 3 days.
Damn, 3 days.
I'm like, that's odd. Wonder what's going on with him.
Bed rest.
He finally come out on the 4th day. He wearing his shirt all tied down there.
Oh no.
He already had hair like came to like right here. It was dyed red. Got Jolly Ranchers and dipped them in like a mop bucket thing in water and made like a coloring of red Jolly Ranchers and put it on his head.
Not the damn Jolly Ranchers.
When Sebo walked out of that cell, the white boy was holding his back pocket. He would not look up. He was looking at the ground. He was not allowed to look at another man in that pod.
Oh, man.
I'm trying to bring awareness to people. So check this out. I'm not telling y'all this story to scare nobody. Actually, I am. Because if this video can reach somebody from doing something stupid and ending up in prison, and this could happen to you, and it can happen to you.
Yeah, it can.
This is a warning. Don't do nothing stupid out here in the world so you don't have to get locked up.
Tell you something, black man, you gotta watch these stinking Africans, man. Right. And they know you not the same people. this anti-African rhetoric come from? Because their forefathers identified themselves as Ethiopian Hebrews. 1936 letter. So here's a 1936 letterhead, the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews. So let's go to the next slide. They can't say I'm making it up. So here we see is a membership card of the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews, SNDO-C, 30 West 129th Street, Rabbi W.A. Matthew. Because this is the guy who's the father of this community that we see today. Very important stuff that you're going to research. Don't find out who these people are. Let's go to the next slide. Wow, here we go with a death certificate. When this man died, the father of the Hebrew groups that say they are anti-African, God doesn't love Africans, where on the death certificate does it tell us that the creator of this doctrine came from? Stinky old African. He comes from Lagos, Nigeria. Let's look at it. Rabbi, right? This is his death certificate. Whitworth, Matthews. This is the guy. This is your creator of your Israelite movement that hates Africans, who was part of the Ethiopian Hebrews. But they hate Africans, though. Wow. How do you hate Africans and the man that created your doctrine is from Nigeria, Africa? This is his death certificate. The creator of their doctrine was born in Nigeria. So let's go to the next slide. That thing we saw earlier when it was Ethiopian Hebrews, it's an Ethiopian Hebrew lodge. Masons. Under white folks. Wow. This is not my mail, this is his. So we go to the next slide. This is very interesting because the whole time we thought it was a Hebrew temple, it was a Masonic lodge, and he got raised by a pale white man. And now we see their new symbol today looks mighty like the compass and square. And we see two swords going through it, which is symbolic of the Royal Ark in Freemasonry. And now it's in this symbolism today, the Israelite school of the universal practical knowledge. The swords that are being seen right here are reflective of the Royal Ark degree in Freemasonry. So there's no coincidence of all of this. Because if you put a little line here and a little line here, you're going to wind up what they call a Magen David.
The Star of David, where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Perhaps. Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Is it nobody knows,
Yeah,
huh?
I don't know. I'm not, yeah.
Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so.
In Amos, God said, you took up for yourself the star, that's the six-pointed star, of your God, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch, the great Baal, the great fire god, who was the devil. You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism and of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper, on October 28, 1927, stated, "Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?"
So we see this nice little Magen David, 6-point star, someone's known. 1979, Rabbi Matthew passes. New leadership also name change from Royal Order to Israelite Rabbinical Academy. So they didn't wind up changing the name. Now they're Israelites.
Those who turn to Jewish traditions to augment their spiritual lives, in actuality are turning to Pharisaism. Jewish scholars admit the fact that modern Judaism is Pharisaism. Pharisaism became Talmudism.
So we see who got their hands all in this Israelite culture. So then later, as eternal strife for commandment keepers will culminate. Obviously, the direction causes problems. Early separation from commandment keepers by Rabbi Abba Bivens. Abba Bivens will eventually create School of the Torah, Old Testament. Abba Bivens will be critically beaten and named Ariah, Yaqub, and Peter Sherrod, who said he came in a personage of King David. Leaders. Ariel will change teachings of Abba Bivens by adding Messianic New Testament, thereby forming what you know today is the ISUPK, the ICUPK, your Alliance of Israel, your AOC, and all the other people that exist, the ICIU and all that. Spin-off camps.
Numbers 15. The Lord said to Moses,
"Speak to the people of Israel and tell them to make tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, and to put a cord of blue on the tassel of each corner."
Deuteronomy 22.
It says, "You shall make tassels on the four corners of the clothing." This word for tassels is different. It's not tzitzit, it's gedalim. And it means twisted threads. And so it's in the sense of twisting. And so when you're looking at a tunic, we know that tunics often would have four corners, and here is a photo of a tunic. But you'll notice here that there's one corner, there's the other, and you can kind of see this other corner behind it, and they even have these tassels hanging down on each corner. The Katan Tali had this opening for the head so that you could wear it over your shoulders.
A lot of the founding of America was based on Moorish science. So again, Masonry is based on Moorish science. So they would have these Moorish advisors around them. If you look at old paintings of George Washington, you will see George Washington standing next to a black man with a turban. And remember, when you see the black man with the turban, that's a Moor, that's not a slave. See, people automatically assume that black is slave, but slaves didn't wear no turbans. Because remember, slaves weren't allowed to practice no Islam or any other kind of religion except Christianity.
Moorish Science Temple of America. founded in Newark, New Jersey, in 1913 by Timothy Drew, known to followers as Noble Drew Ali and also as the Prophet. Drew Ali taught that all blacks were of Moorish origins but had their Muslim identity taken away from them through slavery and racial segregation. Noble Drew Ali wrote, "Black Americans were actually Asiatics who descended from the Moabites." Teachings of Noble Drew Ali from the Moorish Questionnaire, better known as the Moorish 101. Number 5. Who is Noble Drew Ali? He is Allah's Prophet. 17. What is our religion? Islamism. Number 87. In all reality, what is a Negro? A Negro is a four-legged animal. 88. What is meant by the word black? Black, according to science, means death. 90. What does Ethiopia mean? Ethiopia means something divided. 91. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. 94. Will you define the word white? White means purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. The Nation of Islam grew out of the contested succession to Drew Ali and became a separate organization in Detroit in 1932. In addition to the main body of Freemasonry derived from the British tradition, there are now a number of appendant groups which draw their membership from the higher degrees of Freemasonry.
So, these Native American scholars, the Latinos, and the Egyptians and Amazigh people are being censored from having discussions because Afrocentrics don't want them a part of their own discussions in their countries. They don't want people to know that we have been wrong and we have been rabid racists, stealing other people's culture and insulting them and disrespecting them in the process of attempting to usurp another people's culture. I told you when at the end of 2020, I said 2021 is going to be the year of big feelings. And guess what? Everybody's in their feelings right now. This Nubia and Egypt thing, this ancient Egypt, who were they thing, is coming to a head. Just like the Native American thing came to a head and we stopped fucking around. Just like the Moorish thing came to a head and we stopped claiming that. It's time for Egypt now. It's time for you listening to me to evolve. That is not black people's ancient history. West Central Africa is your history. You guys need to come on back home. Leave these people's shit alone and come on back home to West Africa. Right about now, after I make this video later on over the next few days, the Hotep hustle is over. I'm about to drop some serious information that I've been learning from people who actually are in the culture and who actually speak the language. You guys got to stop stealing other people's culture and be proud West Central Africans. And worry about your own shit. You're black Americans now. You're African Americans now. But you're distant descendants of West Central African peoples. That's your bloodline. Focus on your shit a little more. And get out of everybody else's shit. Because on the world stage of academia, y'all making black folk look bad, destitute, thirsty, unhappy. Centric scholars. Message to you black Afrocentric scholars and fans and wannabes and all you people in the conscious community who claim to study black history or history. This is a repeated thing that's going on right now. I remember a time several years ago where a lot of people in the conscious community was claiming to be the Native Americans. And in the process of claiming to be Native Americans, they were disrespecting real Native Americans. They were calling them fake-ass $5 Indians. They was telling them, you ain't no Native American, you an implant. Just think if somebody done that to you. I mean, just think about it. And white folk, and anybody touch your culture, your history, and you guys got upset. Okay, so you guys are doing the same thing. You guys just reversed it. Y'all was caught, you guys was insulting so many Latino, Mexican, and Native American, disrespecting their culture, trying to claim their culture, trying to steal their culture. And at one point, I'm going to tell you how that went down. How many years ago was this? 3.5 years ago. Somebody asked me a question one time and said, hey, what do you think about Africans coming to America before Columbus? I said, you know what, I think maybe a ship or two may have got lost and people landed there and stuff like that. And then culture was born there. But it's just not a small amount of the population. Maybe, you know, there's some groups of Africans in America. Latino guy came on the thread, tagged another black person who was conscious and up on it before me and said, such and such, is that true? And he said, nope. And this was a black guy I respected. At one time, I called him one of the smartest brothers on my page. So I had to wait. Then they started breaking some shit down. Then I changed. I wasn't claiming that the Native Americans back. I just said maybe a very small percentage got there on accident in their culture, you know. But I never bought into it and was claiming the old Mexican thing. Okay, so after time goes by, I start friending a lot of these Latinos. A lot of them were like the old Mex. You would call that Mesoamerican history. A lot of them were Mesoamerican scholars, knew their culture, their ancestors' history. And after a while, I thought about it. I said, God damn, they was kicking so much real shit. I said, how in the fuck am I listening to some confused black American tell me about Mesoamerican history? That's like, why would I go to some, what we call these master teachers, or these people in the black American community, to learn about the Shanghai dynasty? I mean, like, what are we doing here? If I want to know about the Shanghai dynasty, maybe I should go to the people who actually study the Shanghai dynasty history. Maybe if I want to learn about Chinese culture, maybe I should learn from a Chinese scholar. You know what I'm saying? See, I kick in and change quicker than other people, right? So I had developed a whole bunch of these people who are Latino and study Native American history, their ancestors' history. So one of my at this time he was a good Afrocentric friend of mine. He come on my post bashing they ass, calling them all kind of shit. Disrespectful. I fell asleep, and this thread went on for hours. But this Afrocentric was insulting the Native American guy first. I mean, going hard at him, calling him fake, just saying, you this and that, you racist bastard, we're going at him. So the Native American scholar, no, it was a brother. But anyway, one of the brothers got mad at it and finally snapped back and talked about my Afrocentric friend's wife. I wasn't there, I was asleep. I wake up in the morning, 1,000 damn comments. So the Afrocentric dude get mad at me because it's on my post the argument went down and the guy insulted his wife. I said, wait a minute, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I didn't insult your wife. I wasn't even around. Me and the guy never been friends since. But it was a case of he was berating the Native American people, guys, and the Latinos, just bashing them. And when they snap back, all of a sudden now you guys are crying foul. They had, in my opinion, if some foreigners are talking about Samoans culture, a Samoan has every fucking right to defend his history and his culture and his ancestors, by all means. Just like I have every right to defend some African culture, Ghanaian culture. So it's the same thing that has come around now with the Egyptians. I got some friends who are Egyptian now and Berber, like Amazigh people, like for real, and live there and understand the information great. They understand what Afrocentrics is doing. They're mad at Afrocentrics because Afrocentrics are calling them fake. They're immigrants to Egypt. They're not the original people. Them ain't your ancestors. And black folk in the conscious community is bashing these Arabs and bashing these Berbers, these Amazigh people, insulting them, racial, they're all. And when they snap back, all of a sudden they're the Amazigh people and the Berber people, and them scholars are racist. But you've been sitting here bashing their culture and trying to steal their culture and taking on their names and all kind of shit. How you got the audacity? It's the same thing recirculated. You guys got to stop stealing people's culture and taking on their names and then getting mad when they want to defend their own culture.
Shelter Project, Freemasonry. I think that a lot of people hear the term Freemasonry or see someone that may think they have a Freemasonry ring on or a symbol or something that they see in their background. And then they, especially in this community, oh, that person's got to be evil because they have a compass behind them, or you know what I mean? People who are at the highest level who really understand the Masonry and have some of these quote unquote secret societies that take it serious. Not the ones that are just utilizing it for social gatherings. They understand the true, real power in it.
You have some or Negro people, how all interrelates and interconnects to the people that the Bible is about, which is the Hebrew Israelites, the children of Israel. So I tell people, you don't have to believe in the New Testament in Christ. At the end of the day, you can't deny your ancestry and your lineage.
But I never did it. So I want to take this time to apologize to TCA. Again, I don't know his name, but Thoughts Came in Action.
Okay, it's not an organization bent on gathering blacks and Latinos back to their true nationality. Since the time of colonialism and slavery, we've been different, not an inclusive organization, bent on gathering blacks and Latinos back to their true nationality.
Like, it's open dialogue.
Yeah, you want me to keep talking about it?
By all means, we can keep talking about anything. But
it's like, and then I don't know if you've had this, but I've had people throw millions of dollars in my face to do something I didn't want to do. And what?
That was my way of cueing you. Like, it's open dialogue.
Yeah, you want me to keep talking about it?
By all means, we can keep talking about anything. But
don't do it.
Yeah, no, of course. Offer time.
The world is truly a stage.
Well, we're in 5 countries in Africa. We have about 50 congregations in the United States and other places.
Yeah.
So when Christ came,
Taken. This is the sign you do upon entering and exiting the ritual room while facing the Grand Master. It stands for throat slit, and it goes like this. A continual reminder of where you are and what awaits you if you have a change of heart or rebellious spirit. And here you have the illustrations of the secret handshakes. Look familiar? And this is the sign of the Master of the Second Veil. See? Purely Masonic. You don't pick this stuff up off the street. Now, this is how it's generally executed in the public arena. Have is this world. But they know much more than that. At one point, when the blindfold comes off, this is what you're surrounded by. Blokes dressed like this, holding swords to your face. And that's nothing compared to what comes later. So your own wife or daughter don't qualify for discussion in these matters, unless they too are initiated to the same level as you. So please don't tell me that your grandfather or your neighbour is a Freemason and that there's nothing wrong with Freemasonry. How would you know when they're under oath never to reveal anything to anyone?
Men of God, in quotes, they sacrifice people, and there is they are given like now we have this kind of Illuminatis, we have these Freemasons, we have pastors in church who are Freemasons, pastors in church who are Illuminatis, we have the Gazas, we have the Mungikes, and all those are altars.
It was something I had planned on doing years ago. It's been on my vision board for years, and this was the time I was coming for some other business and things to make a deeper footprint over here.
And there's an African understanding that a person is not dead until they're forgotten. So what we do when we start at 1619 is we erase effectively the entire memory of over 500,000 African people who were enslaved before that, just on the basis of this fraud, they call it Jamestown to Jamestown.
We have pastors in church who are Freemasons, pastors in church who are Illuminatis, those who have gone to Ghana, those who have gone to Nigeria, those who have gone to Sierra Leone, those who have gone to South Africa, Tanzania, all over. So to seek powers. Men of God. Men of God.
In the country of Ghana.
Involving politicians and members of the Bull Fraternity.
Every black person living should go to Ghana and see them slave castles so you can see what they did to us. You got to see what they did to us.
Prophecy dates appear to undergo reinterpretation with each passing generation.
And I had a vision, and the angel Gabriel came to bring the word of God
And the year of the Exodus would be 1967.
And the 2019 year of return is a sign. It's an end sign for the nations. And it just so happens that right around 2019, the Panafest and all these black people going to Ghana visiting, and it created all this money flowing into Ghana.
You know, some of the critiques have been that it's based on just tourism. You're saying year of return as opposed to year of
and prominent historical leaders were a part of the Purple Hand Signaling Club.
Nigerian Christmas, you must come out of these false churches, return as the Israelites.
The Year of Return, or 1619, seems to be a well-funded program designed to encourage repatriation.
Most of the high level of people in the Vatican are all Freemasons, and many of the people that are Freemasons are Catholics.
Mr. Smith, as an evidence that you took this oath freely and of your own will and accord, please kiss the book before you 3 times. It is the Holy Bible.
The Illuminati was also invented by a German Catholic Jesuit priest.
The world.
In this season of rebirth, may you feel your faith renewed and your heart made anew.
They believe that Christians here need what they call a reawakening.
So how do you draw the distinction, meaning you're saying you're a Catholic and then you're a Mason, and does that get
I am a Catholic, and the Pope, I think John Paul, honored me with a knighthood, Catholic knighthood. They came here to this very room from Centenary House to interview me, because before the Pope would confer such an honor on a person, they would want to know that he would be a worthy recipient.
What have we learned? Freemasonry enjoys pop.
Not an inclusive organization bent on gathering blacks and Latinos back to their true nationality.
Praise Yahweh. See, if I had come through man, then I could have only been raised 33 degrees.
When he died, someone messaged me who was in, because my father was in the CIA.
Shout out to the CIA. One love to the FBI.
We have a men's mental health crisis. Young men are disenfranchised.
And I was watching a commercial, and they were doing some fundraising, and they kept making this symbol with their hands. But it is a Illuminati symbol.
He will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely.
Miami has the potential of being the greatest tourist spot on earth.
With the Son of God.
With the Son of God here. Think of how many people go to see my representative in Rome, the Pope. Think of it. The Pope. Think of it.
The man is a joke. This is a charade.
The Pope was originally scheduled to travel to Goma in the east, but that plan was scrapped.
This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C.
This is a charade. There are some of us here who are not stupid.
Is that what you think he's doing? He's preying on stupid people?
No, I don't think his members are stupid. Any more than the people who followed Jim Jones to Guyana were stupid.
The urbanization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization.
Yeah. Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism and of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper, on October 28, 1927, stated, "Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?"
Albert Pike said in his book Morals and Dogma that the Kabbalah is the very basis. Without the Kabbalah, we would not have the 33 rituals of the Masonic Lodge. But the God they worship, the great architect, is Moloch, the star god.
So John Dee rediscovered the technology of how to draw the magic circles, how to say the right incantations, how to actually do black magic on a governmental level. This is what people are going to have so much trouble with once disclosure happens, is that these people actually practice black magic.
Wake up! And of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Wake up! Wake up!
I've got one that can see.
I've heard that the FBI and the CIA are hiring and have hired and do have content creators that get information. Look at this man's podcast and who C-Mac is the #1 nigga that go on his podcast.
I was a former special agent of Homeland Security Investigations, and I like it.
Yeah, I left that in December 2020. It was a great career. I really enjoyed it. I really didn't want to leave.
Did they come to you and say, you have to leave because your YouTube channel is becoming bigger?
They didn't say that exactly, but it was pretty much insinuated.
We've gone into this before, but we're gonna go into. Cause I mean, people like every day. I don't know what anti-Semitic Christians y'all been listening to. You know where this doctrine comes from? That the symbol that is called by some the Star of David or the Shield of David, ignorantly called. When all you have to do to prove that these guys are Satanists is look at the hat they got on their head. Yarmulke, which symbolizes Saturn worship, right? And the same cracker Christians that are accusing them are equally demonic, right? So, I mean, and this is who you're going to as an information source. Ridiculous.
And then, another thing, man. You guys in GMS with the six-pointed star, take off, man. Because that has nothing to do with King David or Solomon. That star right there is the star of Moloch, man. Yeah, that's the star of Moloch or the star.
The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans.
We haven't done one of these in a minute for good reason. Why? The shows are Monday through...
Now, you see, I'm not going to go into detail, but he did a gesture with his hands and with his sunglasses, okay, I know what this means, but yeah, Kevin Samuels basically sold out his people, all right? So, yeah, when it's all said and done.
Thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before,
My pleasure.
The Nation of Islam, because you know, we can't be out here just willy-nilly. Every time I go somewhere, I do have security. And I've been so blessed that the Nation of Islam always gives my security. Even in the US, my security was provided by the Nation of Islam in LA, in Atlanta, in Houston. It's a big blessing.
Praise
I give thanks.
Praise God.
So in 2003, I'm running up ahead now, I established Israel United in Christ. I was in the Kemetic community for a short time. Went to the Nation of Islam for a short time. And I met a brother named Black who gave me a flyer regarding the Holy Bible. And he showed me that in the Bible, our race is in the Bible.
The CIA gangs, man. We know that these gangs been planted in the so-called community.
Yes.
That's why I said the CIA
Right.
government. You know, this is their
It was
gang.
interesting that
Are the gangs labeled now as terrorists, bro?
yes, it's interesting here because a couple of years, about 6 or 7 years back, I said, you know, it's amazing how you can have people with these can't even function well in society, but they're nice people. Not just in the LA, but were in all the Crips and Bloods was scattered throughout the United States. Crips and Bloods in New Orleans, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Omaha, Nebraska. You see what I'm saying? Atlanta, Georgia. They're all over. And I'm like, well, how can the people be so damn organized? You see what I'm saying? That's because it was a government system. Now, even Dick Gregory even did the Freedom of Information Act. We find out also, and I told him, I said, those people are put together by the government. I told him this in 96.
Left, right. Left, right. Left, right.
Fear, favor, or affection,
Left, right.
reward or the hope thereof,
We have brothers in our congregation about being who are officers, high staff officers. So again, not this one, but a few. We
So I'm gonna try to make this one short. Just understand, like we just saw in the other video, the video before, part 4. What's it called? This is what they do. Like, I just really like pulled this one to show, like, this is IUIC's stance. This is how IUIC moves. IUIC snitches on people, and they pride themselves in this. They are proud to go around saying they are snitches. They're proud. They were proud to say that Nathaniel was a detective. Okay, these are things that this group as a whole is proud of. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna keep this short. There's not much that can be said. If you don't have a problem with the video you just saw, then that's on you. That's on you. But
we see right through your BS, bro. Right. You ain't fooling no one. Yeah, look, there are cops too. He know damn well we ain't police.
The knowledge he had about the camps and this and that, and he had knowledge that we've been on that block.
Uh-oh, another dirty cop exposed. Was you the one that set El Chapo up? Didn't y'all learn y'all lesson in Egypt by getting sold out by cats like this? And I heard he set up 2 black people. So let me get it. You setting up black people to bring them to the fold. I'm confused. Uh-oh, hot dog. If I was in this congregation, I'd be scared to death that he gonna set me up.
All about you, all around you. They're all about you, all around you.
The tax exempt law. Now what's that law? See something 50136. C6. 501c3 ain't it? It says 501c3, which is the tax exempt. All your black churches and your black colleges, all started by the Freedmen's Bureau. You see, at the same time, to give you a false sense of you gotta get, I want to die and I want to see the Lord and all this kind of thing here, and everybody, and we shall overcome. To give you this foolishness because they can control how far you go with what religion that they done messed up of yours and gave back to you, and what education they gave back to you, and you done had 140 years of both the black church and black colleges, and yes, you in the worst shape. You see what I'm saying? Now the key to that is because them being under the tax exempt law, the major churches, your AME churches, and your United Methodists, which would be your 2 big black churches, they cannot open the door not unless you see a American flag with a gold strip down the side. That American flag and the gold strip down the side is the Illuminati flag, which means that these churches are owned, operated, and controlled.
Hear me. We got more preachers in the pulpit that have pledged their allegiance to Omega Psi Phi, to Alpha Kappa Alpha. They can step, they ain't spiritual. They got all the moves, can't cast out a devil. How you got a brand on your back and you can't worship God? These the same folks that be stepping the moment God come in the building. All their stepping go. You look at Islam, they got spiritual leaders. You look at Buddhism, they got spiritual leaders. And then you look at Christianity, we got celebrities. There's gonna be a change in leadership. You will no longer be led by carnal leaders. You will no longer be led by fleshly leaders. God is raising up spiritual, I don't care, spiritual leaders.
Not unless you see a American flag with a gold strip down the side. That American flag and the gold strip down the side is the Illuminati flag, which means that these churches are owned, operated, and controlled. That means that the black colleges are under the same law, just being run by the Illuminati. See what I'm saying? Now, on the other hand, do you know, even some of the Prince Hall Masons don't know this. Don't you know that Prince Hall Masonry, who is in accord with the church, got to sign a petition by the government every year that they don't bear arms against the government? You see what I'm saying? You see? Now we know these particular things because are you a 33rd degree Mason? 32nd degree Mason. Tell me, does black Masonry, because you're a Prince Hall, that ain't nothing but a doggone social club, drinking liquor and driving cabs and singing Negro spirituals in the church, and a few grips and passwords. And if you was really a doggone Mason, the white Masons got doggone women in their Mason. Annie Besant, 33rd degree Mason. You see what I'm saying? Over 100 years ago. Blavatsky, 33rd degree Mason. They got women in the Masonry. If you really was down, you'd put the women in the Masonry. And I ain't talking about no Eastern Star either. All on nothing. The Masons, the black Masons is no more than the AKAs and the Deltas or the doggone Buffalo Lodge, the doggone Flintstones.
I'm at the Elmina Castle now, and as you can see behind me, I'm right in front of one of the dungeons where our forefathers were kept before they were sent outside to the New World. Very, very sad place to have a look at. But I'll let you see a bit of the inner part of it if you've not come here before. So let's go inside now.
Perched on the rocky fringes of the beach in Elmina town, 12 kilometers from Cape Coast, the castle was originally built in 1482 as a trading post. Local history says the quest for more gold and ivory, as well as the spread of Christianity, inspired Don Diego da Zambuja, a Portuguese explorer, to lead more than 200 soldiers and masons to build the castle. It was then christened St. George's Castle. Here, the Portuguese felt safe from any external or local aggression. Then, as the old years peeled away to reveal a newer one, the lure of gold paled away into insignificance, while the prospect of capturing stronger Africans to work the fields in the Americas became more exhilarating. Along with this prospect were bigger profits. Gradually, St. George's Castle metamorphosed into Elmina Castle, shedding its old name and innocence.
But what I'm driving at is all of these different cases are long before 1619. And there's an African understanding that a person is not dead until they're forgotten. So what we do when we start at 1619 is we erase effectively the entire memory of over 500,000 African people who were enslaved.
Now you go study, you look up that word boule, B-O-U-L-E, and you'll find out this is what most of these supposedly civil rights people belong to. And when I give you this understanding, you will know why we never get anything accomplished. The boule means advisor to the king.
These are the books that that was used when I went through the Freemasons when I was 20 years old overseas. And thank the Most High for me not being part of that anymore. I was young, just like all of us. We made decisions, and I'm not going to keep I'll keep harping on that because, hey, it's in the past.
Their use. Right. I got some books here, right? Kind of ashamed to admit, but I was a Mason. At one time, I was a Freemason. That's why I know a lot of this stuff. These are some of the reference books that I have.
This book right here, purchase it if you want to do your own investigation, and you will not find those signs and all that up in here.
A lot of people's granddads and all kinds of people, grandmothers, it's gone back generationally, have been included. Watchman reports his wife, fair play to her. She said her dad was a Mason.
Jediah something says, will you denounce never being a Mason to set the record straight? Okay, we've talked about that before.
Yes.
Because this is not the first time the hand gesture thing has come up.
Right.
We are not or never have been Masons.
Never have.
I talked about when I found out that my biological, I call him bio dad, and I found out my bio dad was, we don't have to denounce anything because we never were. Okay,
yeah, we were never
Masons. And
we were never Eastern Stars and all that other stuff. We were never any of it.
And that she didn't know anything about Freemasonry, but she found a book in his house.
Hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
So there's been a lot of people that might know, might not know, might not be saying the whole truth, half the truth, but there's been a lot of complicity and a lot of them in the church.
But you know what, family? You know what? Listen, I'm from Florida, born and raised. My auntie was a Eastern Star.
And not everyone involved in it know what they are involved in.
Uncle John, he knew what it was, but my mom and dad ain't know what no Freemasonry was when they let me be a lily white. TCA was raised and born in the Americas. He don't know how deep this churchianity thing goes.
Are you parent? Do you have any parents that are Freemasons?
No.
Is your auntie a Freemason?
No.
Do you have any relatives that are Freemasons?
Not anymore. My grandmother used to be. We found out by accident when she died, and we saw this book, and we were like, "What is this?" And she was Eastern Star. I do believe that the church she was with, I think they had Freemasonry in that church, and that's why she became part of it. But I think that was part of ignorance as well. But I guarantee you, my grandmother was ignorant.
You're coming from a family that has Masonic connections, yeah? Evidently from your grandma. We can say
There's
that
probably not a single black family in the United States who doesn't have a family member who has some kind of connection to Freemasonry or the Divine Nine.
Oh, no. A Mason is a divine man of God. That's it. Who's given tools from heaven. That's right. That cut and shape the hearts of the world. That's right. And build a people for God. Amen.
They don't even know that it's tied to Freemasonry. A lot of them don't.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
The story of Prince Hall, our founder, who was a great American and the first Grand Master associated with our first Grand Lodge and its expansion. Scott, the brother-in-law of John Hancock, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Captain Scott delivered the letter and the money and received a charter, which he duly delivered to Prince Hall at around the time of the writing of the United States Constitution.
Wake up!
I've got one that can see.
The world is truly a stage.
Well, we're in 5 countries in Africa. We have about 50 congregations in the United States and other places.
Yeah.
So when Christ came and he said, "Go ye therefore and teach all nations."
And a whole host of other things. What are they doing with all this power besides hoarding it for themselves? Y'all tell me.
Spiritual babies on milk, beloveds. I've said too much without saying enough, beloveds. But may those who have ears hear.
The Freemasons, there's also the female side, which a lot of people don't talk about, the Eastern Star, which I won't even get too deep in.
All right, so we're going to get final comments. We're going to start with Sister Betty.
To me was as brown as I am. But who caused the problems in the camp? Usually the mixed multitude. Because they're not even Israel. And I'll land my plane there.
All right, so we're going to get final comments.
He's not moving in love and kindness. He's just not. And I'm second guessing what I'm saying now but I'm gonna say it again. Those guys grew up in the UK somewhere. They really don't understand what we're talking about. That's why the second brother came on. He's still asking the same kind of TCA questions, moving in the same TCA type of manner. They didn't grow up here, so they did not even hear what I said. We grew up under different times than they did in the UK. They don't understand how you can get into a thing and really not know what the thing is that you're getting into until you get to be older and learn these things. Because we all throw up the peace sign, the okay sign. When my son hit threes in his game, he hold up the 3 fingers and all that. You think my boy was thinking about, he's doing a Masonic sign all over the gymnasiums, all over the country? No, he didn't. He's just bragging about he made a 3. See, this stuff in that TCA and the other brother, they don't understand all of American culture. He feels like they feel like they can go and do a little top service research. Okay, we all know what the Divine Nine is. We all know that there's fraternities all over the country and out of the country that have brothers to pledge. My first husband, he pledged Sigma Phi Beta. Yes, he did. But is he a Freemason? Did he stay in that? No, he did not. It was a thing to do, either to get girls or to get into the drinking club. It was not us pledging our allegiance to Satan. They don't understand that. So you're just going to run off what you don't understand without any real serious proof. Brother Tayu kept asking him, what else do you have besides a few clips of Eshan? He could not answer.
Anyway, I mean, I understand you want to point out that there's a ingrained problem that might be a viral problem in the world, right? Which is called Freemasonry, and it is a way that a lot of these people rise to power. We agree with you.
Okay, so as you can see, I mean, look, I don't know, but what I mean, what do you think, bro? Like, I'm trying to like think about wrapping my mind on it. It's like, wait, your stance towards them is a little like not as aggressive as your stance towards Christianity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. That's what the brother's saying right there. He's saying, hey, man, if I was saying this about vocab or anybody else, you'd be like, oh, yeah. But since you're talking about one of these Israelite bros or, you know, all of a sudden you're opposed. You know, bro, that's what he's saying. It's like, why is Nathaniel not saying that he used to be a cop? You know, to say that, bro. Why you hiding that? You tell your story all the time, but you always keep that, like, you know what I mean, omit it. You always exclude that. You know what I mean, bro? Why? If you know,
Reza, they were playing checkers while we were playing chess.
So why would you go after these people with no evidence other than the fact that you see some hand signs?
All right, let's deal with what you just said. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. 1, 2. All right, so you said there's no evidences. Then you've also used the word that's quite inferring. You said go after. Now, my question is this. If this was me going after John Hagee, Israelite communities wouldn't say a word. If this was me going after Cab Malone, Hebrew Israelite communities wouldn't say anything. If this was me going after the ridiculous 12 tribe chart,
Hey, Shalom, Vladimir. Hey, put yourself on mute so I don't have to do it. So when you want to say something,
anything. Now it just came to my attention by looking into things and researching things, because you said at the beginning of this whole conversation that, I don't know if it was a blandishment, but you said I'm known for doing excellent research, but glory to the Most High. Now, with that being said, I've looked into things and it scared the socks off me how complicit is at the top of the pyramid, per se. Now, why am I saying all of this? As I said again, it knocked me for 6. How nobody knows each other, but everybody can do the same sign at the same time.
In front of cameras, people move their hands. They speak with their hands. So why would you go after these people?
Us into slavery, a very convenient argument being promoted more and more by people who seem to feel the need to justify their allegiance to Britain in particular and the West in general. But they're not gonna tell you that. You know why? Because they're not just stating the facts. This is a political argument, as I've already said, to justify allegiance to Britain and the West, but also to provide a defense for Britain and the West in relation to issues of justice, such as reparations. At that Aguan, and we just have to know that and act accordingly.
Greetings. In celebration of Black History Month, I'd like to discuss the story of Prince Hall, our founder, who was a great American and the first Grand Master associated with our first Grand Lodge and its expansion. Scott, the brother-in-law of John Hancock, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Captain Scott delivered the letter and the money and received a charter, which he duly delivered to Prince Hall at around the time of the writing of the United States Constitution.
Wake up! I've got one that can see.
And what thou seest, write it in a book. So Christ tells John, what you see, I want you to write it in a book. And what thou seest, write it in a book. So Christ tells John, what you see, I want you to write it in a book.
The world is truly a stage.
On hand for Brother Ford's installation ceremony at the Princess Romana Hotel was Pro Grand Chancellor of the United Grand Lodge of England, Peter Geoffrey Luns. He shared his view on the significance of the installation of Ghana's youngest ever district Grand Master.
He's a young man, and Masons perhaps have been accused of being rather elderly on many occasions, but actually the average age of people coming into Freemasonry is going down, and therefore to have somebody of Brother Ford's age, in his 40s, coming into the first top job.
They say we lost a great brother. And so even though he wasn't with the fraternity that long, to dismiss the $550 million civil lawsuit in Nichols' death, which was filed in April by his family and civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump.
Ida B. Well matters, Thurgood Marshall matters, Dr. King matters, Rosa Parks matters, Shirley Chisholm, John Lewis. They were not mere footnotes in the history books. They were the heroes.
It doesn't only mean that people actually come and saying they're actually Christ. It don't only mean that, but it also mean that people are coming preaching in the name of Christ.
That's right.
Using Christ's name
That's
to
right.
represent Christ. They use the name of Jesus Christ in a form of representation, or they misrepresent him.
That's right.
They use it as a cloak to manipulate the simple.
And I pray for each of you, God's blessings, God's presence, his anointing, his discernment. Come on, let's give our leadership another hand. We certainly appreciate their being with us.
And to hear a word from our leadership is also a blessing.
Take heed to the words from the pastor today. Have hope. Have hope.
In this season of rebirth, may you feel your faith renewed and your heart made anew.
The world is truly a stage.
I am Benaiah Ben Israel,
In this season of rebirth,
and I would like to welcome you to the African Israelite Justice Foundation. Roughly 9 months ago, the world witnessed the unprecedented persecution of Kyrie Irving. For it was then that African Israelites around the world, and in particular here in the States, realized that there was no organization to plead our cause, to voice our concerns, or to point out the hypocrisy.
What's amazing is I went out there and I jumped the gun. Now, the last thing I want to talk about, Kyrie Irving. You know, it's amazing in this life. Kyrie Irving is a basketball player, one of the best basketball players in the NBA.
And we wanted to reach out to Bishop Nathaniel because there's been a lot of, conversations about, the situation with Kyrie Irving. And we know all the fallout with that. So Bishop Nathaniel is one of the people that we could reach out to.
Now they have Jaylen Brown apologizing and explaining himself for tweeting a video of the Hebrew Israelites gathering in support of Kyrie. This censorship of black male speech is insane, he wrote in a tweet. I was not aware of what specific group that was outside of Barclays Center tonight, Brown wrote. I was celebrating the unification of our people, welcoming the return of Kyrie to the court. First glance I thought it was a known fraternity, the CKs, Omega Psi Phi, Stepn, showing support. The world is truly a stage.
Freemasons have for a long time been seen as occultists belonging to a secret. Society. This has spawned hundreds of myths about their doctrines and practices.
Kamala Harris has been calling on world leaders to work together to make the world a safer place. She's also been touching on the future.
Grand Sheik Sovereign General Grand Inspector. I'm showing you the highest degree of Freemasonry. It's nothing higher than this.
She prayed and asked the Most High for strength on how to take her enemies down.
These organizations have gone back to like the 1800s. So essentially, a lot of people's granddads and all kinds of people, grandmothers, it's gone back generationally, have been included. Watchman reports his wife, fair play to her. She said her dad was a Mason.
Jediah something says, will you denounce never being a Mason to set the record straight? Okay, we've talked about that before.
Yes.
Because this is not the first time the hand gesture thing has come up.
Right.
We are not or never have been Masons.
Never have.
I talked about when I found out that my biological, I call him bio dad. When I found out my bio dad was, we don't have to denounce anything because we never were. Okay.
Yeah, we were never
Masons. And
we were never Eastern Stars and all that other stuff. We were never any of it.
And that she didn't know anything about Freemasonry, but she found a book in his house.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
So there's been a lot of people that might know, might not be saying the whole truth, half the truth, but there's been a lot of complicity. And a lot of them are in the church.
But you know what, family? You know what? Listen, I'm from Florida, born and raised. My auntie was a Eastern Star.
And not everyone involved in it know what they are involved in.
My Uncle John, he knew what it was, but my mom and dad ain't know what no Freemasonry was when they let me be a lily white. TCA wasn't raised and born in the Americas. He don't know how deep this churchianity thing goes.
Are you do you have any parents that are Freemasons?
No.
Is your auntie a Freemason?
No.
Do you have any relatives that are Freemasons?
Not anymore. My grandmother used to be. We found out by accident when she died, and we saw this book, and we were like, what is this? And she was Eastern Star. I do believe that the church she was with, I think they had Freemasonry in that church. And that's why she became part of it. But I think that was part of ignorance as well. But I guarantee you my grandmother was ignorant.
You're coming from a family that has Masonic connections, yeah? Evidently from your grandma. We can say
There's
that
probably not a single black family in the United States who doesn't have a family member who has some kind of connection to Freemasonry or the Divine Nine.
Oh, no. A Mason is a divine man of God. That's it. Who's given tools from heaven. That's right. That cut and shape the hearts of the world. That's right. And build a people for God. Amen.
They don't even know that it's tied to Freemasonry. A lot of them don't.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
And like I said, these are the books that that was used when I went through the Freemasons when I was 20 years old overseas. And thank the Most High for me not being part of that anymore. I was young, just like all of us. We made decisions, and I'm not going to I'll keep harping on that because, hey, it's in the past.
Their use. Right, I got some books here, right?
Know or care to say that we are the same people. Really? Watch what he says. This is from a analytical and chronological table of the history of Ireland. The Phoenicians ran that place. And they went there because of this. Watch what it says. At how early a period this remarkable period people began to spread themselves over the globe, the inscription legible for many ages, and the two pillars near the front of Maggie. And it says, we fly from the face of Joshua, the robber, bore striking testimony. This is from Phoenician Ireland. Watch what he reads. I'll start here. This is from Phoenician.
Hey guys, I gotta let my dog out.
Okay. First, I'm gonna have this there. Okay. Now watch this.
They forced us.
We were
Yes, a dead human hand. Well, I need to tell you all something, and it's the most important thing I could ever say to you. In a little while, you'll know for certain that I'm putting my very life on the line and the safety of my family by sharing this with you. So I hope that buys me at least a few minutes of your precious time. If this video is taken down, it wasn't taken down by me, alright? Now I'm partly doing this to wash your blood off my hands, because God saved my life on a midnight highway one fateful night for this very cause. And He's watching, as He clearly proved that night. See, I should be dead. My sleeping driver was hurling us toward a concrete wall at 100 kilometers an hour when an angel of God was sent to wake me up from a deep sleep with just a whisper, and just in time. And for what? Not so I could win X Factor or buy that dream Porsche or marry that dream girl, but for this, for these words, for this moment, so I can tell you something, so I can warn you about something. Nothing could be more important than this. So cancel that movie you wanted to watch, skip that gym session. Don't scroll down to the next post. Just stay with me. Stay with me. Now, don't worry about the quality of the video or the audio. Just focus on the content. Listen to my voice and trust your eyes. Most of you won't care for the shocking thing I'm about to expose to you, because no one cares. No one cares. Not my exes, former friends, former bandmates, work colleagues, parents, family members, strangers. No one cares. But still, I'm doing all this for one person. One single human being out there. God is calling you, and He's looking for the last ones before the storm. And if you think you know where I'm going with this, please keep watching, because the most important part of this video comes at the end. Now, everything you're about to hear is a fact, and I'll prove it to you. I will leave no room for doubt. And nothing can stop what's coming. So this isn't a call for an uprising, boycott, protest. No. The Titanic is sinking, and it's unstoppable. All I'm going to do is point you to the life raft. And if you want to ignore me, then fine, proceed at your own peril. God knows I've tried. If you want to mock me, then at least share the video. Let others mock me too. Tell your friends. Check this freak out. Anything to help me reach someone who has eyes to see and ears to hear. And like I said, in a few minutes, you'll know why my well-being is in danger, and that of my loved ones too. Now let me ask you something real quick. Who do you think, generally speaking, runs the world? What type of people are the leaders of our countries and corporations, and the rich and the famous too? I mean, like, are they Christians? Do Christians run the world? Well, no, of course not. Buddhists? No. Do Muslims run the world? No. What about atheists? It's got to be atheists, right? Because we've come such a long way as a society, and atheism is the rational state of mind for the modern type of person, right? No. What about a mixture of people? Different types of people run the world. Let me tell you something. All the leaders from Africa to Europe to the Middle East, Israel, Syria, Iran, all the way to the Americas, all these people, and we'll get to the celebrities in a second, they're not atheists, Buddhists, or Muslims. No. What if I told you that they all belong to the same religion? A secret religion. One that none of them are allowed to talk about. One that you should worry about because it affects you beyond belief in ways that you never imagined. Before I tell you what this worldwide secret religion thinks of you and plans to do to you, let me tell you what this religion is. And how do I know about this religion? Because I used to belong to it. And today I'm renouncing it publicly, breaking my oath of silence, which they imposed upon me and every single other member during ceremonies under the penalty of death. That's why my life is in danger. Every person you're about to see has taken the same oath as I did, over and over, no matter where on earth they're from, including Scott Morrison, your Prime Minister and mine. But see, I was plucked from it, saved from its camouflaged clamps, from its extravagant deception and its spiritual corpse, by none other than God Almighty. Or they close them a lot of, they do it in all ways. They display their allegiance. They don't do it often, and some don't do it at all. But most of them can't help themselves, because when they do it in public, it's a hidden statement, and that statement gives them a lot of satisfaction. The celebrities usually cover one eye, or hide it in some way, and obscure it, or emphasize it like this. Or they close one eye, or peek through it, through this hand gesture, all to highlight one single eye. It's called the all-seeing eye. Other times they'll just display a drawn eye somewhere, or a tattoo of it. The other method they use is what's commonly known as the hidden hand. Here, for example, River Phoenix is doing both, the hidden hand and the all-seeing eye, so you can see the direct connection between the two. But in the political world, usually it's done with the hidden hand. And of course, this. That's a secret handshake for the members of the secret one-eyed religion. We'll start with Scott Morrison here, hidden in plain sight as usual, for everyone to not see as usual. Look at the handshake. I was taught this very handshake, or grip as they call it, during my time in this great school of deception. Here's a picture of a normal handshake, and here's the secret handshake. Normal, secret. Now here's Scott Morrison with Daniel Andrews. Normal handshake, secret handshake. All of them are sworn to secrecy under the penalty of death. And remember, I'll prove it to you very soon. Here's former Prime Minister John Howard giving the secret handshake, and Kevin Rudd bowing down to this bloke in front of Julia Gillard, all of whom are members of the religion. And Tony Abbott, you'll see in a second, and here's Julia again. Now, I once heard Julia being asked in a brief interview on TV while she was the Prime Minister. Inside it is this: Freemasonry. This is their official symbol, the square and compass. Sometimes with a G in the middle, and sometimes with the eye, the all-seeing eye. This is the same eye that these people are referring to. That's where it comes from. The eye is sometimes placed in a triangle, and that's where this comes from, the eye in the triangle. Here's Chris Angel doing it, standing also next to a mate with a square and compass shirt on. Not a coincidence. This is not something Jay-Z invented. This is the religion Jay-Z belongs to, and proudly, as you're about to see. The Freemasons also place the eye at the top of a pyramid, because the Egyptian pyramid is integral to their secret system. Here it is on Chris Angel's shirt and Madonna's jacket. That's a Masonic symbol. The Freemasons are sometimes called the Masons for short. It'll all come together and make sense really soon. Here it is hidden in plain sight at the Australian MTV Awards. And this is the MTV headquarters, by the way. Trust me, there's no doubting this. Here's the same eye in a pyramid on a Crowded House logo. Yes, initiated Freemasons. Here's the eye on the Harbour Bridge for a New Year's Eve gig. And I wonder what that eye could be referring to. So what's the connection? The religion is the connection. The secret religion. And you'll see. Prepare yourself for an incredible revelation and the amazing climax that comes at the end of this video. Now this is where the Freemasons are counting on you to lose interest, or roll your eyes and move on. Because in their beliefs, the uninitiated, meaning you, are ignorant and stupid compared to them. You're technically called the vulgar and the profane. Please prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. And stay with me just a little longer. Now, the secret identity of this one eye lies in the heart of this religion that lives, breathes, feeds, and grows deep inside of Freemasonry. And Freemasonry camouflages it very successfully. So it goes undetected and undisturbed until it ultimately fulfills a thing called the Great Work. That's what they call it. And they will succeed very shortly. Nothing can stop it now. And I think some of you can sense that something's coming. And who do we trust more than anyone in the world right now? This bloke. And there he is, giving the sign of the hidden hand in front of the whole world. The hidden hand sign is technically called the sign of the master of the second veil in Freemasonry. Veil, get it? Meaning hidden. Now, am I saying that this thing that's happening in the world isn't real? No. I'm saying this. Spoken like a true Freemason. And you remember this guy?
A safe place and a dangerous place. We must treat this new world order, this new world of COVID, we must treat this new world of COVID even in our own homes.
So what is this new world order that he accidentally mentioned? It's common language in Freemasonry, and it has been for a long time. For at least this long. Since the US $1 bill. Hidden in plain sight, complete with the pyramid in the eye. It's the ultimate goal of this religion. And I'll show you what the great work is, at any cost. And Australia, like every other country, is now up to its neck in this pyramidal, one-eyed, occult religion. You think there's nothing hidden on our own money? What about this shadow of a bloke? Who's he hiding in the background? Well, these numbers right here will tell you. And I'll show you that too. Did you know there's a giant pyramid in Australia? You want to see it? Sitting right at the center of Australian power? Look closely, because you'll miss it. Because that's the way they designed it. There it is. Hang on. Do you see it yet? And what about now? That is the frame of an Egyptian pyramid, which we can now firmly call a Masonic pyramid, complete with a missing capstone. And if you're still in doubt that you're looking at a pyramid, there you go. A perfect to-scale pyramid hiding out of sight inside the giant frame that surrounds it. This is going to be so unbelievable to you that you probably won't believe it. Or if you're that far gone, if you really have lost touch with your own soul, you won't care. And you'll miss the opportunity to have your own eyes open first to the worst news and then to the best news you could ever wish for on this God-forsaken planet in which you're destined to lose everything you have and everything you love until eventually you lose yourself. We have to establish what this religion that's hiding inside of Freemasonry actually is, and we will. And it's shocking, but it's reality. The symbol of the Freemasons itself is not what it seems. It's a squaring compass on the surface, but it conceals something that'll become obvious when I show you. But before we uncloak Freemasonry to see its true nature, its ugly face and its shameful nakedness, because I gave you my word that I'm going to prove it to you. This is the oath they have to take. This is the oath that I took. And your favorite actors and singers, just about all your heroes, just about, even some of your relatives, who probably have no idea what Freemasonry is or was, and why they took such gruesome oaths. So for those who are going to say, my grandfather was a Freemason and he was a great bloke, or don't the Freemasons run that retirement home? Just wait. Because I'm talking to Freemasons here as well. And don't you worry, they're going to come out of the woodworks. But they're all under the oath of secrecy. Don't forget that, no matter who they are. Adele, Neil Finn, Chris Angel, or Scott Morrison. The oath comes first. And here it is. This is taken from an official Masonic publication not intended for the public. This is Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry. In brief, I, of my own free will and accord, do hereby promise and swear that I will never reveal any of the secrets, arts, parts, point or points of the Master Mason's degree to any person or persons whomsoever. This I solemnly, sincerely promise and swear, under no less penalty than having my body severed in two, my bowels taken out and burnt to ashes, so no more remembrance be had of so vile and wicked a wretch as I, should I ever violate my Master Mason's obligation. So now you know what they think of me. I'm a vile and wicked wretch for breaking my oath. So how can anyone ever trust a Freemason when he speaks about Freemasonry? Unless you're speaking to a rare breed like me. Never reveal any parts, not even a single point, to anyone. Here's another penalty from another degree, this time from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, a legitimate Masonic publication for instructing and laying out the ritual. Binding myself under no less penalty than having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea. These are the penalties they swear to. And yes, the lodge has penal authority to execute. This is how they look when they're initiated. They have to remove all their clothing and jewelry, including wedding rings, crucifixes, the most meaningful things to them, no matter what. They have to go, because complete allegiance to the society is required. You're blindfolded at every initiation because you symbolize someone who lives in utter darkness before you receive the light of Freemasonry. And that light will become so obvious to you in a bit. The secret that is being unveiled by incremental degrees to the candidates in the lodge is staring us in the face in daily life. And that truth is pretty scary if all you know and all you have is this world. But they know much more than that. At one point, when the blindfold comes off, this is what you're surrounded by. Blokes dressed like this, holding swords to your face. And that's nothing compared to what comes later. So your own wife or daughter don't qualify for discussion in these matters, unless they too are initiated to the same level as you. So please don't tell me that your grandfather or your neighbor is a Freemason and that there's nothing wrong with Freemasonry. How would you know when they're under oath never to reveal anything to anyone? The whole successful system is constructed by the art of lying to the public and to their own members of lower degrees. And we trust these people. Now here are the illustrations for the signs and handshakes. And you only receive them after the oath has been taken. This is the sign you do upon entering and exiting the ritual room while facing the Grand Master. It stands for throat slit, and it goes like this. A continual reminder of where you are and what awaits you if you have a change of heart or rebellious spirit. And here you have the illustrations of the secret handshakes. Look familiar? And this is the sign of the Master of the Second Veil. See? Purely Masonic. You don't pick this stuff up off the street. Now this is how it's generally executed in the public arena. Sneaky, sneaky, huh? So when you see this, or this, you know for certain where it comes from and who they belong to. Look at Kramer on the front page of the privately circulated Freemason magazine, officially a Mason, like fellow brother Tony Abbott, and he's doing this. That's a direct link to the mysterious all-seeing eye of Freemasonry. There it is on the walls of the inside of a lodge room. So there's no reason to doubt that those who do this belong to this. This is another sign they do quite prominently. It's the sign of silence. This is from Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry again, a finger over the lips. Now these signs are slightly morphed over time, so covering the mouth in a variety of ways is the expression of being bound to secrecy and silence. Silence or death, as Little Wayne here is portraying. Here's the oath of a second-degree Freemason on page 21 of Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry. Binding myself under no less penalty than having my left breast torn open and my heart and vitals taken out, thrown over my left shoulder, should I wilfully transgress any part of this my solemn oath. In this degree, the penalty is to have your whole body dissected, bowels removed and heart cut into pieces and thrown into a field where you are eaten by animals, all to protect the secret religion of the rich, powerful and famous. In the Knights Templar degree, the penalty is to have your head cut off. Listen to this penalty, and this one has happened throughout history more than any other, because it works so well without having to resort to death or the threat of death, and it's easier to execute. Now this applies to all areas of industry. It's done through the ruining of your reputation by fellow Freemasons, pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interests, making life very hard for you, by deranging his business, by transferring his character wherever he may go, and by exposing him to the contempt of the whole fraternity, the secret society, and the world. Wow. How many people do you think they've threatened, ruined, framed, cheated, and utterly destroyed to protect their secret religion? And in case you think the Masonic Lodge hasn't got the authority over the initiates, especially the ones in the higher degrees, this is from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Under mandate, the orders and decrees of the Grand Master or of a Grand Lodge are called mandates, and implicit obedience to them is a Masonic obligation. And in Sickles' Monitor of Freemasonry, you plainly see they have a right to kill. A lodge has a right to exercise penal authority over its members, exercise the penalties. So don't let a Mason tell you, oh no, that's just symbolic, the oath. Their laws are above the law of the land, and the proof are the oaths themselves. Because in normal society, you can't ask someone to accept having their throat slit as a penalty in order to be a member of any club or workplace. Unheard of. But not in Freemasonry, not in the secret society world. I told you, you don't know who you're dealing with and what's coming for us all. Here's what they think of the public. Here in speaking to the candidate, it's stated, but have a care not to defile the sanctuary by a spirit of curiosity, meaning don't try to join us just for fun. And take care not to increase the number of the vulgar and profane, meaning don't invite too many outsiders to join because they're vulgar and they're profane. This is more or less an invitation-only fraternity. Here from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry again, written for Masons only and written by 33rd degree Masonic legend Albert Mackey, stating the same thing. Masonic definition of profane. One who is ignorant of the sacred rites of Freemasonry. One who is not allowed to enter the temple and behold the mysteries. And here, being uninitiated. That's the world at large. And here, from this old ritual book written by the same legendary author, in the 33rd degree initiation, the Mason drinks wine from a human skull, which has been the cause for a few to leave Masonry, because they wonder, whose skull is this? In the 30th degree, part of the ritual involves stabbing skulls. Illustrated right here. The process of submitting the member further and further involves things like this. See, the candidate who's seeking admission into the next degree to receive more light has to be humiliated and intimidated. This guy here has his foot on the candidate's head. This is what our celebrities and politicians and the most prominent members of our society have done and continue to do. No one is exempt from this. And this is the intimidating and frightening path that you must take that binds you to the secret society before you are revealed the true beliefs of the religion. So can you see the risks I'm taking? You have to stay till the end. Don't let me down. Don't let yourself down or your fellow man. Believe me, it'll be worth it. Now here's one of the 3 greatest Freemasons of all time, who actually helped construct the 33 degrees or rituals of modern Freemasonry, Albert Pike. A hideous man with a deeply complicated mind, and one who will soon help you to see who they really are. This is how important he is to Freemasonry. He's buried here, in the House of the Temple, a Washington Masonic Lodge, just around the corner from the White House. He was called the Grand Commander, Sovereign Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, a giant of this secret society, the only Confederate general who has his own statue. And who were the Confederates? The dudes that fought for slavery, not against it, defeated by Abraham Lincoln, who was surrounded by these Freemasons, and who was assassinated by this one, John Wilkes Booth, doing the same sign of the Master of the Second Veil. A Freemason assassinated Abraham Lincoln, undisputable when you have the eyes to see. Now Albert Pike writes in his colossal work, which some refer to as the Bible of Freemasonry, called Morals and Dogma, and on page 113 he says, "What can there be in common between the vile multitudes and the sublime wisdom?" That's what Freemasons possess, sublime wisdom. That's what their secret is. It's sublime. The secret I'll reveal to you. Now just quickly, here's Freemason Kanye West. Here he's giving the Masonic grip to his brother Mason Jay-Z. Look at the lapel he's wearing in this picture. It's the same double-headed eagle as on the front cover of the so-called Bible of Freemasonry, Morals and Dogma, written by the Grand Commander Sovereign Pontiff of the religion that Kanye and Jay-Z have been sworn into, and thus granted access to international success. His Christian conversion isn't what it seems, and you'll soon see what job he has to do. Now look at what else Freemasonry thinks of the uninitiated, from the words of the Grand Commander himself. The truth must be kept secret, and the masses need a teaching proportioned to their imperfect reason. I hope you're listening, because we're about to get going here. These truths were covered from the common people as with a veil. There's that veil again. And the mysteries were carried into every country. Freemasonry was secretly imported from the East into the whole world to weave its web in the darkness to increase and advance its agenda. The sages, meaning the enlightened ones, always had an esoteric creed, unknown to the vulgar. And here he says, to the end that the vulgar herd, seeing, might not see anything, and hearing, might comprehend nothing. Are they right? Am I wasting my time, laying it all down for nothing? Because they know you so well? Your favorite celebrity and politician's secret religion is beyond the reach of the vulgar. Vulgar is what you are to them. He won't tell you. She won't tell you. And they won't tell you. Because the other obscene penalties from the rituals of Freemasonry include having your ear and hand chopped off, or both hands, being hung in your own home, and my personal favorite, having the top of your skull cut off so your brain is cooked in the sun. Now can you imagine what they're hiding? And then the ritual monitor goes on to illustrate the same secret handshakes and signs. Hidden hand, sign of silence. These people mocking us, sometimes to our face with their symbolism, while we respect them, admire them, and sometimes even love them and idolize them. All of them partaking in the same initiation rituals. To belong to the secret society, a prerequisite for success. To belong to the religion that gives you everything you want, everything your heart desires. While the Gospels teach accurately that the heart is wicked. Now here is a practical example of how Freemasonry comes first, even above the title of president. Here's a portrait of George Washington doing the sign of the Master of the Second Veil, and here, Freemason, before and above president. And if you think that's just by chance that they put the word Freemason above president, then here, read this genuine quote from Harry Truman. This should tell you how deep the consequences of Masonic initiation go and what lies deep within. It's Freemasonry above everything else. There's the Queen showing her allegiance over and over. And here's the Queen leaving a very special hospital with a very special nurse. And this was the Queen's father, fully dressed in his Masonic regalia and that God-forsaken apron they wear, which also hides something, just like the square and compass. In fact, what the apron hides is what the square and compass really represents. And it's staring you right in the face. Can you see it yet? Prince Charles, handshake, hidden hand. Prince Harry, Prince William. And here is the Grand Master of English Freemasonry, Prince Edward, also in full gear. What a lovely looking chap. And now he's giving the Masonic grip in front of this stone that was placed there to memorialize his visit to Cape Town Lodge. And what about this guy? Prince Philip, husband of the Queen. Do you remember him saying this? Yeah, and here's the article in case you think he didn't. Initiated member. Do you slowly see what the Masonic mindset is? We are beneath them. And the craziest thing is, if they can turn you into what they think of you, then you deserve what's coming. It's a natural law. It's the law of nature. And I'll soon show you their real Bible, for lack of a better term, which justifies it all, and the one which guides their morals. And it makes a lot of sense, because the power of the deceptive phenomenon of Freemasonry lies in the fact that it contains real truth, intertwined with untruth. Now, this actual book that guides their morals and plans, it isn't written by hand, and it's been around longer than the Bible. So they think it's purer, sublime as they call it. And it's the foundation on which the religion is built upon. And that Bible, so-called, that unwritten Bible, is the key to unlocking its secrets. I'm going to hand you that key. And it's all going to come together like a flood. So they're going to own it all by their own words and actions. And they're going to introduce us to a new system of life, but only after a number of shocking events take place, which I'm so close to telling you about. But first, I have to tell you the name of the secret religion and the identity of the I. Now, for the few of you that think of hospitals and charities and nursing homes when you hear the word Freemason, a word which I soon hope to never speak again after this video, well, it's a front, a cover story, and like everything else in this presentation, I'm going to show you. This too is for the poor Freemasons that are going to have the call to make an appearance in the comment section trying to defend their beloved fraternity. This is 33rd degree Freemason Manly Hall, who was named Freemason of the Century by the Scottish Rite Journal in 1990. And you'd be surprised how many Masons have never heard of him, because they don't bother entering the Masonic library and searching out the mysteries themselves. These same Masons think they know something, and they parade themselves on websites and social media, calling people like me, oh, he's just an anti-Mason, anti-Mason. Blind fools at best, deceivers at worst. Well, the Freemason of the Century wrote in this book, and in this chapter, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization, concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect, one visible and the other invisible. The visible society is a splendid camaraderie of free and accepted men and women, enjoined to devote themselves to ethical, educational, fraternal, patriotic, and humanitarian causes. and concerns like hospitals and charities. But the invisible society is a secret and most august fraternity whose members are dedicated to the service of a mysterious arcanum arcanorum, meaning mystery of mysteries. Now I wonder what that could be. So once again, don't listen to the lost or deceptive Masons that'll come here trying to cheat you from the truth, telling you that I don't know what I'm talking about or calling me an anti-Mason. Because there you just heard it. There's a Masonry for the majority of Masons, and then there's the real thing, the secret religion, which should shock you when it's announced. These same lost or deceptive Masons also love to repeat, like parrots, that Freemasonry is not a religion. Well, what does the Freemason of the century have to say about that? From this book, he writes, Masonry is essentially a religious order. Not just a little bit religious, but essential. And here, the iconic giant of Freemasonry says in Morals and Dogma, every Masonic lodge is a temple of religion, and its teachings are instructions in religion. So please, sit down, Masons, because Freemasonry is a religion. And soon, I'm going to tell you what it's really called. Now look at this from the same book, and speaking about fellow Freemasons being initiated in the lodge room. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. Their true explication is reserved for the princes of Freemasonry. The whole body of the royal art, which you'll know all about soon, was hidden so carefully in the higher degrees. So you see, the whole thing is built on lies. And the ultimate liar lives inside the triangle, above the pyramid, so that even the highest Masons are living a monstrous lie. Wake up, Masons. Even you are deceived, just as the public is. Unless, of course, you're hungry enough to want to acquire all the power and climb up that pyramid closer to the eye that sees all. In that case, close your mouth, go back to your lodge, and good luck to you. Or, of course, grow some kahunas and be honest. But then you can't, right? Because you'd be breaking your oath. Sad. Oh, it's good to be free, under the wing of the true master. Stick around if you're interested, and you'll get to see some wonder. When I pull that cloak called Freemasonry right off, and those that are still here watching will get to see the true colors of the nakedness and the horror of the Masonic Lodge, and the religion that rules them all. Another thing that Masons will repeatedly say is that this has nothing to do with Freemasonry, and it's just a conspiracy theory. Well, the 33rd degree Freemason of the century also wrote this book about 100 years ago, The Secret Destiny of America, and look at the front cover. And I'll tell you why America is so important for the ultimate goal of the secret society. It's disturbing, but it's also essential in understanding the near future and what's going to take place. So for the Freemasons that still say that this is not a Masonic design, especially this Masonic website called Masonic Info, insisting here that even the eye in the triangle or pyramid is not Masonic. Completely laughable and pure disinformation for the stupid masses. Try arguing against this. This is from a 1960 copy of the New Age magazine, an official organ of the Supreme Council of 33rd Degrees. No higher authority in the United States to speak of the relationship between Freemasonry and the US $1 bill. Masonic symbolism in a $1 bill. Look at them all. 13 leaves, 13 bars, 13 feathers, so on and so forth, and of course, this, the Masonic all-seeing eye, located in the pyramid. So, you think this is a conspiracy theory, or just a plain conspiracy? Well, here's JFK, yes, a Freemason, but one who had enough when he wanted to print money disassociated from the Masonic central banks, just like Abraham Lincoln, and he paid the price for it as well. Listen to the speech we never hear about in school. More proof that they control the education system here and everywhere. Please, just have a quick listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means. I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
As I said in the beginning, you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg peeking out from the ocean top. I told you, all personalities in the field of great influence are initiated members of Freemasonry. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. Within 60 seconds of me telling you what international Freemasonry really is, I'll prove it to you. Unequivocally, within 60 seconds. And then I'm going to drive it home, and then I'm going to show you what they're planning with this new age they're implementing, and then the conclusion, which is by far the most important part of this presentation. So when you hear me tell you the truth in just a moment, don't switch off in disbelief because you can't believe that your favorite idol or whoever could possibly be involved, like you know them or something. You don't know these people. You do know that they're under oath never to reveal their beliefs to you. The vile multitude. It's time to trust your eyes now, not your feelings, especially after all that I've shown you. This is why the secret religion is so hidden. This is why it's so ingeniously designed through layers of lies upon lies, cloak upon cloak, and oath upon oath, concealing the truth for its chosen few. What is Freemasonry? What is the most secret yet most powerful religion in the world? Well, that's easy. We live in an evil, evil world. So there's only one religion that befits it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. Now start the clock. From Morals and Dogma, prepared for the Supreme Council for 33rd degree. That's the highest degree in Freemasonry, and written by the undisputed heavyweight champion of modern Freemasonry, Albert Pike. On page 321, he boldly states, Lucifer, the light bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not. Did you hear that? Lucifer is God, and do not doubt it. Come on now, stay with me. Here from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, written by 33rd degree Freemason, a beloved member of the craft, Albert Mackey. He tells us whose name represents the good principle in Freemasonry's secret worldview. Writing under the Masonic meaning of the word pentagram, he says that the pentagram, depending on its position, represents good or evil. See how he puts the positive aspect in the first position? Good first, evil second. Good or evil, light or darkness, victory or death, initiation or profanation, Lucifer or Vesper. Lucifer is good. Lucifer is light. Lucifer is victory. And Lucifer is true initiation. See, if you're not initiated, you're profane. If you haven't figured out that God is Lucifer, you're vulgar and profane. You're stupid, in their own words. That's the beginning of their big secret. God is the devil, and we're already in hell right now. Now from the Freemason of the Century, Manly Hall, and this will make it 3 out of 3 legends of Freemasonry stating the same thing. In the Lost Keys of Freemasonry on page 76, when the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething, surging energies of Lucifer are in his hands. Do you see? The world's hidden religion, with its universal one-eye symbolism, who was revealed slowly and by degrees only to its dedicated members, is Satanism, or Luciferianism as they prefer to call it. Now all the oaths make sense, don't they? Now all the rituals make sense. Now all the penalties make sense. And their secret signs and symbols and handshakes all make sense. While the bulk of Freemasons make the external image of the fraternity and know nothing of who rules over them and who or what they're protecting. But which craft do you think the Freemason of the Century is talking about here? Which craft? Which craft? Which craft? witchcraft. You need to slowly wake up now. Witchcraft is the royal art of Freemasonry, jealously guarded and reserved for the few. I'll show you clear as day that this is in fact true. This is the symbol of Satanism. And this is the symbol of the lodge of female Freemasonry called the Order of the Eastern Star. Look at that. Satanism, Freemasonry. Trust your eyes. This is the symbol of the Church of Lucifer, founded by a 33rd degree Freemason, which I'll prove. Look at the Masonic squaring compass in the design. The Church of Satan and Lucifer, two sides of the same coin, nurtured and brought to an organized international level of power and influence by Freemasonry, in secret, and all done right under our noses. And if you think that your politicians or religious leaders or favorite idols can't be a part of this, you have to try and snap out of it, or suspend your everyday beliefs just for a moment, and I will clearly show you how it's not only possible, but it's actual. Please, I feel like it's now or never. If you don't get a glimpse of this now, then when? Who else is going to tell you this? When will you next be confronted with this? This is reality. And as much as you thought that ordinary people came into positions of power through hard work or concern for society or family connections, combined with brains and talent, that's not the case. That's the fantasy. This is the reality. They all go through Freemasonry. You think that Sam Worthington was so talented that he was picked over all those American actors to star in Avatar? Of course not. He was a Freemason. And so was the director, James Cameron, of the highest caliber. You have to remember that to them, Lucifer is good. Lucifer is the liberator. Jesus is the suppressor. Lucifer is pure love. Jesus is impure love. Lucifer left heaven for you. Jesus was crucified because he was a false Messiah. The world has always been deceptive, and we have been magnificently deceived. Here is an incredible example. Pay attention. This should blow your mind. Charles Darwin, the father of atheism and rationalism, was an initiated Freemason, doing the hidden hand of Freemasonry in this picture, and the vow of silence in this one. This would have remained unknown to us because no one's going to teach us this. But now we have the tools to see his beliefs, not through his words, but through his signs and symbols. I told you they can't help but to show off their religions because they think we're stupid, vile, and ignorant. And I've proven that to you as well. So once again, are you going to prove them right by switching off and ignoring this? Well, unfortunately, more than 90% of you will. But what I'm giving you here is priceless knowledge because no amount of money or success can substitute its importance. And I'm risking everything but my own salvation to share it with you. If only for the few of you. Think about what you've just seen here with Charles Darwin, because I don't know if you got it. You cannot be accepted as a candidate of Freemasonry unless you believe in a supreme being, as exemplified here with Phil Collins, speculated by some to be an atheist, but this seems impossible because being a Freemason, he has to believe in a higher power, or more accurately, supreme being, and I can personally vouch for that. And look here in the Masonic Oath itself. The candidate says, I will not aid or be present at the initiation of an atheist, a madman, or a fool. Freemasonry believes that to be an atheist is to be the equivalent of a madman. And they're right. Yet while they propagate atheism around the world, in universities and schools, Charles Darwin himself was a believer in an intelligent designer, a supreme being. He had to be because he's a Freemason. And that intelligent designer that gave birth to us is named Lucifer in the highest degrees of Freemasonry. See? Never tell. He lied to you because that's what Freemasons do. The whole thing is a giant lie that was carefully constructed by mutilating the truth, because mutilated truths make the most successful lies. This is the secret to their success, a lying tongue and a lying spirit, from the 1st degree to the 33rd degree, to each other and to us. I've proven that as well. And what did Jesus, how did he describe their God? The father of lies. How accurate. The one who comes to cheat, kill and destroy. How accurate again when I tell you their plans. Look here, Charles Darwin is noted as an influential figure by the Satanic Temple. And proof for them, apart from the intelligent design that is all around us, that Lucifer is real and that he's the god of this realm, is the power of witchcraft or magic. Magic works because there's a hierarchy or a pyramidal power structure in the spirit realm, a realm devoid of any love for you. And these spirits can be conjured up and summoned by the practitioners of the royal art of Freemasonry. They ask for something in return, however. Listen to Bob Dylan, a Freemason. Hidden hand, one eye symbolism.
Out here doing these songs, you know, you're still on tour.
I do, but I don't take it for granted.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. You know, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And in this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
How does one communicate with Bob Dylan's chief commander, Lucifer? By the jealously guarded royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft. This is from the Encyclopedia of American Religions. Secrecy is bolstered by a system of initiations and degrees, the Freemasonic system. The material which is kept secret is the magical knowledge of the group. This knowledge may consist of rituals and powerful magical formulas. Do you think J.K. Rowling isn't a Luciferian? In this article, J.K. Rowling reveals the inspiration behind the Deathly Hallows symbol. And what is it? The Masonic square compass with the one eye that all the celebrities mimic. That's the inspiration. They're all members of the secret society. If you think that doesn't prove anything, here she is with her new tattoo. It says Solve Coagula. Also a song title by fellow Freemason Marilyn Manson. And where does it come from? Here, the Baphomet. The image of Lucifer as conceptualized by another Freemason, Eliphas Levi, in his book, The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic. This horrid thing, with breasts, a penis, and a goat's head with two horns, has these words written on its arms, Solve Coagula. The impact of the meaning of these two words should disturb you to soberness when I tell you about them. Because apart from other things, they involve the process in which the new system will be implemented at unbelievable cost to you and I. Here's a statue of the Baphomet at the temple, Satanic Temple, complete with two little kids admiring it. That's J.K. Rowling's religion, Satanism. The secret religion for the highly evolved and the highly successful. Welcome to the real world. The same Masonic author writes in The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic, in the ceremonies practiced at reception by all secret societies, there are found indications of a doctrine which is everywhere carefully concealed, and that is witchcraft. And in his History of Magic, he tells us it is the royal art, and that's what Freemasonry calls it. And where did he get his inspiration for the Baphomet? From the Knights Templar, another secret society who were banned, and some of its members were executed in the 1300s for glorifying evil, as it's openly stated here in the Satanic Rituals. And where do modern day Knights Templars reside now? Within high degree of Freemasonry, right here. Again from the encyclopedia, and listen to this. The continuing impact of speculative Freemasonry, which means modern day Freemasonry, provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Magical orders, meaning other branches of secret societies, of which Freemasonry is the umbrella. Because Freemasonry is the king of secret societies. Just like JFK tried to tell us, it's the prestigious channel that one must go through. And it is the reason that the oldest religion in the world has made a colossal comeback and is now on the brink of success, which, as I said, nothing can stop now. And again from the encyclopedia, the groups wear ritual garb and meet in magical lodges. And where do Masons meet? In the Masonic Lodge. Like here with a magical pentagram on their checkered floorboard. Are you believing your eyes? Or are you making excuses? Here's another statue of the Baphomet at a satanic temple doing the sign of the horned god Lucifer. The hand sign mimicking the horns on his head. And of course, the upside down cross. And here's Barack Obama doing the same sign. And the sign of silence with a twist. Who do you think he's mocking here? You and I. But mainly Christians. Because Christianity is the one force that has stood between you and the inconceivable horror that is awaiting us and is on its way. Here's an article on Barack Obama, and that's his hands adjusting his presidential seal. And there's his Masonic ring, and the sign of the devil's horns, over and over. Freemasonry and Satanism are intertwined. Look at these Masonic politicians throwing up the devil's horns. George W. Bush. Look how sneaky and sinister the look on his face is here. And the manner in which he's delivering the sign. In front of the whole world. Is he a fan of rock music? Is he saying I love you in sign language for the deaf, like some people like to say? This is his fraternal order called Skull and Bones, also known as the Order of Death, where you lie naked in a coffin with what's called a temple prostitute during initiation. Clearly a Masonic order, with this guy displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry. In Stanley Kubrick's last movie before his death, he's telling you that all prominent members of industry, including politics, as the movie goes on to show, are members of a satanic secret society. In it, he shows the members engage in an orgy and feast after the ceremony of dedication to their horned god. To identify which secret society he's referring to, he leaves the clues in the artwork. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The One-Eyed Religion. And who do you think the title of the movie is dedicated to? None other than the stupid, ignorant, and uninitiated masses watching the movie. And you know it now. He knew that when we'd leave the cinema, we'd be commenting on the performance of Tom Cruise, or giggling about the orgy scene, or just being disappointed because the movie went too long, or some other meaningless critique, with eyes wide shut. Look at the cover of his other movie, A Clockwork Orange. The eye on top of the pyramid. And on his shirt, the word devil in Italian. Let me take it up a notch, in case this isn't registering. Listen to the founder of the Satanic Church, Anton LaVey, tell us in his book, The Satanic Rituals, which is a companion to the Satanic Bible, Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. This is back in 1972 he said this. Now 40 years later it should read all governments, not many. And why is the founder of the Church of Satan talking about Freemasonry, the most respectable and charitable fraternity in the world, that no one seems to talk about and that we never hear about in school? This is why. Because the Satanic Ritual is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, Hermetic, and Masonic elements. That's crazy, because Freemasonry is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, and Hermetic elements too. Any Masonic writer will confirm that. But how can that be? Because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. On page 106, every rite of the Black Order employed Masonic principles. Every rite of these Black Orders, one of which was called Freunden von Lucifer, which translates to Friends of Lucifer. And guess what? There are numerous manifestations of Satanism in Masonic ritual, including the goat, the coffin, and the death's head. Please awaken, O sleeper, and let the glorious light of the truth dawn upon your sleepy eyes. How did Freemasonry get away with this? Just like Jesus, the greatest enemy of theirs, said they would, by dressing the wolves as sheep. A satanic underground carefully cloaked in Christian trappings. That's how Freemasonry got away with it. We can't find out about it because they run the media and the education system clearly. John F. Kennedy was brutally assassinated after he attempted to inform us that we are opposed around the world by a monolithic conspiracy. Did he know that Lucifer was the god of Freemasonry? I don't know. The Grand Master of my lodge, who was the mayor of the city, was a 32nd degree Freemason. That's one short of the top, one short of the true beginning of the secret religion, and he had no idea what Freemasonry really was. After 42 years in the lodge, they never invited him into the 33rd degree initiation because he couldn't see past the Christian trappings, as they were designed to do exactly that, trap the Christian, or trap anyone else who was too sensitive to behold the truth. Thus, Freemasonry could halt their progress at any time without suspicion because it's a rare thing to reach the 33rd degree, and every Freemason knows that. So that there are no rude awakenings that take place with those that aren't ready to embrace Lucifer as the true god of Freemasonry and the world. This is an ingenious system, birthed by what must have been demonic inspiration. Anton LaVey says that this ingenious system I speak of serves as a rudimentary screening process for organized Satanism. Exactly right. It's a filtering process, as I've said earlier. An international filtering process from which men and women are picked and permitted to enter the world stage. And I'm saying all this for those who naively think that politics and magic ritual do not mix. That's the founder of the Satanic Church. He admits that. Admissions that were never heeded because no one cares. How else did the Freemasons pull the wool over our eyes? The companion to the Satanic Bible tells us that as well. By filling the world with fools. And who's the biggest fool in the eyes of Freemasonry? An atheist. From the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. One who does not believe in the existence of God. Such a state of mind can only arise from the ignorance of stupidity. All this time, you're laughing at Christians, and the Freemasons are laughing at you. Here's Brad Pitt, wearing his Masonic ring and covering his eye. Now here's a genuine quote from Brad Pitt, the Freemason. In short, I could really try on something different for myself. That was Satanism. It's working out really well. I made a pact. That's why. You don't believe him? Bob Dylan does. And the hand sign they all do. Allow me to show you what it symbolizes. And now that you know what you know, it should make sense to you. It stands for 666. Yes, indeed. Satan's number, foretold by Jesus Christ. Now just hang on, let me prove it to you. Here it is for all to see on this shirt design, worn by Guns N' Roses guitarist Slash. See the I in the middle of the 6? Repeated 3 times. That's 666. In this one, the design in the shirt is clearly demonstrated by the person wearing it. Another example, the hand sign with 3 6s on the shirt. Here's a movie poster, the hand sign and the 6 on his lapel. Connect the dots. Here's Don Cheadle, the hand sign, and here he covers one eye with the dice. What's the number on the dice that he holds toward the camera? 6. There's literally 3 6s that manifest in the hand sign itself, like this. That's why they do it. Here's Drake with the most obvious example, holding up the hand sign with the all-seeing eye of Lucifer on his bicep. And here, blatantly connecting the 6 to the hand sign on the artwork to one of his songs. The hand sign over one eye, obviously signifying a 6. This is proof. The number is mystical and it's grounded in reality, and it's related to sex rituals within witchcraft. You'll see, I'll show you. But if that's not enough, there. Drake is clearly intending that hand sign to be a way of communicating the number 666. A hater of Christianity and Jesus Christ. But I wonder why. He has everything he desires. Christians aren't suppressing him. He doesn't hate Buddha or Muhammad. None of them do. No. Jesus is who they hate. But they protect Freemasonry by communicating its presence in their lives, not by word, but by symbols and signs. Disciples of Lucifer. While you don't believe it, they take it very seriously, and they mock you by displaying it in your face. They know the truth. The chief commander, the one at the top of the pyramid, is Satan, the god of this world, just like Jesus told you who he is. Britney Spears doing the 666 over the eye, and look at this. The devil's horns while she wears the seal of the US $1 bill, designed by Freemasons. You know why now. You just have to stop denying it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is how they tell you. Let's go to Britney's close friend, whom she tongue-kissed in front of the world, sexualized as these people are, and for all the girls out there to be inspired and corrupted by. Madonna, wearing the same Masonic design as Britney. 666 hand sign, the one-eye symbolism, and the vow of silence. The vow of silence with her fellow practitioner of witchcraft. The Masonic eye in the triangle behind her, and now the upside-down cross of Christ on her outfit. A member of the secret society who hates Jesus with a passion, as you can see here with Lucifer, the god of Freemasonry, giving her oral sex. Deep despisers of Christianity. Are you wondering why yet? The sign of the devil's horns here, meaningfully placed and done with precise intent, like with all of them. And here teaching her poor children to follow in her footsteps. Truly only God knows how many young people she's perverted in her career, all orchestrated by Freemasonry. Here's the founder of the Church of Satan again, Anton LaVey, showing the horn sign. The horned god of the witches, as illustrated by Una Woodruff in her book Witches. And here, with a member of the Agora sect of Hinduism partaking in a ritual of the oldest religion of the world. She's drinking blood here from what? A human skull. Sound familiar? That's right. That's what all the high-level Freemasons do, except they use wine, until they themselves are invited into the secret religion. It's ritualistically done to gain magical abilities, not a myth. And look at her hand sign. It's also known as the El Diablo. Do you still think this hand sign is a joke, or it's misunderstood or misrepresented by people like me? Look at the cover of Anton's other book called Satan Speaks. Look at the eye. He has one eye emphasized. Can you see? What about the image of Lucifer in the Satanic Temple? Look at the right eye. It's darkened. You ready for this? From the Bible. And this passage is thousands of years old. Woe to the worthless shepherd. His right arm shall be completely withered, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. Where do you think this hatred for Jesus comes from? Do you think it's because we've outgrown it? Or because it speaks the truth? Who do you think this worthless shepherd with one eye darkened is? And who said, I am the good shepherd? Who said that? Jesus Christ is the good shepherd, not the worthless shepherd with one eye. You think this is all just a coincidence? Just hang tight a little longer and you will see some wonder. Here's Anton LaVey with Freemason Marilyn Manson, and here's Marilyn covering his eye. In case you forgot that this is the eye of Freemasonry, the international religion they all belong to. Here he is giving the sign of the master of the second veil, the hidden hand of Freemasonry, along with his Masonic ring. You know how many presidents and journalists and common men have tried to expose Freemasonry? Or get it shut down, get it banned? Well, those days are long gone. Marilyn Manson, the Freemason who tears the Bible into pieces on stage during his performances, he captured the fundamental purpose of Freemasonry's existence very well when he said in an interview with Spin Magazine in 1996, "Hopefully I'll be remembered as the person who brought an end to Christianity," echoing the dreams of grandeur, just like his spiritual father. Now Kesha, one-eye symbolism of Freemasonry, the eye in the triangle, and the sign of silence. So she's a member. And behold, an inverted cross in her music video, inverted cross on her outfit, and a satanic pentagram on this outfit, just like the symbol of female Freemasonry. You think none of these Freemasons look like witches? Really? And none of these witches in the making? Remember, 90% of them don't know what they're serving, or what they're doing there, or why they're taking oaths of such silence and such penalty. Avril Lavigne does, showing her allegiance with the one-eye symbolism, participating in lesbianism in a video, influencing the masses, subtly stealing her innocence. And what's on her helmet? One eye. And doing the El Diablo with pentagrams at her concert. Anthony Bourdain with his one-eye symbolism, he was openly a hater of Christianity. And what kind of woman would suit a man like this? Well, a fellow member of the secret society who hates Christianity too, of course, Asia Argento. One-eye symbolism, again and again. The sign of Lucifer's horns, and this pose of his image. Remember the Baphomet. There's Asia mimicking its pose, complete with the finger position. Creatures with breasts and an erect penis and a goat's head. You know, things you find normal now, thanks to international Freemasonry, normalizing evil and filth through multiple levels of and avenues of propaganda and influence, including television, movies, music videos, schools, education, through legislation, through passing of laws to protect the evil nature, and of course through your favorite idols. Chris Hemsworth, just your everyday good Aussie bloke? I'm afraid not. One-eye symbolism and the sign of silence, both of which mean he's taken all the disgusting oaths of Freemasonry under the penalty of death, thus catapulting him over the competition, never to promote Christian values or Jesus Christ again. The 666 hand sign, and now, see how the hand symbol makes sense? Amber Heard, who was married to this Freemason, who's best friends with this Freemason. I told you they only date, marry, and associate with their secret society. Here with the 666 over one eye, and this tweet. I think it's a tweet, I don't know. Look at the one eye closed, darkened if you will, and identifying its meaning with the devil's hand symbol. Of course, she camouflages the whole thing with her misdirecting words for the dumb masses. But we can see through that now, right? Oh, look, it's Elon Musk replying. He's a fan of Amber Heard. Or is there more to it? Good sign, he says. The sign of the devil's horns. The fertility god. The sex god. That's what he's referring to. Why on earth would he point that out? You know why. But to be sure, let's go to his wife or girlfriend, Grimes. One eye. And whose eye is it? You know that too now. The God of this world, who hates Jesus Christ just like she does. 2 inverted crosses of Christ and the pentagram. And what about Elon's mother? Of course, all members of the secret society. Most of us who never even knew it existed. Blink-182 initiated member with some of his secret brothers from the lodge. Vow of silence. sign of the devil. Cyndi Lauper, all-seeing eye, vow silence, the sign of the god of this world. Christian Bale, who thanked Satan at an award show, doing the sign of the master of the second veil, the hidden hand of Freemasonry. Ashley Tisdale, all-seeing eye, social media post, and hanging out with her boyfriend, who proudly wears the satanic cross. You think they belong to the same religion? Of course they do. Bonnie Wright, one eye and the satanic horns. John Cleese, I include him here because he's a well-known hater and mocker of Jesus Christ and Christianity. He got rich off it, and he's a proud Freemason, showing his allegiance. Motley Crue, Nikki Sixx, Tommy Lee, Vince Neil holding a cross upside down, and their album cover. Secretly Freemasons under oath while promoting Satanism in the open, doing their job and influencing the masses to hate Jesus and Christianity and to live a life of sin through seduction of their music. Secret Society member Jimi Hendrix hiding one eye and telling you about the secret powers of music. Nirvana, Kurt, bass player Chris, Dave Grohl, Dave and Jack Black making the sign of the pentagram, a geometric tool used in the magical curriculum, and Dave wearing his upside down cross. Hard to listen to all those beautiful songs he's written now. Courtney Love and her daughter glorifying the symbol of Satan, and Nirvana discovering something on a road trip while covering some numbers up. Proud Satanists, all secret Freemasons. Here's Quentin Tarantino. Now that we know what we know, can you see through this picture to reach its true meaning? The all-seeing eye, whose identity is revealed by the hand gesture, which is 666, with the vow of silence and throwing up the devil's horns, which I hope you can finally see means something. Share. Can this get any more obvious now? The sign of the vow of silence being made with the sign of the devil, telling you that the secret which isn't to be spoken of is Lucifer, right there in front of you. Speaking through signs and symbols, like Confucius said, signs and symbols rule the world, not words nor laws. Cardi B, I just want you to see a few connections between the one-eye symbolism, the 666 hand sign, and the horned God symbol. Eddie Izzard, all-seeing eye, hidden hand, and mimicking the horns of the Masonic God. Oh, but men love the darkness rather than light, as the scriptures put it so solemnly. Look at how precise that statement is. With high-ranking Freemasons loving the darkness so much that they define the darkness itself as light. Watch. In MasonicWorld.com, an article by Worshipful Master John Alexander, who has journeyed from the lower degrees to the high and sublime degrees. This is the religion of our leaders and celebrities, so listen. He writes, every ritual from the high and sublime degrees that I have ever read contains the statement, I beg you to observe that the light of a Master Mason is darkness visible. I put it to you, brethren, that this is the most accurate description of Masonic light that you will ever find. Think about what you just heard, because this is what they learn. Masonic light is darkness. And this is before they enter the real religion of Freemasonry, Satanism. That's why in the high degrees the ritual states to the candidate, I beg of you to observe, meaning to ponder, to contemplate what they mean by the statement. My 32nd degree Grand Master, he never understood. And they don't push you, remember? It's all a screening process to weed out the weaklings who can't handle the truth. The truth that this is how the all-seeing eye sees things. Evil is good and good is evil. Look at what he says immediately afterwards. In keeping with our normal Masonic practice of burying our important truths deeply, the ritual sets out to immediately disguise this truth. Usually people bury their lies, but Masons bury their truths. Because their truth is that God is the devil and that we are in hell. So everything has to be flipped on its head in order for things to make sense in this place where lust creates life, where might is right, where compassion is weakness, and of course, in order to succeed. Look here, with another Freemason of the highest degree, Helena Blavatsky. She writes in her book, The Secret Doctrine. Doctrine means belief. So the book is called The Secret Belief. The Secret Belief of Freemasonry. She says, the sons of God, of whom Satan was one, all those spiritual beings were called angels of darkness, because that darkness is absolute light. Do you see how far they go to protect and glorify the darkness? Because men love darkness rather than light. If these were just randoms next door or some minor cult, I wouldn't be telling you about them, and I really wouldn't care this much. But these are not randoms. These are our heroes. These are those who have crept into the power structure very slowly since 1717, when the first Masonic Grand Lodge was organized, to overthrow Christianity and the world. These are those who we admire, trust. And these are those who have perverted our culture with one hand, the hidden hand, while upholding it with the other hand. So you can never call them out, because they run charities, nursing homes, and children's hospitals in the open, while they propagate smut, violence, debt, and of course atheism in secret. While a plethora of everyday distractions are endlessly supplied to us through entertainment and news, plowing through our lives. That's political Freemasonry, politicizing everything, including entertainment, supplying you with their heroes and their idols. And now that 95% of the world have been spiritually disarmed by thinking, oh, the world is a good place and Jesus is a myth, they've rigged our infrastructure and they're about to bring it down so they can build up their new world from the ashes. A completely new system of life on this planet is coming. I promise you that. In a book called Satan's Master Plan, LaVey affirms his commitment to destroy Christianity. Now check out Anton LaVey, once again in perfect parallel with Freemasonry, stating in the Satanic Bible, waiting at the darkness visible for that bright and morning star. Bright and morning star being a reference to Lucifer. The exact same expression as the Freemason and worshipful master John Alexander that we just heard describing Masonic light. Darkness visible. Identical language. Because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is what the initiated queen of Freemasonry, Helena Blavatsky, says of the bulk of Freemasons in her book. The knowledge of their members about the full signification of their symbols is nil. And that's of course true to the Freemasons listening. How do I know she's a Freemason? Because her diploma was reproduced on page 66 in Freemasonry Universal, Volume 5, Part 2, in the Autumn Equinox, 1929. And also because she's displaying the Masonic penalty sign, like all these Freemasons. Drew Barrymore, all-seeing eye, vow of silence. And see, the symbol of her secret god. Elijah Wood, one eye, hidden hand of Freemasonry, and the devil's horns. Sammy Davis Jr., the eye of the Freemasons is the all-seeing eye of Lucifer. Because here he is with Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan. So when you see him hanging with other celebrities like Bill Cosby, can you be sure that they belong to the same religion? Sure you can. I told you they don't hang out with the uninitiated. You think the Rat Pack weren't Freemasons? Well, here's their leader, Frank Sinatra, doing the hidden hand.
introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music. Yeah. But it did not work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
On that, how do you consider maybe doing more acting?
I only had a few lines. It was fantastic, but I can't really tell you anything else. But it would.
Sure you can.
I know I can't. It's very secretive. It's a very secret society.
And I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear to Lucifer, I'm gonna.
poker facing with your sexuality. When I was making love to my old boyfriend, I used to think about women sometimes.
Oh, good Lord. I'm sure he was delighted when you told him. Oh, good Lord. I'm sure he was
You may feel a small
Christ.
prick.
Christ.
Prick.
There is a fork in the road that's approaching you, and you can stay on the path which curves to the left by denying the existence of Satanism in the fullness that you've been shown. Or you can surrender to the truth and take the right-hand path. Now, where that road could lead is the sweetest risk you'll ever take. Are you still pretending that this one-eye religion of Freemasonry isn't Luciferianism? See, this here is the biggest obstacle you'll ever face. The very thing that could lead you to the prize is the very thing that will keep you from it. The reality of international Satanism. In the shadow of Christianity, Satanism has always been there. With every church that sprung up, so did its invisible enemy, the Satanic Church, growing out of sight and out of mind, from this to this. And Christianity has long been deprived of its power, as clearly demonstrable by the absolute lack of preaching against the institution of Freemasonry. Satanism's magic cloak, Satanism's magic trick, that's Freemasonry. And how they are laughing for now. So Freemasons are at the helm of the power structure of society, which means Satanism rules. And they're making their move for the new order of the ages. Are you that besotted by this evil world that you'll even deny the existence of secret societies? And what about the American president, John Kennedy? Was he just a nutjob like me? Warning us about an international secret society with an international secret plot. A Freemason trying to tell you and the world about Freemasonry. Shot through the head. I've shown you who they are. I've shown you how they successfully operate with degrees of initiations and horrific and illegal oaths of secrecy. And I've shown you why they are a secret society. I've proven it to you. And only now that I've done that, I can show you in this many minutes what the shocking new order that Freemasonry has so cautiously been guiding us toward actually looks like. And of course you won't believe that either. By now there's a 98.5% chance that you belong to the world. And in that case, the world can do, will do, and is doing whatever the hell it wants to with you. And when all you have is the world, you'll do anything to hold on to it. Christian or not, most of you will follow this world straight to the slaughterhouse in the name of peace, safety, and progress, clinging to it, because all you love is inside it, blissfully ignoring people like me warning you of who's really in charge of it. Men, women, actors, singers, businessmen, and politicians, all interlocked, whose God is named Lucifer. You've seen it with your own eyes, but now you can hear it with your own ears from this 33-degree Freemason in person, just in case the Masonic literature wasn't enough for you.
Okay, define Lucifer for me. Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people. Lucifer is? Yeah. Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy, virtuous. Now, is he the Lucifer that God created? That's the same one. Oh man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet. God bless you, brother. Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach, is that Lucifer is light. No. And what about those hospitals? You know what, sir? Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, we did not do these good deeds in your name. And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you. Jesus said it? In Matthew chapter 5.
You've been bred from childhood to fall for the biggest lie ever told, that Satan doesn't exist. And if Satan doesn't exist, well then neither does Jesus. And while your heroes and idols know full well that they do exist. And when I say you've been bred from childhood, I mean just that. Walter Disney was a high-ranking Freemason. He is a Masonic stamp dedicated to him, and he's very exclusive Club 33, which stands for the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. And who's the god of the 33rd degree Freemason, Walt Disney? Well, Walter hides the answer in plain sight, because that's what Freemasons do. Firstly, the god of Mr. Disney is wicked. See how they veil evil with a cloak of innocence? What does the word veil itself conceal? Secondly, Walter's god is horny, symbolized by the horned god of the witches. And we all know Walt Disney loves magic, which is witchcraft. So the depictions of sex are hidden in plain sight as well. Remember, lust produces life, not love. So lust is purity, lust is love for the high degree Freemason. And thirdly, he hides the number of his God's name in the open as well. No, that's not a 666 he's seeing interwoven in the design. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Not even when they separate the sixes from the name, all three of them, and place them together for you like this, in plain sight. No, not even then will people see. Do you think things are any better 50 years later? Here's the eye of Lucifer in the Nickelodeon channel, and his lightning flash. Remember what they actually believe about Satan. From Freemason Helena Blavatsky's book, The Secret Doctrine, meaning the secret belief. Who is Satan? He is the angel who was proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored himself in full divine light, strong enough to still reign in darkness amidst agony. Helena Blavatsky is suggested as recommended reading by the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry right here. And the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, speaking of Lucifer, Satan, and the Devil on page 407, writes that, to the initiate, the devil is the instrument of liberty or free will. That's who Lucifer is to them, okay? To show you how little you know of who you're dealing with, and the extent of this religion's influence and power, not to mention their plans, let me jump ahead for a minute. Watch this. This is Lucius Trust. The Lucius Trust is a non-for-profit service organization incorporated in the United States in 1922, and their objective from Lucius Trust website, dedicated to the establishment of a new and better way of life for everyone in the world based on the fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. The divine plan, a new way of life, like a new world system, like a new order. Now, you want to see who they work for? The Lucius Trust has consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. The United Nations, the UN. They consult the United Nations of the world. They advise the United Nations of the world. Now look at this. The Lucius Trust's publishing company was founded in the early 1920s as Lucifer Publishing Company. The Lucius Trust says that the name was probably chosen to honor Lucifer. What on earth does a modern day consultant to the most powerful and progressive force engaged in uniting all nations under one banner, the UN, have to do with the fallen angel of the Holy Bible? The one that Jesus Christ told us would manifest on earth as a world ruler, to deceive the whole world into a new world system. Yes, that angel. Why on earth would they honor that angel? Well, that's easy. They were founded by Freemasons. Incorporated into the United States by Alice Bailey and her husband Foster. Well, here's a book written by Foster the Freemason, The Spirit of Freemasonry, published by Lucius Press, also known as Lucifer Publishing. And one last thing, if you dig a little, you'll find an article on their website, The Esoteric Meaning of Lucifer, on a modern company website with consultative powers to the United Nations of all things. Wow, I really hope you're seeing this. In the article, it states that the Baileys had enormous respect for H.P. Blavatsky, who stated in her renowned occult book, The Secret Doctrine, on page 245, in the chapter called Holy Satan. It is Satan who is the God of our planet and the only God. Then the article goes on to say that the Baileys sought to elicit a deeper understanding of the sacrifice made by Lucifer. Everything has been reversed. Evil is good, Jesus is the enemy, and Lucifer sacrificed himself for you, not Jesus Christ, the one who washed the feet of his disciples and the only one they fear. Modern progressive atheists do not influence world events, people. Satanists do. Remember the goal of the Lucius Trust? The fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. Yeah, the divine plan exposed by Jesus Christ in the Gospels. Hence their war on the Bible and the abolition of it from the school system and even from modern Christian churches who dare not preach from the book of Revelation. Your most highly evolved and contemporary leaders of society secretly believe that in the theosophical perspective, the descent of these solar angels was not a fall into sin or disgrace, but rather an act of great sacrifice. They believe in the fallen angels and their revolt against God as revealed in the Bible, led by the devil, the chief commander of Freemason Bob Dylan, remember? These people make contact with these fallen angels, with the royal art of Freemasonry called witchcraft. Please stick around, let me show you that. How many solar angels does the Bible say followed Lucifer out of this heavenly realm? A third of the angels makes 33%. Does that number sound familiar yet? 33 degrees of Freemasonry. Just a coincidence? From the Gospels again, which expose these people every time. Do not let anyone who delights in false humility and the worship of angels, and who has access to some visionary world, beguile you, trick you of your reward. You still don't believe that the false humility of the charitable fraternity of the Freemasons is behind it all? Well, Blavatsky also published a magazine called Lucifer with a woman named Annie Besant. And here's a letter written by Annie herself with the official Masonic letterhead. And he signs off as a 33rd degree Freemason. Printed also in the left-hand corner, Annie Besant, 33rd degree, and a member of the Supreme Council. Undeniable and undisputable. Please don't make me prove it to you over and over. Have you caught a glimpse of who you're dealing with yet? They're all Freemasons, high-ranking. And they're all buffeted by a plethora of Masonic dupes who don't know any of this because they can't decipher the symbols and they don't care to try. They're proud and boastful and defensive of their beloved fraternity in which they get to rub shoulders
and performing arts. That's what is going on. Every war that is happening in this earth is a big drama. Theater and a secret manipulation of darkness. Please, are you hearing what I'm saying? I told you that the owner of, I think it was MTV, was asked, and he said, how come you have so much influence on the little children, I think of ages 8 to 16 or thereabout? And he laughed. He said, we don't influence them, we own them. We have developed a structure already that grows with them, right? And so they have invaded everything. Most of these organizations you celebrate are all fraternities of darkness. They have signed their allegiance. Let me tell you, Satan is called the god of this world. Have you been told? Is it not in your Bible? The Bible says he took Jesus to a mountain and showed him the glories of this world and said, if you bow, that's the only condition. Bow means sell your soul.
And welcome to the church house.
I don't know why the attention of darkness has moved very closely to music, right? The highest advocates of the Illuminati are businessmen and musicians, right? Please listen to me. Very important. I don't know why the attention of darkness has moved very closely to music, right? The highest advocates of the Illuminati are businessmen and musicians.
And so we talk about Robert Schuller, for example. Robert Schuller is another 33rd degree Freemason. He went to Rome to get the Pope's blessing to build his Crystal Cathedral. And Robert Schuller is a personal friend of that Louis Farrakhan, who is another high-level Freemason who runs the Nation of Islam for the Archbishop of Chicago. So we have all these high-level Masonic leaders, black and white, of all these various different religions, working together for agitation among the peoples of this country, but never ever exposing the papacy as the true heart and soul and its real master.
So is Andrew Tate CIA? The question has been raised because Tate has revealed in the past that his father was in the CIA, as can be seen here.
To him, my father, when he died, someone messaged me who was in, because my father was in the CIA. He held the record of the CIA record for the fastest assimilation of a foreign language. My father learned Russian within 2.5 weeks.
We ask ourselves, why do we fold the American flag in a triangle? And what does the pyramid or the triangle have to do with the American system of government on our dollar bill? If we remember that our Constitution was signed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is referred to as the Keystone State.
For us to succeed if we do not have unity.
What can we do to make our home a safe?
We now exercising the quality of love to the full by being quick to restore peace. Verse 17 and 18. Return evil for evil to no one. Take into consideration what is fine from the viewpoint of all men. If possible, as far as it depends on you, peaceable. Yes, peace. And see that Jehovah is good. Happy is the man who takes refuge in him. Yes, if we follow the psalmist's advice, we can be sure that our relation...
Greetings. We are so happy that you could join us for the December JW Broadcasting program. We are confident that the next hour will be spiritually refreshing for all of us. Brother Mark Numer is joining us today. Mark, what do we have coming up on the program?
We're certainly looking forward to what you have to say, Brother Splain. In addition to that,
Greetings. We are so happy that you could join us for the December JW Broadcasting program. We are confident that the next hour will be spiritually refreshing for all.
Bruh.
Think of it like a play. I enjoy learning the words of the play.
Hollywood appears to be a CIA Jesuit alliance forged as an apparatus for social conditioning over a long-term trajectory, and granted, with many foreign silent investor partners included. This alliance indeed predates the film industry. It goes as far back as the Crusades, and we are aware of the coalition between the Crown and Vatican City. Though the CIA came out of the OSS, well, the OSS was a descendant of British intelligence, which goes directly back to the witch John Dee, the original 007, further connecting intelligence, the occult, and stagecraft media entertainment. D, the original 007, further connecting intelligence, the occult, and stagecraft media entertainment.
Wake up! Wake up!
And of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Wake up! Wake up!
I've got one that can see.
Former bonesman.
Living or dead?
Living, but you'd better hurry.
Take a look at this, the skull and bones. Have you not seen this on many bikers' jackets? Or what about this? It's the cross of the Knights of Malta, a secret society that hardly anybody even talks about. And you see it everywhere in biker culture, even on West Coast choppers. Okay, so if my theory is correct, and the Illuminati created or helped, steer along the path that the gang movement went down, how would this be possible? Well, let's take a look at it. Most of the street gangs work for or underneath the bigger crime families. Like Sureño 13 pretty much does all of the dirty work that Laime needs to get done, you know what I'm saying? So, and I'm sure this works with a lot of the other street gangs as well. They're either working for or they're emulating what the bigger crime families are doing. So, let's look at the bigger crime families. Well, this is where it gets deep. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't want to touch this, But what are most of the bigger crime families? What are most of the Sicilian crime families? What are most of the Hispanic or the Mexican mafia crime families? What are most of the Italian crime families? They're all Roman Catholic. And if you've done any kind of real investigation into this, you can't turn a blind eye to the Vatican. You know that the Vatican has a huge role in the Illuminati.
Oh, we just go to college just to learn and make it in society, and anybody can make it. That's BS, man. I mean, I thought there was only one secret society, that was the Skull and Bones, which we're gonna look at in a brief in another couple of minutes. I mean, I thought there was only one secret society, that was the Skull and Bones, which we're gonna look at in a brief in another couple of minutes.
All those dudes, they speak with their hands because they mimicking Ariel.
I'm trying to be like Ariel.
This Baphomet hand sign polemic against the ICGJC.
Can anybody tell me who his teacher was? Don't yell out.
Talking about, oh, I do this every day. Yeah, but you don't do it every day on video. And when you do it on video, it's throwing up hand signs to the Illuminati. You are not to do that. You are not to do any kind of Masonic, demonic hand gestures. Why can't you just keep your hand in your lap and talk when you're on video? Because you can't, because you're worshiping Satan. That's why. And so I put up these videos to show you the comparison with these same demonic, elders in churches, in the Christian churches. They're throwing up the hand signs, and you got these Hebrew Israelite brothers throwing up the same hand signs and gestures. So you have to wake up, Israel. Wake up. I mean, stop making excuses for evilness and wickedness, because the Most High said, woe to those who call good evil and evil good. Woe to you. If you're sitting here making excuses for these grown men throwing up these Illuminati hand signs, woe to you.
Someone in the chat says, I guess I have to sit on my hands now.
and let me say this too, right? And just like the brother said something about the Masons, and let me tell you something. I don't know what Masons do. I don't know what kind of hand signals it is. I don't study that stuff. I don't get into masonry
right. We only
and
hear
all
what
of that kind
other
of
people
stuff.
Say.
Exactly. I only hear what other people say, and when people show me this, I say, "Oh, I didn't know that," because that ain't nothing. That ain't my forte. What does the scripture tell you to do? It told you that you have to judge a tree by its fruit.
Adam Weishaupt was a Jesuit priest. He's the one that pulled all of the families together in Europe and created the idea of the Illuminati. So basically that's how I think it happened. The Roman Catholic Church working through the crime families, working through the street gangs. They flooded the streets with guns. They flooded the streets with drugs through the CIA and through other organizations to create problems, you know what I'm saying, to create chaos.
But who is Yahweh ben Yahweh? And how did he come to amass real estate holdings in the hundreds of thousands of dollars? Yahweh ben Yahweh was born Hulan Mitchell Jr. and grew up in Oklahoma, a one-time member of the Nation of Islam. Yahweh's group claimed they were the true Jews. For years, they remained clouded in mystery.
My pleasure. The Nation of Islam, because, we can't be out here just willy-nilly. Every time I go somewhere, I do have security. And I've been so blessed that the Nation of Islam always gives my security. Even in the U.S., my security was provided by the Nation of Islam in LA, in Atlanta, in Houston. It's a big blessing.
Praise
I give thanks.
Praise God.
So in 2003, I'm running up ahead now.
I established Israel United in Christ. I was in the Kemetic community for a short time. Went to the Nation of Islam for a short time, and I met a brother named Black who gave me a flyer regarding the Holy Bible. And he showed me that in the Bible, our race is in the Bible.
The CIA gangs, man. We know that these gangs been planted in the so-called community.
Yes.
That's why I said the CIA
Right.
government. You know, this is
It
their
was
gang.
interesting that
Are the gangs labeled now as terrorists, bro?
yes, it's interesting here because a couple of years, about 6 or 7 years back, I said, you know, it's amazing how you could have people with these can't even function well in society, but they're nice people. Not just in the LA, but were in all the Crips and Bloods was scattered throughout the United States. Crips and Bloods in New Orleans, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Omaha, Nebraska. You see what I'm saying? Atlanta, Georgia. They all over. And I'm like, well, how can people be so damn organized? You see what I'm saying? That's because it was a government system. Now, even Dick Gregory even did the Freedom of Information Act. We find out also, and I told him, I said, those people are put together by the government. I told him this in 96.
Left, right. Left, right. Left, right.
Fear, favor, or affection,
Left, right.
reward or the hope thereof,
We have brothers in our congregation who are opposites, high status officers. So again, not just one, but a few.
So I'm gonna try to make this one short. Just understand, like we just saw in the other video, the video before, part 4. What's it called? This is what they do. Like, I just really pulled this one to show, like, this is IUIC's stance. This is how IUIC moves. IUIC snitches on people, and they pride themselves in this. They are proud to go around saying they are snitches. They're proud. They were proud to say that Nathaniel was a detective. Okay, these are things that this group as a whole is proud of. Okay, like I said, I'm gonna keep this short. There's not much I do because he said if you don't have a problem with the video you just saw, then that's on you. That's on you. But
We see right through your BS, bro.
Right.
You ain't fooling no one. Yeah, look, they're cops too. He know damn well we ain't police.
The knowledge he had about the camps and this and that, and he had knowledge that we've been on that block.
Uh-oh, another dirty cop exposed. Was you the one that set El Chapo up? Didn't y'all learn y'all lesson in Egypt by getting sold out by cats like this? And I heard he set up 2 black people. So let me get it. You setting up black people to bring them to the fold. I'm confused. Uh-oh, hot dog. If I was in this congregation, I'd be scared to death that he gonna set me up.
All around you. They're all about you. All around you. Wake up.
And of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Wake up. Wake up.
I've got one that can see.
I've heard that the FBI and the CIA are hiring and have hired and do have content creators that get information. Look at this man's podcast and who C-Mac is the #1 nigga that go on his podcast.
I was a former special agent of Homeland Security Investigations, and I like it. I left that in December 2020. It was a great career. I really enjoyed it. I really didn't want to leave.
Did they come to you and say you have to leave because your YouTube channel is becoming bigger?
They didn't say that exactly, but it was pretty much insinuated.
We've gone into this before, but we're gonna go into. I mean, people like every day. I don't know what anti-Semitic Christians y'all been listening to. You know where this doctrine comes from? That the symbol that is called by some the Star of David or the Shield of David, ignorantly called. When all you have to do to prove that these guys are Satanists is look at the hat they got on their head. Yarmulke, which symbolizes Saturn worship, right? And the same cracker Christians that are accusing them are equally demonic, right? So, I mean, and this is who you're going to as an information source. Ridiculous.
And then, another thing, man. You guys in GMS with the six-pointed star, take off, man. Because that has nothing to do with King David or Solomon. That star right there is the star of Moloch, man. Yeah, that's the star of Moloch or the star.
You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism and of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper, on October 28, 1927, stated, "Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?"
Albert Pike said in his book Morals and Dogma that the Kabbalah is the very basis. Without the Kabbalah, we would not have the 33 rituals of the Masonic Lodge. But the God they worship, the great architect, is Moloch, the star god.
So John Dee rediscovered the technology of how to draw the magic circles, how to say the right incantations, how to actually do black magic on a governmental level. This is what people are going to have so much trouble with once disclosure happens, is that these people actually practice black magic, and they are very, very good at it. And I want to say something else. One of the things that I learned from whistleblowers from the cabal itself is that they have to work within something they call the rules. And this is very, very important. So I really want to make sure that this gets into the film. The rules are a body of spiritual principles that they must follow in order to be allowed to exist. Now, what do I mean by allowed to exist? I mean that they are aware that there are benevolent forces that will prevent them from achieving their goals unless we give them permission to enslave us. Now, think about that.
He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was the, and still is,
process, which is
Novosti, which was the, and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans.
We haven't done one of these in a minute for good reason. Why? The shows are Monday through.
Now, you see, I'm not going to go into detail, but he did a gesture with his hands and with his sunglasses, okay, I know what this means, but yeah, Kevin Samuels basically sold out his people, all right? So, yeah, when it's all said and done.
Thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, the demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So the next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your idea.
Hey, family. Woo, man. God. Hold on a second. Oh, God. Okay. So I can go on and on and on. We kind of get the picture of this, okay? We already know now what we're getting into at this point. Let's explore this a little bit, and then I'm going to move on to something. It's my Sabbath, family, so probably gonna do another hour, and then that's it, an hour and a half. But I'm gonna show you an old video that I have, and I called it your ticket to blackness, because a lot of you brothers and sisters in camps, you're still licking rebels. I mean, I see you on Facebook, you're still posting shit about these people, even when you have the information in front of you, just like he said. No matter what we tell you, you're not going to believe it. Honestly, this is for you brothers and sisters that were concerned about your faith, that you weren't in these rooms, but you were concerned about your faith. You know, this is for these brothers and sisters that sincerely, here, I'll just show you right here, that sincerely have really are looking for sincere repentance. And you know, you're examining yourself, and at the same time you're being sincere about what you've done, and you know what I mean, that you're gonna have to answer to the Father, you know, and that's inevitable. That's just, you know, we're all gonna have to pay somehow, some way. Some of us are gonna have some leniency, and some of us will, man, some of us are gonna be saved until that end to prove a point. And that's scary, family. Look, I ain't lying to you, man. I was watching this. I went home to eat. I came back to the office, and man, it was like eating at my gut. I can't explain why. It's just like this whole thing is just so wicked, man. Like, it just, it's like disgusting, and it's like I don't even want to be here, man. Honestly, family. It just seems like that, you know. Yeah, I can tell, bro. I can already tell. Honestly, I can tell. I can already tell that they got some spirits on me, because I'm feeling something that I haven't felt in a long time. I'm not afraid for my fleshly life, family. I'm afraid for my spiritual well-being. Let's continue.
The meaning is saying you're a Catholic, and then you are.
You know what? At the end of the day, man, and, you know, what is this all for then? You know what I'm saying? If you really are, I guess, a messenger, so to speak, you got no choice. You're just gonna share what you know, and let it be. Let it be what it be, man. You know, I just pray to God that He takes care of my family, that He gives them a chance. That's all. Let's go.
A Mason, and doesn't get.
I am a Catholic, and the Pope, I think John Paul, honored me with a knighthood, Catholic knighthood. They came here to this very room from Centenary House to interview me, because before the Pope would confer such an honor on a person, they would want to know that he would be a worthy recipient.
What have we learned? Freemasonry enjoys popularity throughout Africa and the diaspora, and is directly linked to Catholicism.
Because most of the high level of people in the Vatican are all Freemasons, and many of the people that are Freemasons are Catholics.
Mr. Smith, as an evidence that you took this oath freely and of your own will and accord, please kiss the book before you 3 times. It is the Holy Bible.
The Illuminati was also invented by a German Catholic Jesuit priest.
So South Africa needs a ruling class, and I'm talking about politicians now. I'm talking about, we're going Mason, right? We're going Freemason, we're going the Illuminati thing.
Most influencers and prominent historical leaders were a part of the Purple Hand Signaling Club.
Nigerian Christians, you must come out of these false churches, return as the Israelites.
The Year of Return, or 1619, seems to be a well-funded program designed to encourage repatriation to Ghana.
Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is a member of fraternity. He pledged when he was at Lincoln University, when he was in the U.S. And so they're 100-year-old fraternities and sororities, and every one of them has a chapter here in Ghana.
I was in Ghana, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and especially Ghana.
But suffice to say, there is a long listing of different lodges in the country of Ghana,
involving politicians and members of the Bull Fraternity.
Every black person living should go to Ghana and see them slave castles so you can see what they did to us. You got to see what they did to us.
Prophecy dates appear to undergo reinterpretation with each passing generation.
And I had a vision, and the angel Gabriel came to bring the word of God, and the year of the Exodus would be 1967.
And the 2019 year of return is a sign. It's an end sign for the nations. And it just so happens that right around 2019, the Panafest and all these black people going to Ghana visiting, and it created all this money flowing into Ghana.
You know, some of the critiques have been that it's based on just tourism. You're saying year of return as opposed to year of repatriation.
It was something I had planned on doing years ago. It's been on my vision board for years.
And let's read this real quick, family. Let's read this real quick. Joshua chapter 4, verse 1, it says, "And it came to pass when all the people were clean passed over Jordan, that the Lord spake unto Joshua, saying, Take you 12 men out of all the people, out of every tribe of man, and commanded ye them, saying, take ye hence out of the midst of Jordan, out of the place where the priest's feet stood firm, 12 stones, and ye shall carry them over with you, and leave them in the lodging place where ye shall lodge this night. Then Joshua called the 12 men whom he had prepared for the children of Israel, out of every tribe of man. Hope you brothers understand what I mean by that. All right, this ain't gonna last that long, fam. Let's finish it off with this.
Hey, homie, I'm getting tired of dudes just getting over on the raza.
Yeah. This is for the raza. Yeah. This is for the raza. My homeboy, that's my
The heart of a man is like deep. If you're not willing to, then obviously all of this is mute. Then it's pointless. Proverbs 25:5 says this: counsel in the heart of a man is like deep water. For any generic man with no laws, think about what that means. Now, if you're a man of the laws of God, and if applying them, and meaning examining yourself, if you're in the faith, again, I'm not going to say it 100 million times, but I'm going to say it again. It ain't just about, oh, check, fringes, Sabbath, check, not eating pork, check. Okay, cool. What's good? I'm good. No. That's not enough. The counsel in the heart of man is like deep water. So if you ain't under the laws of God, you're going to drown. But a man of understanding will draw it out. So what I'm saying to you, brothers and sisters, about what I'm going to share today, and it's you two bros who I'm going to talk about, that you're not going to hate. You're going to basically say, you know what? He's right. Because I know that under your title, you have so-called, what do you call it? Military structure. And you can't imagine someone like me correcting someone like you. Listen to verse 4. The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold. Oh, it's too cold. I'm not trying to examine myself, man. Are you crazy? I don't want to touch that demon. The sluggard will not plow by reason of cold, therefore shall he beg in harvest. Oh, man, and have nothing. So this goes back to plowing, harvesting, goes back to Hosea 10, goes back to, you know what I'm saying, the work that needs to be done, getting rid of your clods. In order for you to harvest in this renewing of the mind, so-called salvation, what you need to be doing is repentance. You sluggard, you need a plow. You need a plow, and don't find any reason to find excuse. Therefore shall he beg in the harvest and have nothing. Do y'all want to be that way? I hope not. We're almost going to get to my video, fam. You know I always got a video. Proverbs 5 says, my son, attend unto my wisdom, not mine, but the scriptures. Bow thine ear to my understanding. This is Solomon, the wisest man. He says, that thou mayest regard discretion, be discreet. Meaning what? What does discretion mean? What, I mean, are we just ignoring the words and just walking over it and saying, you know what? I just want to read the Bible. I want to be a Christian. I mean, if you're going to be that way, you might as well be a Christian. What are you doing with the laws of God? Discretion. It means the quality of behavior, speaking in such a way to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. to the freedom to decide what should be done in a particular situation, meaning that you actually pay attention to your thoughts. That you actually pay attention to your thoughts. Individual choice of judgment, power of free decision, the quality of having or showing discernment, good judgment. The act of perceiving or discerning something. You also got to know your audience. It has a lot to do with it. You know what I'm saying? But apparently, some people don't get it. My son, attend to my wisdom and bow down thy ear to my understanding, that thou mayest regard discretion, and that thy lips may keep knowledge. For the lips of a strange woman drop as a honeycomb, meaning other doctrines, and her mouth is smoother than oil, like a snake salesman, or like a confused man that unfortunately doesn't have any clue what he's talking about, man. Sorry to tell you, bro. Sorry to tell you. Listen to this ridiculousness. This is why I left these camps, man. And it pains me because I know these, I know both of them. I mean, I don't know them like, oh, I know you. I know them. It means I've talked to them, I met them. I got nothing to say bad about the brother on the right or, well, the brother on the left. I don't have nothing to say. But when it comes to scripture, this is when it becomes an issue. And I understand that a lot of brothers in this school are in it really to repent, man. But sometimes that's not enough. Just like we have a lot of brothers and sisters in Christianity that really want to repent, and it's not enough, right? So let's listen in and see exactly what I'm talking about. What's the name of the class, family? Your ticket to blackness. There's a point. All right, let's go. Let me mute myself.
Batalla con
Oh, I forgot. It's in Spanish. So remember, this is a Spanglish channel.
con eso. Me estaba diciendo sobre cómo hay mujeres bonitas y cómo batalla con eso, y que con la que él vive no está casado, que es su novia. Entonces, yo estoy escuchando eso, ¿verdad? Y en la Biblia nos explica todo, que todo lo que está diciendo él, pues es pecado. Pero como nuestra gente no tiene el conocimiento de las leyes, les falta ese entendimiento. Cuando me enfoqué a lo que estaba yo queriendo darme cuenta que tenía pintado en el brazo, ni más ni menos, un Cristo blanco.
Fam, I'm gonna let it play and then I'm gonna come back, okay? At this point. That's why I played it a little bit back so you guys can get the gist of it. I'm not trying to isolate it and make it like, oh, look. Nah. I don't play those games, bro. I show you exactly how it is because I have a point. Okay, so let me let it play and then we'll continue. Oh, and I forgot to turn on my camera. My bad.
El César Borgia, al Cristo de los caucásicos, que a nuestra gente piensa que es Cristo, y por amor a Cristo se tatúan la cara de César Borgia. Por eso nuestra gente está destruida, como decía el soldado Ezekiel. Estamos demente. Pero poco a poco, ya despertó la tribu de Judá. Y poco a poco vamos a ir despertando las 12 tribus. Judá empieza a despertar las 12 tribus de Israel. Y está profetizado. Mira, dame Deuteronomio capítulo 33 y el verso 27. Y por favor, prepárame algo que saque los Civil Rights Movements de los 60. Un video corto. Dame eso, Deuteronomio capítulo 33, porque ellos aquí en Babilonia, en América, han luchado la tribu de Judá.
Okay, fam. So you heard the man. Let me go back here. We left off at 134. I think it was around that time. All right, listen to what he says, all right? Now I'm going to interject.
Blanco es en el conocimiento de las leyes, les falta ese entendimiento. Cuando me enfoqué a lo que estaba yo queriendo darme cuenta que tenía pintado en el brazo, ni más ni menos, un Cristo blanco, el César Borgia, al Cristo de los caucásicos, que a nuestra gente piensa que es Cristo. Y por amor a Cristo se tatúan la cara de César Borgia.
Okay, fam, so you heard him, right? And he kind of looks like the image. I tried to tell you, bro. But now, okay, he's talking about an image, right? He says the image. Oh, you know the image. They paint the image of the moose. Okay, cool. Sounds good, man. You know what I mean? Sounds good. Exodus 20:3 says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image." Meaning no image, regardless of what the intent is, okay? Any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above or that is in the earth beneath or that is in the waters under the earth. Okay? Then it says, thou shalt not bow thyself down. No, thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Okay? So no images. And he says, oh, well, you know, they put Caesar Borgia. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Well, what about this right here? So this, see, this is the funny part, man. You got Israelite camps bashing each other, convert Israelite camps bashing each other, and you got this dude right here, and he's making fun of them because they just make it's ridiculous. Watch what he says. All right, let's go.
What's up, y'all? It's your man Killer B, doggone what's trying to general you got, which I'm burning their behinds up every damn time. Yo, first thing y'all want to do is like this. Then you definitely gonna want to share and subscribe to my YouTube channel if you're not.
Oh yeah, fam. You know, I don't say that, man, but listen, hit the likes because again, this feed goes to other brothers, other brethren, okay? Other brothers and sisters. That's what the whole point is about this channel. All right, let's go.
Already, right? So this is coming from one of the ISUPK members out here calling, Nate Satan, their image of Christ, saying that it is an image of Nathaniel, which it is. This is my question when I was a member of IUIC Bronx Camp, right? And what's crazy about it, I asked the artist, and he admitted it. He said I asked the artist, and he admitted it. I asked the artist, and he admitted it. He said he took all the elders, put their faces together. Of course, he favored Nate over all the rest of them, and he made this image of Christ, right? But this is not the point of this video. Check this. What it is are the.
So yeah, that's not the point of this me showing this video. He's going somewhere else with it because he's trying to correct Dan, but he's like, yo, listen, what about your dude? And he's doing all kinds of, I'm going to do a class on that part.
Together. Of course, he favored Nate over all the rest of them, and he made this image of Christ, right? But this is not.
So now we see the images, fam. We see the images. So what the hell is that? I mean, come on. What is the difference? Let's just be sincere and honest right here. What is the difference? This image, that image, whatever image. As a matter of fact, if we had this image, more likely people would have tattooed this face on them in the first place, knowing how people are. You're so driven by color. It is so imperative for you to be black. You got to be black. You need a ticket. In order for you to walk in the kingdom, you got to be black. You got to be Kemetic. Because that's what they say. That we mix, they didn't, but they look like ham. Make it make sense. All right? So now let's go back. Let's go back. My point about images. All right, here we go.
Por eso nuestra gente está destruida, como decía el soldado Ezekiel. estamos de mente. Pero poco a poco, ya despertó la tribu de Judá. Y poco a poco vamos a ir.
So, whoa, man. I mean, like, dude, for real? So because of him? Hold on a second, bro. I mean, I know I like to say this, but
A ver, que alguien me explique.
I thought it was up to the Most High. I know what scripture he's going to go with. I think it's called, I think it's in Zechariah 7:14. It's an old, yeah, with the head tribe. Zechariah, I think it's Zechariah. I may be wrong. It's been so long. I think. Zechariah 7:14. Let me see. Tents of Judah. Zechariah 12:7. It says, the Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Judah. Okay. It says here because apparently they were looking at Judah like they were the bottom barrel of the barrel, like a nation of people that you don't want to be. Last time I checked, I'm just saying, ain't nobody trying to be Mexican. That's an illegal alien, my friend. Nah, you guys want to be aboriginals, but you don't want to join the club. So anyways, as far as I see it, yeah, all right, cool. But you can't guarantee that Judah is so-called the black man, because we know history. They did not go through a transatlantic slave trade. You guys did all these things through servitude of the Het Right program. Come on, man, stop lying. But anyways, let's continue. That's not the point.
Despertando las 12 tribus. Judá empieza a despertar las 12 tribus de Israel. Y está profetizado. Mira, dame Deuteronomio capítulo 33 y el verso 27. Y por favor, prepárame algo que saque los civil rights movements.
Now he's saying, oh, yeah, nation of people. Give me a second here real quick. Give me a second, fam. I'm going to do something here. Hold on. Let me show you something. Hold on. Let me see. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to show y'all. Okay, let me show you. Let's see, where is it at?
Han luchado la tribu de Judá.
Han sufrido, hermano. Han sufrido. ¿No entiendes cómo han sufrido, hermano? Han luchado. Entiéndeme. Nosotros no, ¿eh? ¿A poco? What's going on with this? Here it goes. Watch this.
That would go on.
Apparently they forget about this in 1917.
Everything we know about Carmelita Torres is from a few newspaper accounts in 1917. They called her an auburn-haired Amazon, just 17 years old. She led angry women in anti-American rioting and shut down the US-Mexico border. But hidden within her story is something much bigger than a single riot. It's a story about American paranoia at the border, about a toxic campaign of disinfection and discrimination, and a US practice that would go on to inspire Nazi scientists. Between El Paso, Texas and Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, thousands of people cross back and forth for work and school every day. They line up in Juarez and often wait for hours to get through the US checkpoint. But the border didn't always look like this.
Crossing this border used to be free and unrestricted. People would come and go without a passport. But after 1917, Juarez and El Paso became two separate.
Look at that, fam. Look at that. Look at our gente right here. Look at that. Look at that. Till this day, 1492 happened a long time ago, and we are still as chattel slavery cattle in line, hoping and wishing for some type of salvation from a nation that could not save us. Lamentations 4:17, I chopped it up. So we're trying to see how this man here, la tribu de Judá, sufrieron tanto, hermano.
Porque ellos aquí en la Babilonia, en América, han luchado.
Hey, you know what, fam? I got to play this for y'all, man. This is funny. Because, you know, I'm a fan of jokes too, right? And I don't know if you guys know a guy named Derbez, but it's just reminding me of this. Like, watch.
La calma. La calma y el sosiego. El sosiego. ¡Ay, que la chica! Sosiego.
Ay, hermano, sufrieron tanto, hermanito. Anyways, let's continue. All right, let's continue. Hold on, that's not the point. Let me see. Hold on. Where are you at? Okay, here we go. So let's remind somebody here about the suffering that is still going on to our people.
Communities.
It was a turbulent year at the border. The Mexican Revolution was ongoing, and the U.S. was about to enter World War I.
All of a sudden, you have the war hysteria created by World War I. People here in El Paso that are deadly afraid that the Germans are going to attack from Ciudad Juarez.
The fear of invasion brought tensions to the border, while across the U.S., a different movement was gaining strength. The eugenics movement, based on junk science, aimed to create a genetically and morally superior population. That meant stricter controls on immigration, only allowing those deemed fit to enter. On Ellis Island, one of the busiest ports of entry at the time, U.S. health officials were tasked with weeding out immigrants they thought were unfit or disease carriers. And across the country, that process coincided with the stereotyping of Mexicans as inferior and unclean. Dozens of film titles included the word greaser, a derogatory term used to describe Mexicans. This racist sentiment was strong at the U.S.-Mexico border. El Paso's mayor, Tom Lee, had developed an obsession with cleanliness, and it defined his political platform.
This obsession with not only racial purity, but physical purity. He was going to literally clean up El Paso from all these bad elements. And by bad elements, he often meant racially bad elements.
One of Mayor Lee's biggest fears was a disease called typhus, spread by lice. So, under the pretense of sanitary betterment work, he helped lead a campaign to inspect every house in a predominantly Mexican neighborhood. If the inspectors found lice, occupants were forced to take vinegar and kerosene baths, have their heads shaved, and clothing burned. Hundreds of homes were eventually destroyed. Lee also expanded the supposed health measures to include inmates in the El Paso jail.
They had to...
See that, fam? You see that? So far, this is in 1917.
Strip naked.
Okay, then you have the bracero programs. Bracero program fumigation. Sorry, I'm a dummy. Watch.
The Second World War created a huge labor shortage at home. One way the government tried to deal with it was the bracero program, which allowed American businesses to hire thousands of temporary guest workers from Mexico.
You have this moment of increased national production in the United States, men leaving to go to war, but at the same time increased production in terms of building ships, building airplanes, creating enough food, just getting the economy up and running to deal with the war effort. One of the things that is not getting done is that crops are not being picked efficiently.
All right, Mr. Black Man, how come you're not picking crops? Hmm?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
I thought we're the same people. I thought we're suffering. I thought we're going through the same thing. Where are your crops, Ak?
At the precise right moments that they need to be done, particularly in the American Southwest, California, the Imperial Valley of Texas.
The Bracero program, established by the U.S. and Mexican governments in 1942, allowed Mexican nationals to legally enter the U.S. for up to 6 months to work as contract laborers, mainly on farms.
Mexican men would register to come across the border to work for a specific time period to do this sort of picking work.
Bracero means farmhand in Spanish. The program merely legalized a migration that had been going on for some time. The men spent long, back-breaking days in the fields, and in return they had a steady paycheck and free housing. But even by standards of the time, their...
Listen to this, okay? Watch this. Not only do they use us as cattle, not only do they use us as pig to get rid of their dirt, but they use us as what? As labor. And at the same time, with a slap in the face. So let me find out if Mr. So-called black man and black women went through this. Oh, and by the way, Carmelita was way before that so-called black woman that sat in the bus. Okay? We did it first. So far we've proven the transatlantic slave trade started with us, unfortunately. The fumigation camps and the so-called Holocaust started with us. Eugenics was used because of us, okay? The actually how can I say this? Protesting against being treated like crap started with our people at the border. But no, that doesn't matter. That's not relevant. Oh, pobrecitos, Judas sufrieron tanto. Pobrecitos. Well, I gotta do it again, fam. I mean, this is just...
La calma y el sosiego. La calma y el sosiego. ¡Ay, que la chica! Sosiego.
Y'all gotta have some humor, man. I'm telling you, this is funny to me. This is like hilarious. But
treatment was often considered inhumane.
It's a mixed program from the perspective that it does bring thousands of men in.
But even by standards of the time, their treatment was often considered inhumane.
It's a mixed program from the perspective that it does bring thousands of men in. There were a number of instances of abuses where employers were not paying what they were supposed to be paying. They weren't housing workers in the ways that the federal government had promised the Mexican government that they would be housed.
So many Mexicans participated in the program that by the end of the war, they formed the second largest minority in the nation after African Americans. The program continued for years after World War II because growers said they couldn't find enough Americans willing to work on their farms.
Whoa, wait a minute. But I thought that you were suffering just like us. You mean you weren't picking cotton like us? But I thought you were. I thought they suffered so much. Where you at? Hey, bro, I gotta play it again. I gotta play it again.
Un video corto. Dame eso, Deuteronomio capítulo 33, porque ellos aquí en la Babilonia, en América, han luchado.
Okay. So dice que de eso han luchado, fíjate.
Human progress is neither automatic nor inevitable. And today we'll be learning more about the history of the American Civil Rights Movement. The end of the American Civil War in 1865 effectively meant the end of slavery. But African Americans were in a long struggle for what they wanted equal rights. As of 1870, all eligible male citizens were able to vote. However,
at that time, fam, we didn't even read, nor did we have the Bible, by the way. And we had lost a good portion of the America supposedly lost, right? And they're still passing laws to completely obliterate us. the Texas sheriffs who were white and black. And they had a lot to do with a lot of these things. And I have materials that prove it. Let me get some scriptures real quick. I'm like kind of choking over here without a Bible. All right. Go to Proverbs 1:1. Says, my son, attend unto my wisdom and bow down thy ear to my understanding. I'm telling you, family. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. That thou mayest regard discretion, and that thy lips may keep knowledge. Yeah, I don't want to read that one. Man, I went out. I'll go for it. Proverbs 1:1 says, Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instructions of wisdom, justice, and judgment, and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsel. To understand a proverb and the interpretation and the words of the wise and their dark sayings. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instructions. Why do I say that? Because look at this. Watch what he says.
¿Cuál es el voto?
Discouraged to by violence and eventually
Los
legal
manipulaban
stipulations.
para que
In
votaran de cierta
1896,
forma
the
a
Supreme
favor de
Court
uno
ruled to
que
maintain
quisieran que
racial
tuvieran
segregation in private businesses in
la
a
otra
case
nación
called
como
Plessy versus
presidente.
Ferguson. Soon broadened to include schools, many southern states applied this
Ahí
separate
dice
equal mentality
las,
to all aspects
las
of
personas
life.
que son de
However,
color
this
aquí
led
se
to the
espera.
application of Jim Crow laws,
Hombre
which resulted
caucásico,
in blacks
nada
being
más,
treated as
solamente.
second-class citizens.
Hombres de
Segregated
color,
schools, public
siempre.
transit,
Esta es la
restrooms,
tribu
water
de
fountains,
Judá
and
en
more
Estados
continued
Unidos.
well into the 1900s. In 1909, a group
En
of
el
prominent black and white
1909
campaigners created the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP.
Los
Their goal was
linchamientos,
to
los
increase racial
que vienen
equality
siendo
and
cuando los
challenge
colgaban.
issues like the Jim Crow laws. Unfortunately,
La
it
ley
was
de
between
Jim Crow.
1910 and
Los Ku
1930
Klux
that
Klan
white
se
supremacist
toparon con los
Ku
Ku
Klux
Klux
Klan saw
Klan.
its biggest expansion
Judas
and increased racial
se
tension.
topó contra
Following
Ku
the
Klux
First World
Klan.
War,
Hold on a second, man. Hold up. Whoa. Let's do it for him, man. Let's do it for him. Oh, my camera went out. Yeah, his camera's acting weird, fam. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's all good. I mean, seriously, man. Oh, it was them. But in the meantime, we're here feeding them. What the F are you talking about, man?
The program continued for years after World War II because growers said they couldn't find enough Americans willing to work on their farms. In 1964, with mechanization of farming on the rise, the program was finally phased out, but not before 4.5 million Mexican nationals had been part of it. The Bracero program may have ended, but labor shortages for certain jobs persist in the United States, along with the debate about Mexican workers.
And so what you see from really World War II to today is this constant ebb and flow of policy and ideology about the place of these transient Mexican workers in the U.S. economy. And they're vital to portions of the U.S.
Yeah, they put that pretty little background sound, huh? My God. What about this one? Huh? This was when?
Now, during the McCarthyite atmosphere of the 1950s, of which I'll be covering in depth, it was also known as the Second Red Scare, the federal government will force agribusiness to adopt the Bracero program permanently by eliminating their reliance on undocumented workers through a military program entitled Operation Wetback.
Operation Wetback, okay? In the 1940s, 1920s. Watch what happens.
States government The Bracero program was a set of agreements from both the Mexican and United States government that created short-term agricultural labor opportunities for Mexican men on American soil. The program began in 1942 and ended in 1964 and created a massive wave of migration for men willing to work. On paper, the agreement seemed to suggest that the program is beneficial for both the U.S. and Mexico. Congress passed the Revised Agricultural Act of 1949 that proclaimed that the Secretary of Labor and the farmer employer have duties and responsibilities to ensure that Mexican workers were treated fairly and adequately. For example, it states how the Secretary of Labor can provide transportation, provide workers with such emergency medical care, and burial expenses. It also adds that it will assist such workers and employers in negotiating contracts for agricultural employment. This law provides a foundation for the Bracero program and establishes the active role that the U.S. would be taking to ensure proper treatment of Mexican laborers. However, upon further analysis, it becomes evident that the legal intent did not match the execution of the program. On record, there was the assurance that certain benefits would be provided to the workers, and yet there were clear abuses towards the braceros in their living and working conditions that illuminated an ugly truth of the program. To understand why so many Mexican men were willing to come to the U.S., it is important to recognize the context of the time. Many families had very low living standards in Mexico. They suffered hunger, homelessness, and other hardships. The men arrived to the U.S. with high hopes for the program and what it could mean for them and their families back home. However, they soon realized that the program was filled with false promises that preyed on their necessity. One bracero, Mauricio Herrera, expressed the pressure he felt to enter into the Bracero program and the disappointment that followed. There was not enough rain, no credit, no government support, so I had to go north. Didn't earn much money. I thought I would, but I didn't. Nearly 3/4 of the braceros were single and younger than 21 years old. The contracts require that there be a standard safety procedure when dealing with transportation, but growers would choose a transportation they saw fit from the camps to the worksite. Examples were old school buses, large trailers, open bed trucks. Braceros remarked the uncomfortable conditions they had to endure, including extreme heat and limited space in the vehicles. To add on, once the braceros arrived at their residencies, their experience became much worse. On the fields, they had back-breaking labor every day. They were under the orders of the camp manager, for which most included a very strict schedule of early days, hard labor, and early sleep. The braceros are paid very low wages, and the Mexican government eventually demanded that this be amended. They insisted on renegotiating in order for there to be fair wages, and this led to much tension between the countries. While one would hope to come back to a proper living station after working hard all day, often the barracks were overcrowded and with no ventilation and no access to good drinking water. What they were provided with was not a matter of excitement. Many braceros reported having one small bed, one shared toilet, and limited shower stalls. One historian notes how there were many clear violations of contracts. Lack of water during the workday and the right to prepare your own food was often ignored. Braceros would be intimidated into remaining quiet and complying, fearing that they would be denied work or sent home. It discouraged most from speaking out or raising questions about the living conditions. To give one example of the extent of this complete negligence was when the Department of Health in San Diego region wrote to Roland Height asking him to bring his labor camp to code, which included an accumulation of trash, dirty kitchen, no hot water, and no working toilets. Yet ironically, despite these clear violations, there was no threat that the camp would be fined, let alone be closed down. Some assemblymen argued that to order the camp to meet these requirements at the moment was unreasonable because it was during harvesting season. If such improvements took place, it would jeopardize the harvest. This treatment of braceros by the United States reveals a cruel truth. Braceros were simply seen as a labor source, a machine that was worked until it stopped giving. Often, the Bracero program is seen as purely economic agreement, and there is failure to see the personal effects this program had on the lives of men. The bodies of the Braceros were exploited, and what seemed to be a fair agreement on paper proved to be a complete abuse of power. The U.S. valued the labor, not the laborer, and so the poor living and working conditions were something the Braceros simply had to endure. The U.S. were the ones in need of help, and this should have given the Braceros leverage. Yet, it was the U.S. that defined the terms of conditions. They ultimately decided how the braceros would be treated, and the treatment evidently did not have to match the legal intent the U.S. initially set.
I believe it was around that time, or that was a repatriation. I think that was a repatriation. Hold on a second. The repatriation of 1920 Mexicans, I believe. I think that's how you spell it, fam. My apologies if I don't spell it right. Oh, here it goes right here. All right, listen to this real quick. We're going to go historically here because apparently this man doesn't realize that we still doing this. We still struggling, man. We still struggling. We still fighting. We still in the game. Wait, maybe, well, are you saying we Judah? Let's get it right, fam. You too worried about tribes. You ain't even trying to teach properly. Let's go.
Early 20th century.
Oh, shoot. My bad. Hold on a second. Copyright this falls under fair use, which honors protection under
was greater than ever. In the early 20th century, the immigration of Mexicans to the United States
look for it.
Began seeking jobs that were once considered only fit for Mexicans. Many had the simplistic belief that once Mexicans were expelled from the country, U.S. workers would find employment and the Depression would end. Repatriation of Mexicans was a response by the government to ease the anxieties of distressed European Americans. Estimates say that in the 1930s, over 1 million Mexicans were repatriated. About 60% of all repatriates were U.S.-born Mexican-American citizens. Their constitutional guarantees were worthless at this time, as their rights as American-born citizens were not taken into account. Several Mexican immigrants and Mexican-Americans left the U.S. for Mexico.
Several Mexicans and Mexican-Americans left the U.S.
with the hope that there they would find not only a refuge from the economic struggles of the Great Depression, but also from the prejudice and discrimination that they had experienced in the U.S. However, they found that Mexico was not the haven that they had hoped it would be. Upon arriving there, repatriates often found that economic conditions were as bad as, or worse than, those that they had experienced in the U.S. The continuing stream of refugees strained Mexico's resources. The government ultimately did not have the funds to handle all the repatriates and failed to provide sustainable solutions that would allow the repatriates to become self-sufficient. Additionally, the repatriates found that even in Mexico, they continued to be considered foreigners.
And my question is this: selling the yeah, Israel. Come on, man. Come on. This is the boule. You don't do your home. That Rosa Parks. This is all boule, man. This is all the boule. It's all the boule. Come on, man. Come on. This is the boule. You don't do your homework. You go by the regurgitation. This is what you were taught, which, by the way, you're not even teaching properly. But this is what you were taught, so then you regurgitate what you've been taught. What else do we know? What else is being brought about? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to remind you, okay? I'm going to remind you, IOIC, all right? You so-called Hispanics. You guys say that the black man ruled Europe, that you subjugated the white man, meaning you had him in slavery. And we know from documentation that they were sold, that white people were sold. That's why you have the Slavic, the slaves. They were the actual white folks. You were buying and selling white women. Are they Israel? Because I don't think Israel did that. When did we buy and sell the white man? When did Israel do that? Crickets, fam. You see, when you look and dissect this for what it is, and you start wondering, like, wait a minute, that actually, like, what? What are you talking about? For real? Yeah, man. So if the so-called Phoenicians, no, not so-called, the Phoenicians ruled Europe. These black folks, these Canaanites, because that's the majority of them, not all of them, but a good portion are Canaan. They go and say, yeah, those are the tribe of Judah, and we rule the white man. Okay. So documentation shows that you were selling the white man as slaves. So now they supposedly enslaved you. So is that a curse of the Most High, or is that just a nation getting back at you for what you did to them? And then my question is this. Here, let me see if I can get his face. Because honestly, it's just going to be like, oh, pobrecitos. Oh, la tribu de Judá. ¿Cómo sufrieron? Let's see.
Versículo 8. Judá, la tribu de Judá, del afroamericano, del que hoy vimos nosotros, donde tenían la lucha de los derechos civiles.
Oh, la lucha, huh? Okay. Let's not forget, just in case, before I make my statement.
Yes, Operation Wetback. So this is kind of share with you the mindset of the larger society and what that historian Francisco Valderrama was talking about in terms of Mexicans and the idea in the national American character, the American psyche, is that Mexicans somehow are not part of the American experience. This violation of human rights was designed to break up unionization efforts in the fields, deport those with or without documents, and import braceros as strikebreakers. And it forced growers to hire braceros, not undocumented workers. So let's visit the operation, or let's revisit it.
On June 17, 1954, 2,000 undocumented Mexican workers were deported across the United States.
Fam, I got a question for you. He that lead, now praises, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. That's right. But I got a question for you. Are we still being undocumented, and are we still being taken by ICE and Border Patrol? I just need someone to say yes or no. No, I'm lying. I'm imagining stuff. Are we still being deported? Yes or no? It's a simple answer. A simple yes or no. I know for a fact that every single one of us has one family member, or we know of somebody that is not legal and that's been deported many times. Maybe a few of us have. But I know we all know somebody. This is our struggle. So since they are not Judah, then who the hell is Judah, and who the hell is waking up now? I ain't claiming to be any tribe, but I sure as hell am not claiming to be black. So my question to you is this, after I finish showing y'all this, okay? I'm going to ask him.
Mexican border at the beginning of the most aggressive Mexican deportation program up until that time. Official records state that over the course of the next several months, approximately 1.3 million.
Yo, hey, Turquoise Prince, that's right, man. That's right. I'm a living proof. You know why? Because I have a loved one that is a living proof, bro. Every day, there's that question in mind. What if? What if? And I know what that feels like, because when I had a warrant like a dummy, I had that in my mind. Like, what if today is the day? What if today the blackout picks me up, man? What if today is the day that I go to jail and I do my time? Because I was facing several years. The reason I didn't is because of Most High. It wasn't because I was in good conduct. I mean, he kind of did help me a bit, but in a sense of getting my mind right? But I should have been in jail, fam. I should have paid for what I did. Quite frankly, in the laws of the land. So yeah, it's still happening. It's still happening. So let's go.
Mexicans either voluntarily left the United States or were forcibly deported. These mass deportations made up the 1954 campaign known as Operation Wetback.
Hey, forcibly deported. Okay, so I don't know if you guys have ever seen forcibly deported, but let's look at this, okay? Watch this. Watch this real quick. Watch this.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard.
Described in the Pentateuch, the first five books of the Bible. That's what Jews believe. Jews only believe in what is called the Pentateuch. That's the Old Testament of the Bible. The first 5 books of Moses. Then the white man goes on. He said, like Jews everywhere, philosophers use the Old Testament as their Bible. So we want to ask Bus Stop Bishop, when y'all start being for Jesus Christ? When y'all start interpreting the New Testament? But let's go on even further than that. This article right here is actually one of my favorites talking about these bus stops. Because when these fakes start copying the teaching, because you must remember, when the messenger's teachings first hit the black man, it started a wildfire. The reaction of the white man, they wrote like if you saw a UFO. You like, look at that in the sky. You make no mistake, they all saw a UFO. You can't come years later pretending like you talking about a UFO. Because when you see the people who really saw the UFO, their reaction is different. So this article right here is when the black Jews and the Hebrew Israelites who were still in the teachings of the messenger first began to make the news. This article comes from the April 19th, 1970 Daily News, and the Daily News was a New York newspaper. It says, according to Yaakov Gladstone, the white Canadian Jew who founded something, the Israelites are American-born blacks who enslaved ancestors were exposed to the Old Testament teachings and who came to identify with the oppressed Israelites of biblical time. So this the white man. These new niggas who don't want to be called black Jews no more, these niggas want to be called Israelites. So these niggas who enslaved ancestors were exposed to the Old Testament teachings and who came to identify with the oppressed Israelites of biblical time. So this the white man. These new niggas who don't want to be called black Jews no more, these niggas want to be called Israelites. So these niggas, these are American-born blacks who enslaved ancestors were exposed to the Old Testament, not the New Testament. When you talking about you want to be an Israelite, you only believe in the Old Testament. So let's go on even further. The Old Testament teachings and who came to identify with the oppressed Israelites of biblical times. It says half or more of the so-called black Jews are also believed to be descendants of American slaves who came to accept the Jewish faith. So you got two different kind of niggas. You got the black Jews and the Israelites, because that's how the white man saw. Because we didn't have time. I'm probably one of these days, I'm going to bring the articles where the Muslims start writing about the Israelites. I didn't have time to do it today. They didn't accept them Israelites like that hypocrite Louis Eugene do. Because you never saw a Hebrew Israelite with the messenger. You never saw them on stage with him during Savior's Day. You never saw none. But with this hypocrite, he loved them Israelites. Because the messenger talked about a hypocrite He said a hypocrite build mosques to sow dissension between the believers. Yes. And the mosque is a shelter for the enemies of Islam. That's right. Because when you look at the history of this hypocrite Louis Eugene, his 1983 Savior's Day, he had Israelites on stage. Black people had never known nothing about an Israelite. He let them be on stage. They made national news because the Jews was kicking them around in the street. This hypocrite and Wallace went to support them. We support the Israelites because the Israelites is really the true Jew. So for 40-some years, this hypocrite was telling the black man that these Jews is the true. They didn't even have a platform in America. Ain't nobody know nothing about them. So 40 years, this hypocrite is starting a whole Hebrew Israelite movement in the Nation of Islam. Because they hearing this hypocrite, they don't know who Ben Ami is. Even to this day, though, if you go to a black man and talk about Ben Ami or Prince Asiel, they don't know who they are. But they know this hypocrite. They heard this hypocrite talk about the true Jew. So this hypocrite is the one who started them to see how they can take the teachings of the messenger and become a so-called Nation of Islam. So this is the white Jew again. He goes on even further. He says half or more of the so-called black Jews are also believed to be descendants of American slaves who came to accept the Jewish faith as a result of hearing the Old Testament stories. Once again, Old Testament. But they have embraced the religion as is practiced today. The Israelites have not. These Israelites claim that they are true Jews, Gallstone said. They say whites are not real Jews, only converts. They say Moses was black and
America didn't happen by chance. All this was part of the divine plan that this would come about. The Moors then had a plan for a new world order. A one world, new world order. That was a Moorish plan originally. The Europeans inherited that plan through the Masonic Lodge, which was the vehicle by which we civilized and taught the Europeans. And so now when we hear them saying it, we ready to throw out the baby with the bathwater, thinking it's from them. No, we originally laid out that plan for one divine world order, and they merely inherited it. And when we fell off, they still espoused it, even though many of them are not carrying out right and exact, because you got to understand that the European Masons who run this government, who run the international scene, that they're under certain oaths and obligations. There's certain things that they can't do. There's certain things that they can't speak on. They're functioning more or less in a custodial capacity or fiduciary capacity. They will make custodians. When we were formed from power, we said, all right, you see this throne? We're going to make you custodians of this throne. You're going to become the keepers of the light, not the bearers of the light. We were the bearers of the light. We was one who was able to actually go out there and re-educate the whole human family of planet Earth. We made them keepers, which means that it's for so much they could speak on. You look at the degree structure. Water freezes at what? 32 degrees, right? Well, the highest they go is 32 degrees, which means what? Their wisdom, their water, their wisdom is locked up. It's froze shut. They can't get out here teaching like we can. It's froze shut. And maybe once in a while, one of them may be honored with the honorary 33rd degree, and then they throw it out a little more. Maybe they can say a few things, but not too much. You see what I'm saying? And so we put those Europeans in power when we fell from power, because at that time the Catholic Church, through the Franciscan and Dominican orders, was destroying everything that the Moors had built up. All the civilization, all the high science that we had developed and cultivated and built up, they was destroying on a global level. And so we put the Europeans and Masons in power. We refer to them as the mystic Turks. or chief protectors of the sacred shrine. The shrine of what? The shrine of more science, of more civilization that we had cultivated for so long. We put them there in charge of it. And so they're custodians. And it sometimes happens that custodians forget their place and they start to think that they're the ones. But we got to remind them, y'all not the ones. Y'all the custodians. Y'all was to hold it and preserve it until we wake back up and then get this thing back on its original divine plan. So we are to convey to America that we're not open.
And we can build the things necessary for us as well as the future generations. I could care less if people still debate if we Hebrew or war or this, that, the other. I like a good debate every now and then like everybody else, but at the end of the day, if we ain't building nothing, what's the point?
Right. So like, would you identify yourself, because like the Moorish American title, we know that's later on, but like from a biblical standpoint, would you say that you are the actual descendants of the ancient Canaanites?
Absolutely. Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. Emphatically.
Okay.
Emphatically. And the record will reflect it. And the historical record will reflect it. Absolutely, without a doubt or contradiction. And we can build the things necessary.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas, yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece burlar de mí, dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí, con los dedos lo voy palpando. Cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti. Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Hey, aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente, fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente. Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera, más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulú, ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando, vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí. Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un troco lo tras otro y lo veo y por dentro la llama no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen bien es más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
What if
Hay tiempo para pensar si hoy queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir. No te quiero ver sufrir. Búscate, escúchate, lucha, que mucha de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí. Darme ya nago. Mi llorar frío. Antes de perder las formas, sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traer.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me estoy volviendo loco. Tal vez viviendo poco a poco.
Took me so high, there's nobody low. You take me too high, there's no way to go. Así que let's go, vamos a bailar lento, sintiendo todos los movimientos de acá adentro. I won't let you down, thinking this moment of happiness right now, 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 now. El agua refleja el alma del que se aleja. Cuando te quejas, retrocede de atrás. No te pierdas, no te perderás. Abre la puerta de tu portal, que te arrastrará en la profundidad del mar. Mar, me dejaste arrastrar, ya ni siquiera me da luz refleja. Solo un pelín internado en la oscuridad.
Y Cal, hijo, abre los ojos. Y Cal, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.